So who's ready for some zoo building? I think I'm ready for some zoo building. Hopefully you guys that are tuning in, there's a few people actually already here. Hopefully you guys that are tuning in are having a wonderful beginning of your weekend. Let's just hop right into it because we got a lot, and I mean a lot of stuff that we got to get to. If you guys tune into the last live stream, you know that we actually have a it's sunrise. It's probably some mobs out there. I might take a quick flight here just to get away from everything. We have a lot of stuff to get to. Yeah, let's fly out. The sun is rising, but last live stream we did a lot of stuff. Certified Westerner, hello and welcome to the stream. But we did a lot of landscaping last time, and this stream is called Landscaping 2.0 or level 200 because we're gonna go try to finish the rest of it. Now I do not have the time restriction on me like I did last week, so we are just gonna go until it's done or until I pass out and fall over out of this chair. All right, so this looks really cool with the sun coming up. Usually we sleep past this time period, so. Just land right here. That should have taken care of all the mobs in the area. William Cunningham, hello. Welcome to the stream. I just woke up, so if you still hear me kind of coughing and stuff, it's because I'm an old man and my voice doesn't come back right away. I got to sleep in this morning. It was pretty awesome. The wife and kids took off and went somewhere. they went geocaching, actually. So, they got out of the house and they're going to be going and having a good time today. Give me plenty of time to do this stream for you guys. This landscaping stuff has been a thing that needs to get done badly. Like right here. I mean, there's so many things that need to get finished. All of the stuff that we finished last week when we did the live stream last weekend needs to get the foliage added. So there's a whole bunch of stuff. So shaders look amazing. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So yeah, we need to get to work on this stuff. So first things first, let's move our balls out of the way. The ender balls. And let's see, I still have the stuff in my my backpacks from building the bridge, which if you didn't catch the last episode, that's what we did. We built the bridge that connected to the other island over there. Let's actually go take a peek at that real fast. A lot of the stuff needs some detailing. The bridge on the side could use some detailing. Obviously, it needs like the cracked stone bricks and mossy stone bricks added to it. And I'm not sure if there's enough there to really start going crazy with the design like what I did on the docks. Like when you look on the sides of it. Yeet. I mean, maybe right here there's a little bit of something, but I don't know. Well, I'm not here to work on the bridge, though. That's a different project. We got to do some landscaping. Glum Giraffe, welcome to the stream. Hopefully, you guys are all having a wonderful Saturday. It is Saturday, right? The days kind of blur together. Yeah, it's Saturday. So we got to get our backpacks in order here so that we can start laying down a whole lot of stone. Because like that right there needs to get filled in. We need to get some more torches, and yeah, it's a project we got today. Let's get down here. There's a bunch of stone. We still have 2/3 of what Maddie collected. Honestly, I think I'm gonna run out of that stuff that Maddie collected. That's kind of nuts. She filled up like 6 double chests. I told her too. I was like 6 maybe double chests we need, and it's just a guess. Yeah, it was just a guess, and yeah, I think I guessed wrong. Alright, so let's grab ourselves some more coal, because we're going to need that as we go through the day here. We're going to just take that and stuff it in here for right now. Get our automatic torch making process going here. We can just do that and then grab torches. Okay, so actually, let me make one little announcement so I don't necessarily have to keep plaguing people, but Here, I'll just do that. And that way I can just pin it, and then we can just keep on going. There we go. So as people join in, if they see the pin message, they'll see that any super chat of any amount will get them added to the billboard of sponsors at the front of the zoo. They'll be immortalized. And this series goes on for quite a while, so you'll be immortalized for quite a while. Alright, gonna make a couple more rockets. I am actually starting to run out of gunpowder here because I haven't been hunting creepers. Top off the rockets there. I'll throw the extra ones in there. I actually usually keep some extra rockets in here too, so that's... Oh, there's my extra ones. Finny, welcome. Howdy. Scrapping Saturday stream, man. Yeah, it's just started it. We're just getting going right now. Landscaping. Oh, I came down here to get my backpacks organized because I saw the stuff from the bridge build in them. Where's my cake? There it is. I want to have my cake and eat it too. Alright, let's take all the bricks out of here and we'll have to find a happy home for them someplace. Perfect, that looks good. All the bricks. We want basically just a whole lot of stone is what we're going for today. Later on we're going to transition. We're going to be putting in a bunch of grass, but for right now it's just a whole bunch of stone. Grab as much out of here as possible. And we'll dump that in there. Because that's all of our grass. Alright, so we got some stone in there, but let's go hit up the supplies that Maddie collected for us over here. That's not... We are actually more than 2/3 of the way through. Not scrapping. Not scrapping. Scapping? Landscape? Oh, scaping! Yeah, that's true, yes. Sorry, my brain's not working too well right now. I just woke up, so I'm kind of like barely here. Let's just do a little bit of... Dump this all out of here. I don't know. There's probably a hotkey to actually dump out the entire chest content. Or actually, it's probably called the axe. Just chop down the chest. Dump that all into there, into there, into there. Alright, good. And now this is empty too. Oh, yeah, we are. We might actually run out of stone today. Wasn't really planning on that. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see, where's... Chest right there. Okay, I knew I had him in there someplace. Let's say hello to Law and Order real fast. My cats are guarding the place, and then there's these other ones that are just over here. They're unnamed. We got Eminem still chilling over here. A random guy, hello and welcome. Yeah, random, you're on the server. You could always hop on and just hang out. Just harvest these. I harvest these every once in a while just because getting cactus green is always very useful when you're making things like green cactus dye. Or a green dye for concrete powder. Okay. Oh, there's a hole right there. I doubt an Enderman did that since Enderman can't exactly reach that. Anyway, let's just do that. Okay, so where are we going to start? That's the big question. Which mess should I try to put out first, or which fire should I put out first here? I guess we were working on this little peninsula last time, so we might as well finish that off. And get that all taken care of and done. Yeah, it looks like I have to kind of recap my refresh myself on where we were last left off. It looks like we were putting down stone here because we're going to remove this beach entirely. Probably because I made such a mess out of it right here. Instead of fixing the beach, we'll just cover it up. So let it begin, people. Let the painstaking build begin. Oy. Oh, stone. So much stone. It begins right now. Should actually come up with like a list of things to do to distract people's brains while they're watching the blocks be put down. Just recap what we got to do and what I'm hoping to get done today. I'm hoping to finish off this peninsula right here by putting the stone in. And then finish off this section right here by getting the stone put in there too. And then finish off all of this section up here and this right here too. What is this? This is the path goes right here. So yeah, there's a lot. Like basically I want to get this island finished if I can today before we move on to this part over here. If you notice, like right here, there's a transition, like or a straight line of obviously where the stone ends and then you get to the black sand from the volcanic island. This is what the biome's supposed to look like right here where the docks are. This is the biome, a custom biome I'm going for. And I did finish it also here on these two little islands as well. So once it's done, it's going to look really cool. But for right now, we have these big patches of either stone that I got to do the foliage on or the grass that I got to cover up and do the actual different terrain. I also got to detail up this little island out here. And then kind of work on a path and kind of shape up this... this beach area that's on this peninsula over here I gotta do. So there's a lot of work still. A lot of work. Is it already getting nighttime? I think so, yeah, the sun's setting over there. Wow. Just barely got started. I very much wing it too whenever I'm doing this landscaping, trying to come up with a shape. So, if you're wondering what the method to my madness is, it's just kind of like a shoulder shrug, and I don't know. It's not quite nighttime yet. Smash my face in the ground. There we go. Perfect way to start things off. Okay, now I do need to kind of start bringing it down, don't I? Because it's got to connect to somewhere right around here. It can be elevated a little bit, I suppose. But I should probably get to bed here pretty soon because creepers be creeping and all. At the moment, I believe I'm the only one on the server, but, you know, it's Saturday morning, so it's to be expected. Most people, I think, are still sleeping if they're on, like, especially if they're on, like, the East Coast. Master of the stonescaping, it appears. Trying to be, at least. Like, I've built my own custom biomes before, but usually it's just, like, scraping off the top layer and changing the block types a little bit and then adding different foliage. Building the entire land, because this was a flat island. This was a flat island with, I think the biggest hill had like 3, maybe 4 blocks in height in elevation change. So all of this was custom built. Hey, look at that. Bam. A walrus is here. Mr. Walrus is here. I haven't seen that name on in a while. Holy cow. Skippity-doo-dah down here. Alright, so this one right here, like I said, I kind of need to start shallowing this up just a bit. It doesn't have to be like too crazy or anything. Give him a solid wave. Just kind of seeing how this all comes together. Boy, oh boy. When I first started this this zoo, I actually picked the island because I thought it was going to be easier, because I was like, yeah, I won't have to do as much much landscaping or anything like that. So, but yeah. Who is online? Mr. Walrus. Yeah, no, that's the name I have not seen since like the early parts of the server, early beginnings of the server. Oh, I just broke my legs. Just missed that jump completely. Sorry, I wanted to get down here anyway. It was planned. Okay, so time to start connecting the polar bear exhibit to this kind of skeletal frame. And I think we're going to do that by bringing that up here. That's probably pretty good right there. Connect that right across. Maybe even knock this one down. Alright, let's connect this. There's some polar bears right there. And I believe that's the vanilla polar bear right there. Won't be much landscaping. Famous last words of every Minecrafter, exactly. This will probably be an easy project, like 6 years later. So the good thing is by creating a wireframe, it makes it a lot easier just to fill in the terrain. Instead of just trying to free build the entire thing, you just create the frame of it, like the rib cage of it, and then you just fill it in the middle, fill in all the empty spaces, almost like filling it up, almost like coloring. It's like a coloring book. Now, this part is kind of tricky just because it's weird. The cliff edge here kind of marries up with it, so I don't particularly like this. I want to make that look a little weird, but change it up a little bit. So nighttime for Euphony. Oh, nifty. I suppose you'd be east of where I'm at, or west of where I'm at. Nope, east. Did I say East Coast before last time? No, it's people on the West Coast that are just waking up. I don't know my directions, people. I'm a little confused. Like I said, I myself just woke up, but I got to sleep in today, so I'm actually well rested. It's the craziest thing. You're seeing well rested GReimer. This is a guy that doesn't come out very often. He doesn't get out of his cage very often, so. Man, this is gonna look so good. I know, like the parts that we do have finished, like. I don't want to toot my own horn or anything, but I'm loving how it's looking. Like, this is exactly like what I was aiming for, so. Honestly, this elytra sometimes is more trouble. Actually, I don't like that. More trouble than it's worth. I'm having a heck of a time just jumping from block to block, because it kind of just activates randomly on its own. I know that we're not 112 anymore, so it activates much easier. But man, there's times where I'm building, and I think I did it in the time lapse in the last episode, but you guys probably didn't notice because my guy was whipping around so fast. I just took the elytra off because it kept like jumping and gliding randomly on its own, and like just right there, I was just trying to jump over to here, and it was like activate. It's like no, stop, just don't. So it's a good and a bad thing. Obviously, it's a good thing for getting around. I don't know how I'd play without it, but man, it is a touchy thing right now. Okay, this has got to be connected to this too. The knee bone is connected to the leg bone. Alright. Something kind of like that. Good enough. I really do like how the polar bear exhibit turned out. Yeah, they get stuck in the water, and yeah, they don't really go anywhere. They kind of do. This one used to have his butt pressed up against the glass, so they've moved a little bit. But they do like to hang out in the water a lot, it seems. I mean, polar bears generally like to hang out in the water, too, but I don't know about the level in which these ones are. Yeah, in case you guys are wondering, if you're just tuning in, you want to know what this biome is going to look like when it's decorated and doodadded up. Above the Lost Isles Zoo sign right here, the Lost Isles sign is kind of the part that we have finished already. So let me just jump up in the air and look right down. That's what it's going to look like. So it'll look good and overgrown. This whole part actually is all finished. Oh, and regarding the pinned post, any super chat of any amount will get you added to the Billboard of sponsors. This is the Billboard of sponsors at the beginning of the zoo. People who have done super chats throughout the live stream. Currently, Captain Craig is the top super chat with $19.99. So if you're looking to unthrone him, you're gonna have to do a solid 20 at least, 1 cent more. And this is also where we got our tarantula and our scorpion. Still just chilling here. And our welcome center. And the other parts that we're going to get to today. I think the goat, yeah, the goat's still in here. The goat's not supposed to be in here, but he is. He wandered in there and he wanted to be a zebra. Why are all the zebras just chilling? You got this whole area. And you guys are like crunched right over here. I guess they're trying to escape or something. Speaking of escaping, did the reindeer get out? Because they have periodically. Like, we have 2 Rudolphs now for some reason. Like I said, some people on the server were over here breeding them up and doing stuff, and I don't know. Like, I don't know how many reindeer we have anymore or are supposed to have. How do you get those plushies? I bought them from Mega Grand store. I could have crafted them. I mean, they are, you can craft them in the pack. They take like what is it, like wool and stuff like that. Yeah, like they got all these right here. Let's say bald eagle plushie. Bam, that's how you make it right there. But I just purchased them from Mega Grand because she has a store at the shopping district. She usually takes all my diamonds. Speaking of which, we should go back there and see if anyone bought anything from Turkey Balls. That's my store. Something tells me turkey eggs and slime balls. Well, slime balls maybe, but turkey eggs are not a big seller because once you buy like 1 or 2, I mean, once you get turkeys yourself, you don't really need to buy any more of them. I just had a bunch of them and I didn't know what to do with them. All right. So how does that look from down here? This is where the path is going to go and end. Not bad. That looks a little too 90-degree-ish. Let's break that up just a wee bit. All right, and then let's start bringing this up. Time is it? It's 10 o'clock, which means I got about 26 minutes in game before the nighttime is here. It's amazing how time goes by when you're doing this. Like, it just blows past you. Should probably get the bed ready. Just basically, I just don't want to be bothered with all the. Although, no, I'll do that later. I was like, although I do need more gunpowder. Could have a fight night. It's kind of creepy. You can just hear the bears on the just snarling and growling and whatever they do. Just on the other side of this wall here. Oh, Fanny! Oh, there we go. Lunch money and my 2 cents. Fanny, thank you so much for the $20.02 super chat. You officially have become the top super chat donor now. So let's take a time out here and fly on back to the Billboard of sponsors here. Let's get the squid backpack out too. There is a skeleton somewhere. It says it's above me actually. Oh, skeletons aren't going to kill me as long as it's not creeper. Let's get the squid backpack out here. Do we have any more signs in here that aren't spruce signs? I don't see them. Let's grab the wood backpack then. Grab ourselves a stick and oak. A couple oak pieces here. Let's do that. I need a crafting grid of some kind that I can actually do this in. There we go. Got the signs. All right, Fanny, thank you. All right, we're going to add you over here first just so that you'll be over here forever and ever. Fanny! I can type, I swear. Thank you. All right, let's get you changed over. Captain Craig, you had a good long run. You lasted a week. Honestly, before you was Hazard, he lasted about maybe not even an hour, and then before you was Peter, and he only lasted a couple minutes. So let's get you added here, Fanny. And it was a numbers are tough. Oops. There we go. Bam. 2020 or 2002. Bam, right there. So $20.02 is the new top super chat. Thank you very much, Fanny, for that one. You'll be forever immortalized here unless somebody does 2,000 or does $20.03, gives their 3 cents. So this is the entrance too, by the way. If you guys haven't tuned in since the beginning of the series, this is where people are going to be walking in. Got a hot spring right there. It's kind of leaking down and kind of goes across here, which probably is a health hazard. Just nobody tell, like, OSHA. Where is this skeleton? He's below me now. Oh, he's actually underneath here. There he is. Ow. I blocked that. Okay, a little leggy there, but that's fine. Alright, so I take it he started... take it he spawned from up here. Get a couple of torches up there so that things stop spawning up in that area. Same thing with, like, over here. Yeah. I don't want people to hear, like, bones rattling when when they walk in the zoo. But yeah, then this opens up, and then you're at this intersection already right away. You can either go to the right, which is where the bulk of the zoo is, or you can go to the left, which there is a hot spring. I still have to do the path here. This isn't quite finished. This hot spring right here, as well as this has to get all done with the foliage, as well as the crab exhibits over here. And yeah, that path on there, I'll be down there later on in the stream too to pretty that up too. There's the not the horseshoe crab. Yeah, no, the horseshoe crabs right there. I keep wanting to call them coconut crabs, not that. And then there's the regular crabs over there with the jukebox so they can have a rave. Where are... Oh, there's one right there. I was going to say, where are the horseshoe crabs? There's one right chilling right there. And I think I just saw one move in the water right there, so... They're in there. They're around someplace. Yes, but thank you, Fanny. That was awesome. You've officially taken over the top super chat spot. Oh, and in case you're wondering why there's hot springs here, because there's a volcano right over there. Just kind of see it. This is a volcanic region, and hot springs are a telltale sign of volcanic activity. Let's look at Yellowstone. All right, so maybe we should get back to building because we got a whole lot to do. A whole lot to do. Oh man, I'm just thinking it's gonna this project right here, just this island, this first island. Come on, Elytra, work with me. Just this one island here is taking a lot of work and effort. Remember, we have to do that entire island over there, which is larger, and we have to terraform the volcano because I don't like how it looks like a plateau. So we got to remove all the lava stuff. We got to make this more cone shaped, and I plan on making it almost like 2 cones shaped. How do you say it? It seems like a simple name, but I'm going to struggle with it. Alet? Hello and welcome to the stream. I'm terrible at reading and most things. But, alright, so we got to reshape this volcano, and I want to make it almost like 2 volcanoes kind of right next to each other. I've said this before in other streams and videos, is that I want to make it seem like there was a volcanic eruption that erupted from the side, similar to Mount St. Helens, and then it formed over the eons of hundreds of thousands of years of to make another volcano next to it that kind of formed out to be the dominant one. So have like a little smaller cone to one side and then a larger one right here. But it's gonna be a dormant volcano in a sense, like it hasn't erupted in forever and ever. So we're gonna have foliage and stuff growing on it. It's a huge project, way bigger than what we're doing over here. But alright, let's get back to putting down some things. But thank you, Fanny, for the super chat. You will be forever immortalized in the zoo now, regardless of if somebody beats you for the top super chat amount. That'll be awesome. Yeah, hopefully it all turns out alright. Like it's kind of a lofty goal, lofty vision, but hopefully hopefully the volcano turns out alright. I do need to get to doing that here pretty soon, actually, because as we get closer to that area, which, I mean, that's coming up here pretty soon. Like, we've finished the bridge leading across there, so now we can actually get over to the volcano. Start adding exhibits over there. But yeah, as we get closer to that, it's going to be... I'm going to need that done. I do have plans for... an exhibit that goes on the inside of it. Doesn't make a lick of sense, but it is Minecraft, so you know, who cares. Oh, Todd, Oh, you did 1 cent short of his. Todd, thank you so much for the $20.01 super chat. It's not, it doesn't beat Fini. It's behind him by only 1 cent there, but thank you so much for that. See, you're actually already on here, but we have a times 2, so we're gonna update that to times 3. Eh. Oops. Let's Dad times 3 now. Look at that, biggity bam. Give you 3 exclamation marks for that one right there. Bam. Thank you so much for that, Todd. I'll try to get back on the server eventually. just trying to keep you on your toes, Finny. But yeah, thank you for the $20.01 super chat. That's awesome. You are, of course, forever immortalized in the zoo anyway. Just as you were in. Is he escaping? No. Okay. Just as as you were in the previous zoo. Todd, in case you guys didn't watch last season, Todd and Peter tied for the top super chat from last zoo after having a massive bidding war. So, do you give out the IP? This server is open to for people to join, but it's for people on my Patreon. So anyone who does the $5 tier, which that's the highest one I got. I'm not a huge guy. Does the $5 tier can get on the server? They don't need the IP because once you download the pack, it is listed in the multiplayer tab. But you need to be whitelisted on the server to get on. So, but yeah, so people can come and join this. Once people join the Patreon, they can just link their Discord, and once they link their Discord, they can go into the zoo chat that we have on the Discord, and there's a spot in there for listing your IP, or your IGN, so that we can get you whitelisted. And then you can come build a zoo. Come build a zoo. We recently did a little fun event with the server, which will probably be an episode coming out here shortly. I just got to get one last part of it done before I release it as a video. But server events and stuff, we do them occasionally. It's mainly everyone just kind of sticks to their zoo though and builds it and helps out with finding animals and stuff. Is it getting nighttime again? Holy cow. It really does seem like time flies when you're doing this. Just want to get this cliff edge built before sleeping. That's probably pretty good. What time is it? Can I sleep? Almost. 4 more minutes. But yeah, we do have several people that are on the server right now, and there's a lot of zoos being built. There's actually another or 2 content creators that I can think of that are making series from here as well. Megagran and Colin X Gaming, although I haven't seen Colin post anything in a while, but Megagran is still on top of it. She just posted one, yesterday, I think, the badger exhibit she built. I've got to get over there and actually see her zoo one of these days because it looks like it's really coming along. I've seen it in the videos, but I want to actually go look at it in person. Let's fall down here and break my legs. Always good to have goals. The Elytra did its thing again. Wow, how long have you been playing on the server? This one has been up for... What am I on? Episode 16 I just put out, so 4 months. I think we're on about 4 months. Or right around there. Yeah, so it's still relatively new. But we got a lot of building to do, so. And some of the people on here, like I said, Megagran for one, some of them are content creators, so we're definitely in it for the long haul, so we're not going anywhere. So if you're wondering if the server's gonna die down, well, I mean, it won't as far as like 2 people for sure, you know, like myself and Megaran, we'll be on here for quite a while. Time goes when you're having fun. Yeah, daytime always seems to get shorter. It seems shorter than the night, yeah, for real. I do have my coffee and I do have a Pop-Tart with me, so we're gonna get our nutrients from that. Try to survive. Man, I'm blowing through the stone too. There's no way that amount of stone that Maddie delivered is gonna be enough. There's an orca just chilling here in the water. Hi, buddy. Those things are everywhere out here. Making their clickety-clackety noises. This isn't a volleyball. Oh, a random guy. He snuck in here, too. I didn't even realize. Sorry, must have been reading chat or something. Welcome. Welcome. How's this look anyway? Is this looking good? Let me just jump at the killer whales and see. Oh yeah, no, it's working out. It's coming along nicely. Smoothest, most painful landing ever right there. Building terrain. Wow, this is grill. Oh, this is actually. Oh, I was looking at the wrong peninsula. I was like, this is almost done. Let's see. Your set. Only thing you're missing is. Oh my gosh, Peter is an adult beverage. Todd, I do have a beer. It's just in the mini fridge next to me. All right, so Peter, thank you so much for the $25 super chat. We are flying back to the entrance. Holy cow! You guys are holy. Let's go in for crash landing. All right. Actually, I didn't crash. How is that possible? All right, Finny, you didn't last very long, but thank you, Peter, for the $25. We're gonna have to quick adjust you here, and add Peter takes over the top spot again. Yeah, I guess he was like, nope, definitely not gonna be doing none of that whole me just being here for a couple minutes thing again. So, because last live stream he was only top super chat for a little bit before he got knocked off right away. So. But Peter, thank you so much for the top super chat amount. Let's see, we gotta update your sign. Didn't you actually do that? Like, aren't you on ×3 now? I thought you were on like ×3. I must have forgot last time or something. We're just gonna say yeah on that one. So Peter, there we go. I'm pretty sure because you did like a chat. You were like the first super chat, and then somebody else came along right away. And I don't know. I think it was ×3. We'll just say it is. Let's see. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, I couldn't let Todd or Finny have the fun exactly. Is that a challenge? Just slaps down the gauntlet on the table. But yes, thank you so much, Peter, for the $25. You are now the top super chat for the Lost Isles. Boy, I'm on 1x stream at this point. Oh, 1 times a stream. Oh, I get it. Okay. 1 time a stream. Oh, that means that he. Oh, this is Captain Cinnamon's parking spot apparently. All right, back over to here. We're gonna try to stay focused because you guys are active today. Holy cow! I'm still trying to wake up. The sign. Oh, this is. I put this here. Yeah, this buried treasure has been already found, so people don't show up here looking for it and try to dig it up. I understand that really. Yeah, after how active you guys were last season, I totally understand. In fact, you guys get like basically a free pass. You can you could just sit and enjoy, no problem. You know, actually that goes for everybody. You guys can all just sit and enjoy. It's fine. It's all good. Any super chats are greatly appreciated, but that's just a fun little thing I added just because I thought people might get a kick out of it. Was the Billboard of sponsors. How have you been, Peter? I haven't seen you on a lot. Yeah, Peter has been on for the streams, but he usually seems like he's got family stuff and like visiting people. I think actual social life, touching real grass stuff that he's been doing. So, which is actually probably a healthier thing than just sitting here watching a stream. But I advocate everybody get out every once in a while, or even more than once in a while. Watch that one, bad. I've been lurking in the last 2 streams. One of the stream lurkers, that's good. I'm one of those usually too. Like I'll tune into a stream, but I'll just kind of have it on in the background as I'm doing other things. I've said it before in other live streams that being a YouTuber, ever since being a YouTuber, especially a gaming YouTuber, I play significantly less video games than what I used to, because I spend more time now, working on the content. So it makes it difficult sometimes to catch videos and stuff I normally would. You guys both have been lurking in the streams, it would seem. I'm gonna run out of stone. I'm gonna run out of stone. How am I doing as far as connecting? I'm kind of guessing the entire time. I think we're getting pretty close. Looks like the sun's already setting again. Holy cow. Sounds like should be fun. I'll say but I'm sold. I might pop out to go to the street festival near me this afternoon. That sounds awesome, actually. I could go for that. Like I know sometimes we have like a county fair and stuff in the area that I live at, and good place to go get some funnel cakes and stuff. But I haven't gone to it this year. My ever since I having like knee issues earlier in the year, walking isn't super easy for me. So a lot of times I kind of miss out on some of those things because of that. I prefer just to stay sitting if I can. But I do like those things, so. Now you're making me hungry. And a funnel cakes. Ooh, cotton candy. Ooh. It's funny, a lot of this build that I'm doing in this last couple live streams, these aren't actually the exhibits. These are just the area in between them. It's a massive amount of work for just the area in between. I'm liking how this is turning out so far, right? And once we get the foliage in here and it starts looking more like this stuff over here or this right here. I noticed that the leaf color actually kind of changes here because these are 2 different biomes. This is more brighter green, which is fine. It's also by a volcano, which kind of makes sense, right? That would add more nutrients to the soils and stuff. Look at that sunset. Look at it. Get your screenshots. Alright, so this is done, right? I think it's done. Oh, right here, this is where we left off. Let's wait for a second, because in 1 minute I can sleep. But yeah, thank you guys so much for the super chats. Holy cow. Yeah. Peter, Finney, Todd, thank you, all 3 of you guys. I am definitely going to be running out of stone, though. That's something that's stressing me out right now because I don't know if I'm going to run out on the stream. Is the problem. I don't want to go stone mining on the stream, but if I have to, got to do what you got to do, you know. GReimer, did I hear you say all this stone is going to be grassed and treed over to make your biome? Yes. Yes, you did hear correctly there. it's not entirely covered. Like it's gonna be basically large patches of grass on it, and then yeah, it's gonna turn into this over here. This is the finished stuff. So everything that's above the sign is what the whole area is gonna look like. So yeah, but I have to do I gotta do a whole lot. There's so much stuff to do. It's just kind of bonkers how much work is actually still left to do on this thing. And now I'm making it a point now because for the last, I mean, I've been working diligently on the week of horror content, which by the way, that's coming up. So if, for those of you guys who don't know, the week of horror is a channel event I do where my channel gets invaded by horror games. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but I do like playing them every once in a while. And since this whole channel is about my adventures in video games, yeah, you're gonna get some horror games during the week of horror. But if you're not a fan of horror games and you're thinking, yeah, I just don't want to watch that stuff, you know, you're more than welcome to. But you should know that I still put my own little sense of humor on it. So you need more Pop-Tarts for that. Yeah, probably. You guys have, graciously contributed to the Pop-Tart fund, so I'll definitely be, getting more later. But the week of horror, I still put my own little spin on it. I still put my own humor and stuff into the videos. Some parts actually I found myself while I was in the editing room just laughing at, like I'm laughing at myself. so there's still, I think there's still some value in watching it, even if horror games aren't your thing. There just might be a couple of jump scares. Let's build this up here. Okay, goat. What do you think? Does it look good? Yeah? Alright. What's that right there? That doesn't look quite right. Let's see how my ball throwing ability is. I'm gonna land in the polar bear exhibit. Oh, that wasn't that bad. Yep, see, like I said, that didn't look right. Something was wrong with that. Bam, just like that. Actually, let's knock that down right there. Oh, there's a hole here that I must have missed. I forgot to cover my holes. Hazard, welcome. Landscaping 69420. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Hazard. Peter has reclaimed the top spot, just in case you're wondering, and it's going to cause you to lose sleep. So, Applefest, baby, nice. Might be get some pie. That sounds delicious. Let's see, I like to think that our contributions don't go to the kids. They go to Pop-Tarts and coffee and Nuclearis. Yeah, Nuclearis is actually really good. I haven't had that in a while though. I primarily have been like what I got my fridge stocked with right now is Leinenkugel Oktoberfest actually, but that's a seasonal beer. They don't make it all year round. So, but yeah, welcome Hazard. We are still landscaping. Once I get the stonework done though, we're moving on to the foliage, and I mean it's gonna be a little bit. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's gonna be a little bit. But once we get that done, we'll move on to the landscape, or to the foliage, and then things will start to come together. Well, actually, we'll move on to the grass first, then we'll move on to the foliage. Things will start to come together. Now, do I have this lit up properly? Just tried to fly and forgot my wings. Ooh, ouch. That got hurt. Tough on my ankles. Alright, could you change my name on the sign? Could you change your name on the sign to what would you like me to change it to? From downtown. Crazy Queenza, hello and welcome. GReimer, can you change my name on the sign to Volcanics? So it fits my Minecraft username? Sure, yeah, I can do that. Absolutely. Alright, let's see, Hazard right here. Your ×2, so I gotta try to remember that. Happy Tiger, welcome. Let's see, what do you want it to be? Do you want a capital V or not capital V? I'll do capital, yeah. I'll do capital V. Well, it's proper name after all. Volcanics. Right, like that. Just want to make sure I get it right. Yep. That looks right. And you were at ×2. Man, my typing skills are top notch. Bam, there you go. It's officially been changed. But yeah, Peter is currently the top super chat with $25. So any super chat of any amount will get you added to the Billboard of sponsors right here, though. There's still plenty of space for people. And if need be, I can adjust this wall or create another one. Probably. Yeah, I might be able to rework this. Basically, that's a good problem to have. So I'll figure it out when the time comes, or if the time comes. Goat! I do have to kind of remove the goats and stuff, you know? Like from the zebra exhibit, for example. Probably should move that one somewhere else. Ever thought about using overgrown stone and letting it spread all over the stone? Save you from having to place tons of grass blocks? Yes, I have. But I actually don't want it to grow on all the stone. That's kind of the thing. Like, I don't want it to grow on all the stone. I want it to actually remain kind of its own thing. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't mind actually keeping its own thing. So, like, there's patches that are going to remain stone just because I like how it looks, so... I'm guessing I missed a lot of stone placing. Yeah, yeah. It's been a lot. There's been a lot recently. Yeah, mossy. Yeah, I've been actually, I deliberately want to keep a lot of the stuff looking just like regular stone. Filling this in, trying to make it not look like crap. That's my quality standards around here, remember? Just try to make it not look like crap. I have a quality policy for all my builds. Try to make them look halfway decent. If only moss was available in 1.16.5. I miss moss. Yeah, that's true. Actually, moss is something I don't really build too much with, though. Like, mainly because it was added later, and I was still playing at 1.12 when it was added. Because I was playing the first, or the second zoo. I was still building the second zoo, and that was all brought in. Okay, this is slowly coming together. Reach. Got it. Oh, there's a hole. One of my holes are going to be showing there. More stone. Bring it on down to the hot bar. It's like cycling through GReimer. I'm making my own zoo on Bedrock, and I thought you could maybe react to it if it's finished, if that ever happens. I could. I think Bedrock, I think that is like cross-compatible, right? Like, because I think it's just the Windows version, right? I think so. But yeah, the Bedrock is a tougher version, I think, honestly. Like, it just doesn't play the same. It's a weird beast. I don't really care which version people play. I don't know, this thing's gonna fix this, alright. I want to actually grab that because sand is valuable. But yeah, honestly, for me, my whole thing is time. Time is always the thing that I'm limited to. It's incredible. I've told people before about how once you start making YouTube videos and stuff, your time just disappears. And it doesn't help that I got it doesn't help time-wise that I have the kids and the family and the full-time job thing. That's another thing that's difficult to manage. It's getting nighttime already. It's already time for me to sleep. Wow. Can I just like set that sticking off the cliff? I have Java, but my potato can't really handle Forge. Yeah, I mean certain mod packs are easier to handle, or certain mods are easier to handle. But yeah, one thing that's always good, and this is something that I knew I was going to eventually have to get when I started the channel was that I was gonna have to invest in a new gaming computer, which I did then, and now it's a few years old, so I might need to actually revisit that idea again. But yeah, if you don't have a computer that can run a lot of the games, then it's tough to play a lot of the games. They get choppy, they get stretching, they get they just don't work so well. This week of horror coming up has got some pretty awesome games in it too that have some pretty interesting graphics on them. And so knowing that I would have never been able to do this on my because I started my channel on a MacBook, like that laptop. So if you're watching like The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, or if you're watching the first season of Terraria, or any of that stuff way back, RL Craft, that was all done on just like a 15-inch MacBook Pro. There's nothing. But I think the Zelda one was probably my favorite one. I got Zelda working on my MacBook with a Xbox controller. So it was an Apple computer playing a Nintendo game on with a Microsoft controller. So yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do, you know. But yeah, the those earlier series and stuff, Ruby, I think Grim Eclipse I did way back in the day. Played through that whole game with Nora. I mean, those were done on just a potato of a computer too. Like it barely was running. So I already did this part. Interesting. I have it going inward. I forgot what I did last week already. But yeah, that works. Actually, I should probably tie that in a little bit right here. Hold on, let me just get up there real fast. Using stone as scaffolding. Yeah, something simple as that should probably be fine for that part. Yeah, so you don't, if you guys are out there and you're thinking about starting YouTube or whatever, and you wanna try it out, you know, and see what you can do, but you're like, I don't have a good computer. You don't really need one. After all, the thing you're selling isn't your epic awesome gameplay, because I mean, if anyone thinks I'm doing epic awesome stuff, I mean, the zoo is pretty epic. I don't know about awesome, but it's pretty epic. But this also doesn't require like a super strong computer to do. So you're really just showing the world yourself. So that's really what it is. Because after all, you guys have any idea how many gaming channels there are on YouTube? It's insane. Like if I was doing this because I thought, hey, I'm going to be super successful, that's a bad approach. Good way to get good and depressed then, because man, big surprise, you know, I'm not PewDiePie, so I'm just a dude playing a game. That's what I should actually refer to my channel. That's why I should rebrand from GReimer Gaming to Dude Playing a Game. Dude Playing a Game. I have to go around and do that basically everywhere. What I just did there, where I'm knocking out the bottom blocks here and filling it in with stone. But that's like something I don't mind doing, like off camera. Excuse me, I need to get through here. Excuse me, I need to get through here. Is there another one next to it? Yes, there is. Okay, excuse me, I need to get through here. Could probably just use an ender pearl to get right here in the first place, but what fun would that have been? I know a lot of people have strong feelings towards you know, a certain brand of computers, like they don't like Mac, or they don't like they're a fan of Mac but they're not a fan of PC or whatever. I don't really care. I use both, so it doesn't really faze me any. You played Tears of the Kingdom yet? I have not, actually. What's that one about? I don't think I've even... Oh, you're talking the Zelda. Yeah, okay, sorry, I thought Tears of the Kingdom was the name of the game, but no, yeah, the subtitle of it was Tears of the Kingdom. No, I haven't, actually. I've only ever played Breath of the Wild a little bit, which I gotta, if you guys haven't heard the story before, yeah, you know, it's a sad story, but I've got a spot in my heart for Breath of the Wild, even though I haven't actually, I've never beaten that game all the way through. Because when that game was announced, or when the trailer for that came out, and they announced the release date, I was overseas. I was deployed at the time, and I'm a huge Zelda fan. It's a favorite game series, actually, is The Legend of Zelda. Favorite game is the Ocarina of Time. So I was pumped when I saw that they were making another one for the Switch, and that it was it looked really good. You know, I was like, absolutely, I'm on board. I'm sold. And so I knew that getting a Switch, though, because they were coming out at the same time, that was going to be a little difficult, because especially when you're in the middle of a desert in the Middle East. So I was like, you know what, I gotta try to get one of these things. So my plan was, because it got released at the same time as I was getting back stateside, and my plan was to try to pick one up at the PX, because you had to pre-order them. You know, like if you didn't pre-order it, you basically didn't get it. But since I wasn't able to pre-order it because I wasn't in the States, I couldn't go someplace and say, yeah, I want to order it here. I was going to pick it up at the PX, the Post Exchange on base, because they don't do pre-orders at the Post Exchange. So it's first come, first serve. So I was like, I'll just try to be the first one there. The problem is that when you're back stateside, you're like demobilizing. You got out processing things you got to do, and you got appointments to meet, and big surprise in the military, you don't just have your free time to go do whatever, especially when you're coming back from deployment. So you, luckily though, we had these people that show up before we get there from our unit. They go back home like a week or two early, and they basically get everything ready for their unit to show back up in the States. So they figure out the barrack situation. They get the whole unit ready for like which defect they're going to be eating at, the whole thing, so they got to get ready. They got to get these things all taken care of, as well as their own out processing that they do at the same time. And they so when the rest of the unit then, like what I was part of, show up, we basically just show up. We already have a place to stay. We already got that all stuff sorted out, whatever, and then we start doing our own out processing. The bulk of the unit does their out processing. So those people were already done out processing, and so they were really just kind of twiddling their thumbs, waiting for the rest of the unit to finish, and they had free time. They had free time to just kind of wait, So I had offered to get somebody like a steak dinner at the Texas Roadhouse if they would go pick up a Switch for me, and I'd pay them for it. Obviously I wouldn't ask them to buy it for me, but I'd pay them for it. But then as a way of saying thanks, I'd get them a steak dinner, for taking care of that. And so many people, like everyone I asked, were all shaking me down, saying, no, you got to pay double. They wanted like $300 for it or something. I'm like, I'm not paying $300 for this. And they kept doing that. It kept bugging me for saying, no, you got to do this, guy, whatever. It was never just, yeah, I got you, man. No problem. It was it was a whole lot of them trying to benefit something for themselves because they knew somebody wanted something, and it's like, no. And so finally I just gave up. I said, don't worry about it. I just give up. I'll just get it whenever the heck they restock, I'll just wait months or whatever it takes, and when they saw that I gave up, like, oh, no, we can get it. I'm like, no, don't bother. Don't even bother. I'm not even going to play that game anymore. I'm done. I gave up completely. And so then one of them went and got it. And they said, no, don't worry about it. I just paid him for the Switch, and that was it. And I sat there looking at it in my hand when he went and got it or whatever. And I put it in my bag because I couldn't play it at the time. I didn't have the game. The game itself, we had ordered back home. So I had to finish my demo thing and then get back home for me to actually get the game. But I remember sitting there looking at the Switch in my hand and all the crap that those guys put me through just to get the thing. And I wasn't even happy about it. I wasn't happy about it at all. They ruined the experience completely for me. So when it came time to play Breath of the Wild, when I got it, because we ordered it, I got it. And I had that too. I didn't start it up. I didn't want to. I didn't want to play it. that's how bad it affected me. It was the weirdest thing, because of that experience with the runaround those guys gave me while I was trying to get the Switch in the first place. So I just didn't play it, and it was a good year or more before I finally plugged the thing in and played it, and it was all right. It's just that the hype had gone down by that point, so I didn't. I just didn't really get into it that much. So a lot of people were like really into Breath of the Wild when that came out, and I missed that train because I was too bummed from the crap those guys put me through. So yeah, I never actually did get around to playing it all the way through. When I did pick it up and start playing it, I did enjoy it, and it was fun, and it was all right. I see why people liked it a lot. It is kind of annoying that your tools have durability or your weapons and they break. I kind of miss the old school Zelda style where you just, once you get something, you got it. But yeah, and that's the reason why I haven't actually like played the game on the channel or anything even, is because of that. That's how bad that affected me. Because it was such a simple thing to do. Just a lot of them were going to the PX anyway. And they literally just had to pick it up. That was it. It was literally nothing. And like, I was gonna get them dinner. I was gonna get them food. And since we've just spent the entire year eating out of basically like little trailer setups that we had in the desert, and defact food for a solid year, you'd think that a nice Texas Roadhouse steak dinner would be something that people would be like, absolutely. But man, they were not really pleasant about it. Until my will broke, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, no problem, I got you, yeah," and yeah. So yeah, totally ruined the game. But I do remember when before I even played it, totally ruined it for me. I do remember seeing the trailer though the first time, and I've never been a fan of like the cell shaded look that Zelda's been going into. I do think that it works really good for Breath of the Wild. It's almost like they've kept up with it so much that now they've mastered it and made it actually look good, rather than, I always say that you look like Eugene the dentist elf from Rudolph, in like Wind Waker. I didn't like it. I was not a fan at all. And but I do think that they've mastered it now, and that it actually can be used properly to a point where it looks good, like as it is. So, but Tears of the Kingdom I haven't actually played yet, and I think it's because I never really got into Breath of the Wild is the reason why I wasn't as hyped as the rest of the world for Tears of the Kingdom. I know it's both tragic and hilarious, mostly tragic. Yeah, it is. It's kind of sad. I was a huge Zelda fan, so like when that trailer dropped for Breath of the Wild, got chills watching that. I watched that thing on repeat. I liked the concept. One, I like the concept that they actually had characters like talking in it rather than just text you had to read. People often will say that Link doesn't talk, and he doesn't in Breath of the Wild. He's pretty quiet in that one, from what I can see. But he has actually talked in other games where, like, he'll fill in a character. The one example I can think of is when you go back to your hometown in Twilight Princess to fill in one of the guys there as to what's going on. It just kind of fades to black, and then when it fades back, he's like, "So you're telling me that this is or whatever?" So Link told him what was going on there. He didn't just like, it wasn't like charades. So he does talk. It's just that he's generally quiet. There's also parts where he'll have to have talked, but they don't actually show it. Like in Ocarina of Time, when Zelda asks your name, and she's like, "Link, huh?" Do you think she just psychically figured that out? No, she, you told her. You verbally told her. So it does talk. So watch the last trailer of Tears of the Kingdom. I saw the, I don't know. I don't think it was. I think it was the announcement one, because then it was like a couple years. So I haven't seen the last trailer of it, but I saw the one where it looks like Ganondorf's reviving. I know he gets killed in Twilight Princess, but the whole timeline for Zelda, I guess it's got like 3 different timelines it follows. It's really confusing. Okay, I'm starting to free build here. I gotta actually get the wireframe back here, because actually that whole Zelda rant right there just made time go by so much faster for me. Holy cow, that was awesome. Get me on more of those things. But yeah, Breath of the Wild is something, actually, I wouldn't mind bringing that to the channel eventually if I can never get over that trauma. But yeah, they, because it is a really fun game. I remember enjoying it when I played it finally. But I didn't get very far into it, because I know you can beat that game like right away if you're good enough. I didn't, I'm not, obviously, I'm not good enough to beat it right away, but yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Breath of the Wild, should I bring it to the channel or no? I mean, Tears of the Kingdom is out now, so I'm a little bit behind the game, behind the hype for it. But okay, this part I was gonna do a cliff jutting up right here, actually, and this could actually connect to over here. It could create like a little bit of an overhang right here. This could be kind of cool. This could be nifty. Yeah. What if we connected it over there, and then up until where the zebra exhibit starts, this is actually an underground section. That would look kind of cool. I like the idea of there being parts that you have to walk under, you know, like it's not just open air the entire way through all these walkways. I like this part, for example. I like this. I think that's kind of cool. That's also where all the sponsors are. Oh, random guy took off. So I wouldn't mind adding a couple more of those things here and there. Especially there's going to be a new landmass right here, so let's get to that, actually. Let's give it a little bit of a change on the, like, the x-axis too, as well, so that it's not the same all the way. Alright, liking that. Liking that a lot. Alright. Good. Alright, so then we'll have a little bit that goes underground here, I think, instead. I'm also running low on stone. Let's grab some more out of here. Alright, so for this part right here, is that reindeer in the giraffe exhibit? How do they get out? How do they get out? They have to be able to jump the fence. It looks like they're trying to jump right there too, but they got to be able to actually clear it. Is that a reindeer in the giraffe exhibit? It's Chopper. Alright. Come here, Chopper. I know you guys can jump this fence, like I can jump over it with you guys, but do you jump the fence is kind of my question. See, you're trying, but you're not able to, because as far as I know, animals, when they're just walking, they can only jump 1 block tall, which is why these guys can't clear this. But for some reason, this guy is just getting out every once in a while. Now, I can if I use the elytra. Yeah, there we go. But they don't have elytras, so where are they getting the skill? Just seeing if they have any way to escape. I don't think so. Okay, so for this cliff edge, I'm going to be starting right there with the overhang kind of going right there. This has got to be connected to over here. Now, I'm cool with this being steep, but I kind of want to keep it steep kind of like this. Actually, this looks kind of... Whoa. Do I have haste? I have haste, that's why. I'm going to do something like that, just kind of change that up just a wee bit. But yeah, it's steep kind of like this. I don't really want it to be just a gradual slope going up there, so I do want to at least have a little bit of elevation change, abrupt elevation change, like right here. I'm just trying to get this first layer basically down. Something kind of like that. And that way, you know, it's obviously not the pathway, you know. That's what I was going for. So this I still need to pretty up to make it look like the actual pathway. And then, yeah, obviously that, yeah, there's so much to do. Gotta I gotta stay focused on one thing here. All right, so let's create the shape of this body of land right here. We're gonna put like a center spine going down it, and we'll stick with that. Although it is getting kind of dark out. Oh, totally missed that. Totally whiffed. Come on, you can do it. Third time's a charm. But yeah, this is what it's gonna look like in the end. That's the plan anyway. Oh, it's actually still really early. Hold on. I can actually probably get this started. Let's go right here. In fact, we're going to have this come out. Yeah, I can leave it there. We're going to have this come out actually a little bit. Before coming back in. Elytra, please. There we go. Now I can sleep. So yeah, now this is going to come back and start sloping downward. So I got to try to get this. Alright, let's connect that. Yeah, this is gonna be a tricky one to get. Oh yeah, no, we can get that. Alright, so the shape of this thing, let's just glide on down over here. It's like that. Maybe even make this a little bit more pointed on this end, I'm thinking. Might look a little bit better. Stretching. Yeah. So yeah, you know, cliff edges and palm trees and stuff are kind of what I'm going for here. Yeah, let's see. What do you think the odds are I can land on top of that with an ender pearl? That's like really not likely gonna happen, but it'll be fun just to try once. I don't think I threw it far enough. Not even close. I fell a little short. That'd be easier throwing it from this way. Too bad we can't do a counter for all the times during live stream GReimer has to chase down an escaped animal. Exactly. That, well, I mean, it's usually just the reindeer. Yeah, it's usually just the reindeer. They're the ones that keep getting out. Alright, so if we... something like that, I'm thinking will help out quite a bit with that shape that I was going for. Alright, let's... missed it. Let's get right over here and we're going to do the same thing. Alright, now this thing connects somewhere down here. Right here. I can't tell. I think it's right here. I'm trying to look at that and get a rough guesstimate as to what I'm doing for the angle of this, so. Alright, that actually worked out pretty good. I don't know, do any of you guys out there have a favorite video game franchise? Legend of Zelda actually is mine, even though I don't play it as much of it on this channel. I think the only 2 Zelda games I played were Ocarina of Time and Link's Awakening on this channel, so... But it'd be interesting to know if you guys have a favorite. I'm a big Zelda fan and Final Fantasy. Mark, oh nice. Final Fantasy, I played one of those games back in the Super Nintendo era, but that was about it. Pokemon, absolutely, I played the heck out of Pokemon. I'm a big nerd. You and a whole lot of other people apparently. Then, if being a fan of Pokemon, that makes you a nerd. Evan Mouse. I think it's pronounced Mouse. Welcome. Let's see. At the moment, I'm really into Shin Megami. I can't even say that. What's that one about? It sounds like it might be. Well, actually, I have no idea what that would actually be about. Pokemon and Plant Zoo and Coaster. Nice. That one actually I haven't even heard of, the Shin one. It's the greatest choice. Same with the Persona. Persona actually sounds familiar. I've heard of that one. Just fall down here, smash my face into as many rocks as possible. I have a mega weakness for JRPGs. Nice. Yeah, Pokemon, man, that game I played a lot of those. The handhelds, those games were kind of nuts. This is the staircase leading up. Kind of looks like it. Might be able to fix that just a little bit, but I need a little wiggle room. Just a little change in it there. Personally, I adore Zoo Tycoon 2. It's my comfort game. Nice. I played way back in the day. I played Dino Park Tycoon. If you guys remember that game, and I remember I could never get a park going. I'd always go bankrupt. I'd never be able to do it. I could never figure out how or why or what. And it was like, I think the very last time I played it, because we had it on a computer actually at our school, and the very last time I played it, I found out that if you build a parking lot, it would actually like work. Then that was one thing I was always missing. I thought people just showed up and saw stuff, but no, you had a parking lot. And so I got a successful Dino Park going on the last day I played it, but I didn't get to enjoy it too much then. Okay, so now what we need is that we need a connecting point from there to over here. Plus this cliff edge. Yeah, we need a connecting point from over there. So, let's get the balls out. Let's go balls out for this one. There we go. See, especially with mods, nice. Yeah, for Zoo Tycoon 2. Alright, so we gotta connect over there somehow. Alright, so what if we had this? It looks like right here is where it's going to be connecting, actually. So up until then, this is still going to keep coming down. About right here. where it's going to connect to this. Like so. So these are going to connect basically. And then from there it's going to go into that. Probably going to have to add a little bit more elevation change to it on top there, but that's... I don't actually like how it just slopes down like this. Might change that up here in a little bit. Let me focus on this part first. The bears are making their noise. Where did that block go? I just heard one place, but... Weird. Ghosts. There's ghosts in here or something. Just want to make sure that polar bear's not attacking. Sun is setting again. Holy cow. The days blow past. Come on. I was trying to use the scroll wheel. It just wasn't working. See that, my fingers weren't. Who knows? Earliest game series I remember playing was Oregon Trail and the one Apple... oh, the Apple computer library at school. Earliest game I remember playing is Space Invaders, I think. Space Invaders and Pong, that kind of stuff. Whatever the Atari had. Bricks. That's the earliest I remember. Man, video games have changed quite a bit in that time. Can you even imagine, like, telling somebody that this is what it would turn into? Like, even though this... Like, we're deliberately keeping it block-based now. Like... Like, we could make this look realistic if we wanted to, but we're just not. Like, telling them that, hey, you know, we have Pong. Oh, I have a zombie problem somewhere. But we have, you know, Pong and these bricks and stuff like that. But one day, we're going to have graphics so good that when you're underwater, you can see God rays coming, coming through the water. Does that guy have a trident? It does not have a trident. Yeah. One day, you know, we have games like this. And upside down giraffes. Floral Peach, hello and welcome to the stream. I see. Oh, that was just the first series. First game I played was that was a Pong system. Nice. Yeah, Oregon Trail. I remember playing that too. I'd always try to cross the river, and my stupid oxen would die or something like that. When I was younger, I had an obsession with Farmville. Farmville, I remember that. Yeah, the game that was played big time. My mom and I played the heck out of that on Facebook. I think I logged into it again, like maybe 3 years ago or something, to just see if the farm was still there, and it was, because I had one of those ever-growing rings or ever-fresh rings or whatever it was, so that my crops never died. But even if I didn't harvest them on time, so it was still there. But there were so many pop-ups that just kept coming up. I couldn't actually play it. Like, it kept going for like a good 10 minutes, and I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm done. I just left. Try this expansion. Try this one. Try this whatever. And I'm not even exaggerating. Like I was unable to play because it was constantly interrupting me. So yeah, that's not an exaggeration. See, I had a zombie problem in here. I heard it probably right here. Let's get the balls out again. Alright, I had heard zombies in here. Now, this isn't exactly a part that people are going to be walking around in anyway, so not that big of a deal, but still, you know, it's a principle of the matter. Try to keep them out of here. For some reason, I have a couple spawnable places here that I don't need them. Right here. Black Rose, welcome. Let's see, Pokemon Red on Game Boy Color, or Sonic. I'm saying Pokemon Red was actually, I mean, you probably could play it on Game Boy Color, maybe. Not sure, but Pokemon Red was on the original Game Boy, actually. First I have memories of playing. Nice. Yeah, Sonic, man. We'll talk about an old school game there too. Like, played so much of that. I never actually had a Sega Genesis, but whenever I had went over to a friend's house who had it or something, we just played the crap out of that. And then they well, I guess it's not so recent anymore, but several years back, they made those movies with Sonic, which was an interesting thing. I've never actually seen anything like that come together that way in movies before, where the fan backlash was not only so well, I've seen extreme backlash in films, but it was extreme, and having the movie actually listen to the fans. That was a weird concept, and lo and behold, it made them a bunch of money. Weird. It's the strangest thing. Give the fans what they want, and it just kind of makes you a bunch of money. Who would have thought? Weird business strategy, right? I think there was an old saying in business that says, always give the customer what you want, but or what they want, but I mean, I guess people have forgotten about that in more recent times. I get the concept, though, like, of like filmmakers, so filmmakers a lot of times, I went to school for film, so film is something that I actually am big into, but I understand filmmakers saying, it's an art, no, it's my vision and stuff like that, and that's absolutely true if you're not using an existing IP. If you're making an original film, and you can put your own artistic spin on it, sure, but if you're making if you're using an IP that exists already, like Sonic the Hedgehog, for example, you need to make them look like Sonic. There is no creative way of viewing it, in that case. Otherwise, you should just name it something completely different. Make it something different. Make it your own thing then, because if you're going to use the term Sonic the Hedgehog, it better look like Sonic the Hedgehog. But if you're going to make some whole new story, only if they did that with cats. Yeah, cats became a meme, didn't it? Like, on how horrifying, how horrifying it was. Like the mix between humans and cats, and it was just terrifying looking. I do get a kick out of that. That was some of the scariest looking scenes ever in video, in any kind of media, and it wasn't even meant to be a horror film. Come on, Elytra. Like right there, for example, the Elytra just kind of caused me to have a seizure for some reason. River Raid on Atari, nice. God, old school games there. Yeah, big shocker, if you have a fan base that you're moving into, and this applies to any. Think of any. I mean, it's happened with almost every single IP out there now these days. But if you have any existing fan base, and like a company buys it up so that they can tap into that existing fan base, and then they change things, it's like, why did you waste your money on this if you were just going to change it into something completely different? You could have just sat back and collected a paycheck. I think the most noticeable one that I've seen is the most one that hurts me the most is got to be Star Wars. I like Star Wars a lot, and I had very high hopes when I heard that Disney bought it up, because they got the funding, they could do this, I was looking forward to it, but I did have some questions after watching their first movie they put out that they didn't really answer ever, or if they did, it was like the weakest. explanation possible. I remember people having a discussion with one of the guys in my unit when I was overseas, because The Force Awakens had come out. We were overseas, and we were having a big old discussion about Rey, her parentage, you know, like where she came from. One guy said she was a Kenobi because of in the Clone Wars, Obi-Wan had that thing with that one chick that that they think they may have had a kid together or whatever, but you know, in that storyline, that's not actually what happened. He would have left the Jedi Order for her, it would seem, but they never actually did get together, so that didn't make much sense to me, so I was a little confused. I assumed she was a Skywalker, since from what I know of, after Luke took over everything, he had Mara Jade, right? He had a wife, so I assumed that it was somehow connected, and like there had to been a really interesting explanation as to why she was left on Jakku and stuff, because when you look at like there's a couple examples of like Force users having children that end up also becoming rather strong. Look at Starkiller and the Force Unleashed and stuff. But as far as anything being like blood related, really, because usually it's just like, oh, you had a Jedi parent and they taught you as you were raised, and because your parent was a Jedi, you have an aptitude for the Force, and that's about it. But as far as blood related, the only ones that basically were guaranteed to be like awesome were the Skywalkers. So that's why I was like, well, she seems pretty awesome, so I'm gonna say that's a Skywalker, you know. But no, it turned out it wasn't. It was Palpatine. Now, as far as I know, I don't know of any Sith that actually had passed on their lineage, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that one. But spoiler for those of you who haven't seen any. You've had plenty of years. but yeah, with Rey being a Palpatine, actually. I was like, what? And also with Palpatine coming back, I was like, what? There's so many what moments in that didn't make a lick of sense, and it hurts because it's like, you guys, this was a slam dunk. There's already the existing universe out there, the expanded universe. You literally just pay some royalties to an author, and then just rake in your billions of dollars. Just make the movies. I make the books into movies. You have just dozens and dozens of novels you could just go from, you know. They kind of are now that they've kind of run amok a little. They kind of are. They're doing the heir to the Empire thing in Ahsoka, or at least a version of it would seem. So they're trying now, but I mean, it's like, you guys could have had a huge success that would have dwarfed like Marvel. All you had to do is just not screw with the existing story. What film scared me the most, as far as like a horror film, or are you talking about like the possibility of it doing really good because it's an existing IP, and then them just butchering it? Because that would definitely be Star Wars. But I mean, I get into a discussion sometimes, or I have gotten into a discussion with one of my friends out there, Chris, about the Obi-Wan show, for example. He loved it. He loved it. And I don't knock on anybody who loves the shows or who loves what they're putting out now. If you're finding pleasure in them, by all means, go enjoy, you know? Because, in fact, I kind of envy you in many ways, because I wish I could. I can't. Being, like, the film student in me just keeps coming out like, that doesn't make a lick of sense. It just it just bugs me every time I see it. But Obi-Wan was one of those series that could have been good, but they advertised it correctly, with him looking after Luke on Tatooine and stuff. But then you watch the show, and I mean, another spoiler if you haven't seen it, it has nothing to do really with Luke on Tatooine. In fact, very little of it is on Tatooine. It has everything to do with Leia and chasing her, going on some crazy adventure with her across the galaxy. It's like, wait, hold on. Time out. Your brain like just can't comprehend it sometimes. Because like if you watch A New Hope, she doesn't seem to know who Obi-Wan is. She refers to him as working with her father. You know, years ago you served my father in the Clone Wars, you know, and he begs for your help again. Okay, I mean, people say that, well, that she was being secretive, right? Because she didn't want the Empire to know that she knew him too. Well, she was already captured. She was in the process of being captured. The gig was up. There's no reason to hide it anymore. So yeah, it didn't make it. It just none of it made sense. None of it made sense at all. Plus, the meeting with Vader and Obi-Wan didn't make any sense, since you see them later in the films, or they appear to have not seen each other since their first encounter or their last encounter in the movies, and so the whole thing was just a mess. It was just a mess. And when I say it could have been good, there could have been a threat to Luke on a planet on Tatooine. There could have been something that Obi-Wan got wrapped on up into that almost alerted Vader of his presence. That, you know, because the Inquisitors were out there looking and stuff. He could have even had an encounter with a Inquisitor that once did find out where he was, and the gig was up, and he was totally caught, and he had to actually defeat this really tough Inquisitor to actually prevent him from being found out where he was, prevent Luke from being found out. It would have been epic. It could have been awesome. But they didn't do any of that. And films in general, the scariest film in general. See, it sort of depends on what age you watch the film, right? You know, because I watched the Evil Dead was actually on when I was a little kid at a campground once, and it was just some teenagers watching it, and they didn't obviously care if a kid was there, so I got to watch some of that when I was a little kid, and that scared the bejesus out of me. But I mean, looking back on it, yeah, it's kind of a creepy film, but not something I'd say now would scare me very, very much. Same thing with Event Horizon. I saw parts of Event Horizon when I was younger, and I think that one still bugs me. So maybe that one might be one of the creepiest ones I've seen. That one's pretty bad. The sci-fi with the ship that is gone missing and comes back, and you find out that it ended up actually literally going to hell and back, and it brought back like things on it. It was that's a pretty creepy one. The scene with the crew getting killed, yeah, that was bad. Definitely not PG. What's my favorite Marvel movie? The Love CF, welcome to the stream. Iron Man, the original Iron Man. I love it. It's just such a well-rounded film. I like how the end credit scene is what kind of opens it up to be something more, you know, because they didn't know if it was going to be anything or not. And it was a film where they had to actually kind of risk it all to get it made, and so you know for a fact that they were doing things as correctly as possible to make sure that film was put together correctly without any hiccups or issues on it. And so the script was tightly written. The action scenes were incredible. The character development was on point. And that's the reason why it spawned the MCU in the first place. It's because everything was done perfect. It's dang near perfect film. So for me, it's small films like, it's films like Small Soldiers and Toy Story freak me out. Well, wait, thinking like talking toys, you know, are they're scary or something? Yeah, no, actually, I can see what you're talking about. Thanks. This is my first time coming to one of your streams. Love your content. Keep it going. Hey, thanks, man. Really appreciate it. I hate horror films, so the scariest movie I've watched is Scooby-Doo. I mean, yeah, you know, to be fair, that could be actually really terrifying from a certain point of view anyway, so. We need to get back over here because this is where the next... Let's just kind of create a ledge for me to stand on here. This is going to be where the next part of this is connected to, and I kind of needed to start going up. Yeah, I could go on for hours and hours about certain films and stuff. I really do think that the answer is the easiest. There is a very loud group of people, especially online, that don't really represent the common moviegoer. So it's easy to get confused sometimes when you listen to people complaining about what they want to see in film when they don't really care. Simon Holmes, welcome. Horror movies, love them. What's going on? Yeah, we're talking films in general. We're talking a little bit about horror films too. How many palm trees have been made so far? This stream, none. We're still working on the stonework, but a lot. This is the official number. But yeah, they don't really care about the films really. They have other things that they're trying to convey in them, you know. So they have other personal beliefs or whatever. They're just trying to get in there to get out to as many people as possible. They don't really care about the story. They don't really care about any of that stuff. So, but when you find a movie that sticks to like story strictly, like they stick to the script, the story, you get movies like Iron Man. You get movies like Onward. Have you ever seen Onward? Onward is a great movie. Holy cow. That one kind of caught me off guard. I did not expect that to be very good. But it was a fantastic film. You get movies out there that are story driven completely, and everything else about it, the animation, the visual effects, the acting, all pours into that, and it's so cool to see. Yeah, I love films that pull that off. And they can be about anything, actually, any topic whatsoever. They don't even have to be about anyone's personal beliefs, or they can be about someone's personal beliefs. I think it was what was it? It was Stan Lee actually said it about because someone talked about social issues, for example, in comics, and he actually said that they actually should be a driving force in comics, but they can't slap you over the face. They can't slap the reader over the face with them, otherwise you're gonna turn people off. And that's true. You can make some of the greatest social commentary in your story, even if it's stuff that people don't agree with, and they can still relate to it. In fact, it's the best way to do it, because if you get people that don't agree with it, they can open their viewpoints a little bit. They can actually listen. Most people don't really listen these days to each other. They don't actually try to interpret a person's point of view, and they just kind of put up a wall. So if you can break that wall and you can actually convey a message to them on something that they necessarily might not agree with, they can at least understand it. And that's the whole point, right? That's what you'd like to. You like to get somebody who doesn't agree with you to at least understand where you're coming from. And it's amazing how much in common people end up having then when you think about, or when they actually reach that point. So movies, comics, things like that, that's a great way to do that. Storytelling, art, that's a fantastic way to reach a lot of different people and convey a lot of different messages. And mainly, like I said, what Stan Lee said, don't force it down people's throat, because nobody's going to receive that very well. But, let's see, I watched Pink Floyd's The Wall, and as for The Dark and Disturbing, I wasn't fazed by it. Actually, I remember watching movies that kind of tripped me out because I was really young and I didn't really know what was going on, but it was just creepy. Like The Never-Ending Story, for example. I watched that when I was young, and that was a weird movie. I don't actually remember it. I kind of want to go back and rewatch it now, because it's been 25 years, or no, more than that. 30. It's been like 3 decades. So I should probably rewatch that. Should watch Spirited Away, the Princess Mononoke. I don't know how to say the last word, but we should watch Spirited Away. I've heard of that. Wait, isn't that is that about horses? Or am I confusing that with something completely different? Never-Ending Story scared the hell out of me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Onward is great. That's true. Onward. If you haven't seen Onward, go watch Onward. That's a good movie. Really, really good movie. I don't even want to spoil that one, because that one's still pretty new-ish. A couple years old only. But yeah, definitely go watch that one. But it seems like such a goofy premise, and that's that other point that I can make here and show to people, is that it doesn't matter what your premise is. It can be the weirdest thing. That one was about what, like fantasy worlds, if they were real and if they had come to life, kind of like and evolved the same way we did technologically wise. So like you get like centaurs and elves and stuff like that that are living with like the internet and they have their light bulbs and modern day technology and stuff. So Onward is good. I remember I used to refuse to watch Hocus Pocus because of the DVD pictures scared the crap out of me as a kid. Hocus Pocus, actually, I've watched that again recently when I got a little bit older too, because that was another one I watched as a kid, and it was freaky, and so I hadn't really watched it again. But Hocus Pocus was actually a really, really good. I heard they made a sequel that was not very good, but the first one was really, really good. And and it's just a good, fun film. And the whole thing, I feel kind of bad because the whole film is centered around that kid, kind of, well, not getting outed, but centered around him and them making fun of him in many cases, being a virgin. Because remember, he lit the candle, the black flame candle, which brought the Sanderson sisters back, right? And their curse that they had put on it right before they were hung back in, what, the 1700s or whatever, was, yeah, they hang them in the beginning of that film too. That's the other thing. This is a Disney film. They're just hanging people in it. And so, like, modern day, you'd be like, oh, that's just too horrible. You can't show that. No, Disney used to actually have some stones on them where they'd actually show things, because that's what happened. You know. So the Sanderson sisters were hung in the beginning of that, and they made that curse saying that on Hallows Eve, you know, a virgin would light the black flame candle, and that would bring them back. And so that was the whole myth, you know. And so, I mean, coming from a teenage guy's perspective, all right, what she is in that film, you're trying to impress this girl, whatever, that you're hanging out with. Maybe doing something to out yourself as being completely inexperienced is probably not the best approach, but he also didn't believe it was real. So, but I do get a kick out of how he offers her the chance to light the candle, and she just shrugs it off like, no, because I don't know if she just doesn't want to, or if she wants to let him know that's not going to do anything. Man, I don't know. But, yeah, Hocus Pocus though was a pretty crazy film. You know, they stuck the witches in the kiln at the school, right? Like, they tried to roast them. I'm kind of surprised that didn't work, to be honest. So, 90s Disney's live action was very gory. Yeah, it was actually a little bit more edgy, wasn't it? I mean, there's boob jokes in that movie too, because remember, his younger sister catches him kind of fantasizing about that Allison chick, and she says they meet up with her at the Halloween party thing, and she says, what's his name, Max, I think it is the main character in that one. He this is weird. My memory can remember things like this, but I can't remember like important details, like, you know, what my kids are doing today. But she said what, like, saying that Max loves her. What did she call it? What did you call it, Max? She says her yabos. I just like, what? So, I mean, those films, like I said, it's 90s. It's 90s kids films. Those things were way more edgy than modern day adult films these days, actually, like, or films that are aimed for, you know, older audiences. And it's awesome. Allison was a baddie, though. I understand. Yeah, Allison was, actually. That's the other thing, is that she was much more thicker skinned than most characters that are written today. Allison in that film. She was tough. And yeah, you can take a joke, too. GReimer, what's your favorite movie? Favorite movie is Return of the Jedi. It's not the best Star Wars movie. Like, I would probably still give that to Empire Strikes Back. But Return of the Jedi is still my favorite. I just love how it wraps everything up. And yeah, it's a soap opera in space, effectively, is what... is what Star Wars even is. So some of the stuff is kind of cheesy, like, oh yeah, Leia's your sister now, which wasn't really hinted at too well in the earlier ones and stuff. So yeah, it's kind of some cheesy stuff like that then later had to be kind of retrofitted into like the rest of the stuff. But even still, whatever. You know, it just, I like how it all comes together, and I absolutely love the way that at the end when Vader dies, he's been the bad guy this entire time. Everyone's like, oh my god, he's unstoppable, because he is. You know, that's the point. But when he finally dies, I've seen people reacting to those movies where they actually get choked up or teary-eyed because it's actually genuinely sad. You see the bad guy die, and you're genuinely upset about it. So they did a really good job at that one. So Caroline's scared. Yep. I mean, as far as a kid, yep. You know, kids' movies these days are too cartoony. That's true, they are. I don't mind kids having cartoony films at all, but I do think that there is something to be said to hiding reality, you know, completely. Because, like I said, the Hocus Pocus, I love that film as a kid. Scared me a little bit in some spots, but it was about witches, so of course it would. Oh, Corey, I see your dinosaur face pop in there. I totally missed you popping in there, but I got you now, man. I see you. Welcome. But yeah, there's some great films out there, even kid films. You know, I mentioned Onward recently, or as a good one that was made recently. That's a great film. good family film too, and it involves certain things. Because if you look at the family dynamic in Onward, the mother has like remarried and stuff, so they got a stepdad, and so that kind of covers, you know, maybe you would think that would mean that maybe there's a broken family there, and in a way there was, but it wasn't because like they split or anything. It was because their father passed away. So it hits on a kind of a touchy subject, because, you know, there are people who pass away and their families then move on, and their kids end up getting stepdads and all that other stuff like that. It's just likewise, there's, you know, marriages that end, and then stepdads come into the picture, step-parents. And so it's something that you can tiptoe on a little bit, because it is something that affects real people. It is something that exists in the real world. So there's no point in hiding it. You know, you might as well just show it and get it out there. And in this case, in Onward's case, it was their dad had passed away, and that's the driving force in the whole story. So have I seen Totoro? No, I have not seen that. No, I'm sorry, I have not. Glum. Will you do a vintage beef and go around people's zoo when everyone is finished and stuff? Yes, I do actually intend on doing that. I do want to do zoo tours from the server. So even if you don't have a channel or something and you're planning on making a zoo, I do want to go and actually do, if not one video per zoo, a big montage of going around and actually looking at all the zoos. It's like a big episode type thing, where we go and we look at all the different zoos that have been built around the server. That is on my to-do list, but that will be later in the season, basically, once everyone's finished, once I'm finished, or close to finish at least. But that is the game plan, yeah. Imagine if GReimer became a lifting channel. GReimer Gains. Every day is leg day. Yeah. I need to bulk. Is there a film that you thought had potential to be interesting? Is there a film you thought had potential, meaning it wasn't interesting? Have you seen... Have I seen Guardians of the Galaxy 3? Marvel dropped the first half bomb. I haven't seen Guardians of the Galaxy 3 yet. I've actually seen very few Marvel films since Endgame. I saw the Spider-Man movies when they came out, and that was about it. Actually, yeah, that was it. I've only seen the Spider-Man movies since then. None of the rest of them have really piqued my interest. Before Endgame, I've watched every Marvel movie, and Marvel kind of made a little bit of a mistake. All my animals are in a mine shaft looking thing right now. Nice. But yeah, Marvel kind of made a big old hiccup, big old mistake, and that is that it didn't seem like they had a game plan for after Endgame, which is a real shame, because they had a huge wave of momentum going, and it would have, in my opinion, it would have been a perfect opportunity for them to bring in other more established, you know, IPs and characters and stuff that, because remember, Iron Man and Thor and everyone like that, Captain America, people who read comics knew of them, and people probably kind of knew of the names. But if someone were to come up to you prior to the Marvel movies coming out and ask you, what's Iron Man's origin? What would you have known? Demonic, welcome back to welcome to the stream. You know, would you have been able to know it if you didn't know anything about the films? You know, because the films didn't exist. Or, you know, what's Captain America's origin? Just a common person on the ground who didn't read on the street who didn't read comics, would they have known it? No. These are, now if you go up to a regular person and ask them, what's Batman's origin? Yeah, well, his parents died, and it traumatized him, became Batman. Yeah, people would know that, you know. So yeah, that was oh yeah, the Dark Crystal films. Yeah, I actually don't know if I've ever even really seen those all the way through, but just the imagery from them, weird elf-looking thing, whatever that is, that kind of freaked me out. But yeah, so they took basically sort of D-list heroes, because that's all they had in their arsenal at the time, Marvel, and that's what they got their film studio going on, because they didn't really have a film studio when they made the first Iron Man. It was kind of a fresh thing, you know. So they had to get loans, they had to do everything. They bet a lot on that first Iron Man movie, and it paid off. But they had to take whatever existing IPs they had, because they couldn't do Spider-Man, that was licensed out to Sony. They couldn't do X-Men, that was licensed out to Fox. they couldn't do any of their big hitters that people knew of because those were all licensed out. So they had to take whatever they had left and work with that. And I think the limitation that they had on them was a good thing because it forced them to have to do things correctly. They had to do a really captivating story using heroes that not many people were familiar with. So it worked out great. How long I'll stay, but I'm dealing with migraines since yesterday. Oh, sorry to hear that, Orskull. Hopefully you feel better. But welcome to the stream. But yeah, you know, what do they say? When they say like altercation or struggle, basically, whatever the word is. I'm forgetting what the word is off the top of my head, but struggle creates creativity, basically, or breeds creativity. It forces you to have to do things differently, and oftentimes to success if you do them correctly. And I think that's what happened in Marvel's case. But then they built up this huge multi-year story then leading up to it was the Infinity Saga is what they were doing, and they led all the way up to Infinity War and then in the Endgame, and huge returns, massive returns. All right, so perfect. And then after that, it's almost like they were like, oh crap, yeah, we forgot we were supposed to do something. This would have been a perfect time if they wanted to reboot like the X-Men franchise, because they had acquired Fox, right? They bought up the rights to that again, so they could have actually just gone into doing the X-Men, bringing them into it. That would have been fantastic. People recognize the X-Men. So let's see. Well, Marvel finally has the rights to the Hulk, so hopefully he'll be so much better and less nerfed than he is. That would be nice. People didn't generally like the first Hulk movie. I remember the one with Edward Norton in it. I actually thought it was fine. I actually kind of liked it. In fact, I especially liked the big fight at the end of it. Because he was pretty hardcore in that one. But a lot of people apparently didn't really resonate with that one, so but yeah, the Hulk is a character that I don't think they've used quite well either, so I think that he was used pretty good starting off, but then yeah, kind of became more of a joke. I randomly wanted to bring up a series, The Future is Wild, a series about the future of life on Earth. That would be interesting. I like kind of like those glimpses into the future to see, like, you know, either after human civilization what the Earth becomes and stuff. So I loved Edward Norton's Hulk. Yeah, actually, I think he did pretty good. Let's see, I'm excited for Kang Dynasty and Secret Wars. Apparently, it's going to be a big multiverse thing. I'm hoping to see the 3 Spider-Man. Yeah, the multiverse thing is a double-edged sword when you think about it, because although it's cool because you can do things like what they did with Spider-Man No Way Home, where you got the villains from the past and bring them back, it creates one issue, though, is that it nerfs death. You know, because if people die, well, they exist in the multiverse, you can always bring them back in some fashion, you know? And so, you know, death has a huge ramification, or it's supposed to be a really heavy thing. But if you can always just yank somebody from world 346 or whatever, then and then get them back, just maybe a slightly different version of them, and they didn't really go anywhere. So there's that caveat to it. But it is cool to explore all those different things, though, too. So. So it's like a double-edged sword. Cool things, but at the same time, kind of nerfs other things that were supposed to have much more of an impact. Let's see. Banana Hulk looked weird. Yeah, I think Ed's Hulk looked the best. Yeah, I thought the visual effects. I know that they made a Hulk movie before that too. That wasn't actually like Marvel making that one. And it was pretty bad. but yeah, the one with Edward Norton I thought was pretty good. I also heard that Edward Norton is rather difficult to work with as far as, you know, actor on set. So that's most likely why they got rid of him and changed it with Mark Ruffalo. But I think Mark Ruffalo does great as him too. You know, it just took some getting used to, but I think he's fine. So. He's grown on me, basically. Banana's the best look. this was the best looking to me, not gonna lie. The but yeah, some of the best times in the Hulk I remember are I know now they basically have him like Professor Hulk, so he's more intelligent. He's got Banner's intelligence and stuff, and some of the best Hulk was just the first Avengers when Cap tells him just to go smash. He just starts tearing everything up. That was good stuff. But yeah, first and foremost, like the movies themselves, when you're talking about superhero films, because superhero films seem to be kind of coming to an end, but I don't think that that's because there's not an appetite for them. I think that's because they're sort of feeling like the same thing over and over. You haven't really gotten a good twist, even with the whole multiverse stuff. You know, you haven't really gotten something that shocks you too so much, like because in Multiverse of Madness, I guess they brought in like Professor X's or Patrick Stewart's Professor X, and he just gets killed. But you're like, whatever, he's from another universe, so it doesn't really matter. So it's like, okay, yeah, like, so like the like I said, the impact, the ramifications, they don't really seem to pack much of a punch anymore, and that's kind of a shame because can you imagine if I mean, well, you remember when Professor X died in the X-Men films, you know, with the Phoenix killing him, and like Wolverine was there to see it, and Storm, and they were just destroyed when that happened. Now it looks like he does come back. Obviously, he transfers his psyche into like that comatose dude, like he was describing in that lesson to his kids earlier in the film, but about it, whether that's morally right or not. But can you imagine though, like, take that death scene and compare it to his death scene in Multiverse of Madness, where you just don't care. You're just like, yeah, Wanda's killing people, yeah. Just, it's laughable when you compare the two. Seeing Logan like just collapse at the empty wheelchair and just like brought to tears because Professor X died right in front of him. Like, oh my gosh, that had such more of an impact. And that was in the film. That was in what I'd argue the weakest X-Men film of them all. So, although I am interested because Hugh Jackman's coming back, isn't he? Hugh Jackman's coming back as Wolverine in the next Deadpool movie. So I've seen the behind-the-scenes pictures. Pretty awesome. The new Thor movie sucked, though, in my opinion. Yeah, I didn't actually see it, so I can't offer a solid opinion on it. But from what I've heard, you appear to be correct. I heard it wasn't very good. The new Thor movie, I like. So some people liked it, but I heard majority of people did not resonate too well with it. I think the reason why Thor movies have kind of lost interest is because they've turned him into a joke as well. People didn't like, for example, The Dark World, the second one. They didn't really like it too much. I didn't mind it. I think the thing that was the problem with it is it just wasn't as good as the first. And so therefore people said it was terrible. But I didn't mind it. As far as story-wise, it was fine. And but yeah, the new Thor movie, apparently you're talking about the God Butcher, okay? You're talking about Gore the God Butcher. That should be a very serious film. There shouldn't be jokes in that, actually. That should be a really hardcore film. And it was a lot of things were played for laughs, you know. But it is what it is, you know. I guess they were just trying to. I think they lost sight because they're saying, you know, everyone likes the humor. They want the Marvel humor. That's what it is that they want there. It's like, yeah, but I mean, again, you want something to stand out. Well, how many people were laughing because of the humor when Thanos snapped half the universe away and killed half the heroes? You know why people remember that so much? Because it wasn't funny. That's why. Because Thor came in, threw his axe into Thanos' chest, and tried to kill him, and Thanos' last words before he snapped everyone out was, "You should have aimed for the head." There wasn't a joke there, you know? And that's the reason why, and you have to have a balance. There were jokes earlier in the films, even on serious things, like when Rocket was talking to Thor about how Thor's like, well, he hasn't fought me, and he goes, yeah, he has. He goes, well, he hasn't fought me twice, you know? Obviously, that's a little bit of a joke, but you can tell that Thor is saying that from a sense, like, he is really affected by getting beat by Thanos before. That bugs him. And why? Because he lost his brother right in front of him. Why? Because he lost Heimdall right in front of him. That bugs him. And so it's a joke, but there is a sense of seriousness to it. that's not just goofy, you know. So that's called good writing. So they taking a serious topic and adding a little bit of lightheartedness into it based on either the person's personality or based on the circumstance, because it's traumatic and the guy's trying to just dismiss it. It works. That works. But just making a joke because at the expense of the character, that works so well. How did I do that? Anyone see that? How did I do that? I just faced through the wall. How hard did I throw that pearl? GReimer, do I have a Discord? I do. It's a Patreon Discord. So anyone who signs up for the Patreon, the $3 tier, can get on the Discord. I got 2 tiers. I got 3 tiers. I got the $1 for people who just generally just want to support. And then I got $3 for people who want to join the Discord and take part in any of our events that we do together as a group, which, by the way, we need to get back to. I haven't done one in a while. We got to play some bingo or something. I'm getting the itch. And then we got the $5, which gets the Discord and gets access to this server as well. So yeah, they should have added elements from the comic gore. Yeah, for sure. The problem I have with Thor movies is Marvel portray him completely opposite of Norse mythology. Yes, exactly. I don't actually mind like the version that they created. It's a little bit different, you know. I get, but the fact that they turn him into just such a comical character is baffling to me. Like, he's supposed to be tough. He's supposed to be stoic. He's supposed to be Thor, especially by the time he gets to the version that he's at now, where he can unlock the what's that called, the Odin Force or whatever, the lightning that he constantly wields now. Damn, I can't use Patreon too young. Well, that's okay. I mean, you can always chat with me on these streams too. I'm here. Sorry, this got off on a weird tangent, but once again, look at all the work that got done while we were on that tangent. I love movies. I can always chat about movies. And I mean, I also do have one superpower that the movie makers didn't have, and that's called hindsight. Yeah, that's a huge power, you know. Being able to see that something didn't work and looking back at what could have made it work better is obviously an advantage that I have on this one. So the people who made the films didn't have that, so I'm not going to bash on them too bad for not, you know, for screwing up things when they didn't know, you know. That probably looks weird. Not that bad. Actually, it's not that bad. Can I add you on Discord? Is that... Then I can understand. I get, every once in a while I get messages or invites on Discord. I usually just accept the ones of people I actually know. Or if I'm doing something with it as far as YouTube-wise. So yeah, I don't... And plus, I don't really have a whole lot of... Oh, dang, I was hoping to hit that guy. I don't have a whole lot of people actually listed as friends on Discord, so... Plus, I mean, that's also not a very good way to get a hold of me. Discord is something I usually use when I get home at the end of the day if I'm doing a group activity thing, so... Look at this terrain, people. Well, what are we? We're 2 hours and 15 minutes-ish into the stream, and we have finished this section right here. And we got to work on this here. We still have all of this to do. That's fair. Yeah, how familiar are with British comedy? I'm not very familiar with British comedy. I've seen some things. I've seen like a couple of Monty Python films, but not an expert on that by any means. Not an expert really on anything. So basically, what I'm saying is I'm just blabbing to you guys. Really, this is just fun small talk while we build a zoo. Yeet. Nailed it. I do recommend you watch either Bottom or the In-Betweeners. Interesting. Bottom. Just making a note. Alright. Kanan, Redcliffe. Did I say that right? Hello and welcome to the stream. What are you building? Probably still in the stream. I'm building the landscaping, the island itself that we're building the zoo on. I'm building the entire place. So it's not just the exhibits that we're going to be building here on an already existing generated body of land. We are building the land itself to be a custom jungle-esque tropical island with a lot of stone cliff edges and stuff. So that's what we're working on right now. What do I normally use as far as keeping in touch with people? Text messaging. like I said, I generally only communicate with the people I actually know. But when I do get online at the end of the day, I'll check Discord. Sometimes I will peek into Discord too while I'm at work if I'm on break or something too. But yeah, I'm an old guy. I'm an old guy, so I use like either text messaging or actually call the person. Alright, let's get this part finished. Know a little bit of everything, but a whole lot of nothing. That should be, I think that's on my family crest or skull, actually. Know a little bit of everything, but a whole lot of nothing. Exactly. Old man, exactly. See, you guys are getting it. I do recommend you either watch... Oh, I read that one already. Hey, Corny. We're all old. That's true. That is true. Okay, I'm pressing crouch, but I am still just flying off the edge. That is weird. I meant to just look over the cliff. They're really fun British comedies. Oh, the In-Betweeners and Bottom. Can't believe I'm building an entire biome. Why didn't I pick something simple? How does that look? Got a shadow of a palm tree on it right now, but ooh. Not bad. Remember, it's going to continue over this way too, so there's more to be built over here. But that doesn't look terrible right now. And I wanted it to be a cliff edge jutting up, so looks like it accomplished that. Let's inhale a couple of chickens here while we're at it. Welcome back, Simon Holmes. But yeah, the original Iron Man, definitely my favorite Marvel movie. I think I saw it like 7 times in theaters. It was so good. It still is. And when you look at his story throughout the entire MCU, then Tony Stark's story, at least, it's incredible because of the amount of character growth is just nuts. The shadow of the palm tree makes it look better. Yeah, I kind of think it does too. I love this this shader pack that I'm using, by the way. In case you guys are wondering, it's complementary shaders. I usually don't use shaders because I think that makes things look too good, and that you got to make it look good on its own. But this one changed my mind a little bit in a sense that it did look really good. It's just that it looked so good that it actually enhanced my experience of playing it rather than just took something that I had made and then made it look better. Like the water, for example. Look at this. I love it. It just looks so much cooler. So yeah, like it's not just this murky whatever. It looks like you're really underwater actually, but you can see a lot farther too, which I guess gives you a little bit of an advantage, but at the same time, it just looks so cool. Look at the kelp. Like, I don't know, it just enhanced my experience, so that's why I started using it. And now I actually feel weird playing Minecraft without this, so. How do I download the mod pack? There should be a link in the description of the video if I did it right. If not, maybe check any of the actual episodes of this series. But it should lead you to a place to download it on CurseForge, because it's on Curse. If not, just go to CurseForge. When you're browsing mod packs, just type in ZAWA together, and you should be able to find it. We do have to update the version of ZAWA. Actually, there's a newer version that's out, so we're not quite there yet. But we just have to make sure it runs well with all the rest of our other mods, which we're kind of slacking on. Not gonna lie, I've been a little distracted. Like I said, I've been working on the Week of Horror for a couple weeks now, and hopefully you guys like that when that comes out. I put a lot of work into the Week of Horror this year. More so than other years. The trailer of which, for the Week of Horror, in case you're wondering, because I always do a trailer for it, is dropping tomorrow. So, yeah, the trailer for which drops tomorrow. So if you guys are interested to see what games are going to be played, this trailer I've done, I think, better than previous years. So it's not just spooky stuff like what I've done in other trailers where I just show some creepy stuff and let you know the dates that the Week of Horror is coming out. This one I actually showcase all the games that are going to be played in it. So if you're wondering what games are going to be played during that week, tune in for the trailer tomorrow. You'll see. Those of you on Patreon, you already know. So patrons get the inside scoop on basically everything that happens on this channel. So. In fact, patrons already have seen the trailer because that's available on Patreon right now. It has been for a little while now, so really excited for this Week of Horror. See, Orskull knows, so he knows what's coming up. This it's gonna be a good one. Like I had a ton of fun playing these games. I'm bringing back. Let's see which ones. I'm bringing back one game I've played in the previous weeks of horror, so. That's a thing that might. There's one game that I played in previous, but all the rest of them are technically there's two, but one of them has new stuff. So, but yeah, I'm bringing back I guess 2 games then technically. So hopefully you guys like it. Like I said, I've been burning the candle at both ends big time. So it's just trying to get the content out. That's why I missed that 1 week of ZAWA. I literally have been passing out in my chair trying to make this stuff. So hopefully, I'm really hoping you guys like it. Even if horror games are not your cup of tea, like I said, I put my own humor on it. I have a lot of fun with it. Even some of the most horrific things while I was editing it, I was making wisecracks while I was editing it. I actually cracked myself up. There's arguably one of probably the scariest game is early in the week, and I was cracking myself up while editing it just because how I deal with fear is I usually add humor. So, what's your favorite animal in the mod pack? Let's see. Yeah, Simon Holmes. He definitely is the panda. That's the one he's going for. I'm trying to think. I don't really know. Honestly, ZAWA Evolved, I'm still, even after like 4 months of playing it here, I'm still trying to get used to it. I've been doing so much building, I haven't been doing so much looking into the animals as much. I did that first initial wave where I went through and caught as much stuff as I could, and then since then we've been getting other animals via Uncle Dave's Animal Refuge. I built that in the shopping district so that people can donate animals to a good home, and I've been grabbing them out of there every once in a while. So, but I don't actually really know. I don't know if I have a favorite animal so far in this pack. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, or if you haven't seen that episode, we have an animal refuge at the in the shopping district, a place where people can donate animals that they don't have room for, or they don't have need for, or they have extras of, or whatever, and then somebody else can come along and snag them and build them a nice home. And so that's what I've been doing. I can't wait to see the wild dog exhibit with the ones I gave you. Oh, yeah. I'll get around to it, though. They have a place over on the volcanic island, I believe, unless I forgot, in which case I'll smash them in there somewhere. Just remembering what Peanut, who was using the voice changer to sound like Alvin and the Chipmunks. Oh, you remember, yeah, the episode of Phasmophobia that's out there where my friend Peanut, who may or may not be returning for the Week of Horror, in case you guys are interested. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. No, he's like a mixer voice to change his voice so that he he sounded like Alvin and the Chipmunk. Sounded like Alvin from Alvin and the Chipmunk. So while we were hunting ghosts, his solid Leroy Jenkins as he's running up to the door to go in. Yeah. Phasmophobia, man, that was some good times. Holy cow. They've changed that game a lot, too, and I guess it is better. It's not like it's gotten worse. I guess it's gotten better, but I've kind of lost interest in it since they've added so much more stuff. I liked it when it was simpler. But that's personal preference. Most people actually enjoy it now, so if you are looking for a good ghost hunting game, that'd be a good one to check out. Leg spike there, holy cow. I placed like 6 blocks in that time too. So we'd be able to look at bedrock. I'm not sure I can actually have a lot of time to go look at people's zoos here. I'm kind of stuck in this location. That's the thing I've mentioned before about being a YouTuber is time is always a thing. Like even doing this live stream right now, this isn't like I woke up and said, yeah, I got a few hours today, I'll this live stream. This was all planned. Do patrons get to join the Week of Horror, or can everyone? The Week of Horror, I invited some people to actually on that one. I didn't actually think about that. Actually, that would be a good one to do. As far as the actual Week of Horror recordings, they're done now. Finally, I'm not quite done editing, but the recordings themselves are done. I sent out requests to people, so some of them have channels of their own actually. So there's gonna be some people in there that you might recognize, or maybe you won't recognize, and you'll learn new people. So I sent out requests to people to see if they'd come and join and play some games. Not all of them. Some of them are single player, but yeah, there's gonna be special guest appearances from some people in this week. It's gonna be so much fun. And you'll know when all that's going down tomorrow. The general public will know tomorrow once the trailer drops. How do I download ZAWA on mobile? I don't believe this is on mobile. I think this is just for the Java edition. ZAWA specifically. Whether there is like a zoo mod on mobile, I'm not too sure. I think I remember seeing something about it actually, but I'm not 100%. You have to do a Google search on that one. How many primates are in the mod pack? I'm not sure. Hold on. Now this is just the this is just ZAWA. Not there's another mod in here to add a couple other animals too, but I think there is one that I can think of. Yeah, mandrill. Oh, spider monkey, 2. 3 orangutans. Yeah, 3. They, in the more updated version now, they actually have like elephants and stuff too. So there's more coming, more animals anyway, not primates, but more animals coming. It just, you know, like I said, we got to make sure it all meshes well and plays nice with our existing mods before we update the pack. Don't want to kill the server because we just were so anxious to get going with a new version. Look at that! Look at that, people! Grab your screenshots. Biggity bam. Yay, orangutans. Mr. Crayfish is furniture mod compatible with. Mr. Crayfish is. We've had that in Pixelmon Revolution when we did that series, but we don't have it in this one, I don't believe. I think just those 3 for now. Yeah, Orskull, you are correct. It would seem there's no primates in the new update, but there's a few new reptiles and other animals. Nice. So yeah, they're still working on developing it, so there's still more stuff coming. Yeah, Mr. Crayfish would be nice to have. What's the mobile zoo mod you said? I'm not sure if there is one. I'm going off of memory on that, and my memory, unless it's about a movie, it's pretty dismal. I might be confusing it too, because it could have been a Pixelmon mod also for mobile that somebody had made, and I'm not 100% sure what it is. I got a comment. This is like years ago where somebody was asking about something similar, and I think it was Pixelmon, and I had put down a link to something I'd seen online referring to that, but I'm not 100% sure there is a mod for mobile. Most of the mods are on Java, and then any mods that do exist for like Bedrock and stuff usually are behind some kind of paywall or something. So. Voodoo quotes, bearded dragons, and you know, Western from Eastern ones. How do you clear? I don't understand the question. Yeah, it sucks. Pixelmon is cool. Pixelmon is cool, actually. I've done a couple seasons of Pixelmon on the channel, so if you do want to get a nice little dose of that, they're out there. I've been condensing the playlists, in case anyone hasn't noticed. Because a lot of people I got a couple comments about how people are having trouble finding certain things. Because I had so many playlists, and there still is quite a few of them because I play a lot of stuff. But I've been condensing the playlist, so now like both seasons of Pixelmon you'll find under Pixelmon. The playlist is Pixelmon. The only series I haven't condensed is the Zoo series. Actually, I split those a while back based on people's recommendation because they wanted to find the most current season, but they didn't want to have to comb through 150 episodes of the previous ones. But yeah, they so I split those, so there are separate playlists for each season for ZAWA, but that's it. So like all of Terraria, for example, is listed under the Terraria playlist now. Hopefully that'll make it easier for people to find things. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Oh, jeez, haste. Oh, almost fell in that hole. You can transfer the mod on T-Mobile. I will have to take your word for it. I don't know. When you're dealing with mobile versions, actually, when you're dealing with modded in general, I usually have to go get some help. It's not even mobile version. It's just Minecraft in general. I have friends that know a lot more about the stuff than I do, and I'm dangerous enough, and that's about it. Much easier. Watching each episode, yeah. Oh, the tours at the end of each season. Yeah. So far, on both season 1 and 2, we had VintageBeef come and check out the zoos. The first one was kind of expected because he, that was his server. That was his server I built it on. The second one, though, I was honestly, I didn't actually know if he'd show up or not because I didn't know if he'd respond and actually say, yeah, he toured. Okay, he's still in his exhibit. Because that was a single-player world. That was not a server at all. So, I mean, he just did that because he's a cool guy. But yeah, I was not certain he would actually show up for that one, so. Is VintageBeef coming next season? I don't know. Like anything dealing with beef is very much a whole. I'll message him and let him know what I got going on, and see if he wants to get involved. And he sort of just picks whatever he wants to get involved with because, like me, he's got life and time, and it's difficult. Like I've iterated before, but when you're a YouTuber, time is always against you. It is such a difficult thing to manage. So it really kind of depends on what he has available and what I invite him to. So I invite him to several things, and a lot of times he can't make it because of time restraints. So it just is what it is. So like the times he showed up in some of my series and stuff, that's not the only times I've invited him to things. So, but like I said, time, it's the thing that's constantly working against people making content. Because all your favorite YouTubers out there that you watch, they're all very much people who have their whole lives and stuff that they do. So it's a thing. Like what you see on their channels is not their entirety of their existence. So it would be cool if you can make a series with him. You can make the zoo together. Yeah, that would be interesting. Like I've thought about that too in the past too, about grabbing people and doing a private server, like I guess like Hermitcraft is what it would be, except for it would be zoo specific. So people who have in the past made series about zoo building and are kind of known for part of it, like beef, and getting them all onto one server to work together to make either one epic zoo together, or to make their own zoos. But then you'd have like your top channels all in one spot. I thought that would be really cool. Of course, that would take quite a bit of commitment from other people too. I'd be on board for it, but would anyone else? I don't really know. I doubt it. I doubt that. And again, because of time, I doubt it. So, okay, we got this giant hole in the side here. Let's fix that. This has got to be kind of brought down because this is gonna start breaking apart. Let's get the other outline going right here. Let's bring it right here. The outline for the cave entrance. We're gonna bring it right here. Yeah, I thought it'd be cool to get like the top Minecraft zoo builders together into one server. I thought that'd be really fun. We could definitely get involved in making the massive zoo. You're preaching for yourself. Let's see. You should make a Minecraft server, like mod or not mod. That would be cool. I mean, this is a Minecraft server that's modded. So done. Haha. Good recommendation. I already did it. See would be good fits. I'll have to look them up. I actually that's the other thing. I don't actually really know who everybody is or who would be involved in that. So to actually get an outline for this cave part here. Yeah, learning everybody would be another fun thing to do, but and I know I play ZAWA a little bit differently too than I think most people do. Most people do like tame the animals and they get involved with like taking care of them and stuff. I don't because it's a time restraints, but you should make a vanilla server for people who like your content. I was gonna play on who can't play mods. Oh yeah, like a vanilla, just regular vanilla server. I mean, that is one thing. If I do that, I mean, it'll most likely be a Patreon server because there's an issue with making a public server, and that's called the internet. The internet is a beautiful and horrible thing all at the same time because people tend to grief things a lot when you make a public server, and so people can make the most epic and cool things, and unless you're gonna run an anarchy server, means that you have to have a team behind it to assist you in running it. It's like the only way that you could do it, and so that involves more people. It's not as simple as just setting up a server and letting it run. Say, yeah, come play, because then people have an issue with like the build they're working on got blown up. Now what do you do? I mean, that sucks, and it's not right and it should be prevented, or it should be an anarchy server and that could happen and you need to know that going into it. But even anarchy servers need a staff so that they can actually deal with things that are going to break the server, for example. So so yeah, it's always a trick, like trying to just set up a server for people to play on. It's if everyone was sweet and nice and behaved, then it would be no problem. But not everybody prefers to play that way. Some people like to, well, like the Joker said, some people just want to watch the world burn, or like Alfred said. So I'm making notes too with your guys' recommendations. So just so that it can, if we do pull the trigger on this and actually do start making things like a zoo server with content creators, because I think that would be awesome. I wouldn't mind actually looking into some of these people that you've suggested. But that's the other thing. I remember watching a video. Is this server going to be public when you're done with the series? This one, the world will probably be available for download, like we did last season. So like if you wanted to get Cerro Gordo Zoo, you could just download it. I don't know if that's still available, to be honest. I was Bayfish doing that, and I thought it was only going to be for a temporary amount of time. But yeah, if you wanted to get Cerro Gordo Zoo from last season, you could always go download it. And then this one would be no different, except for... Hold on, I might be feeding you guys a bunch of BS. Yes, I did get that one, Simon. No, I can always look her up then. But I'm not sure. This one might be different because the world size is going to be insane for this one. So what we could do is condense it down so this zoo is available for download. But that doesn't do much for the people who built outside of this area. I don't know. I'll have to think about that one a little bit. That might be a question I have to ask Bayfish. But yeah, I wouldn't mind making at least, at bare minimum, this zoo available to download so people can come and see this one. Mine Chef, you should make a reptile house. We built a reptile house in Season 1, actually. That was an actual building structure in Wildwood Zoo. We got a bunch of them there. But yeah, we don't have a whole lot of reptiles in this mod. Unfortunately, we had a whole lot more in ZAWA Rebuilt. ZAWA Rebuilt was a more complete mod because it was basically complete, but they started from scratch with ZAWA Evolve, so yeah, I don't know. I don't really know the full reason why that. I think it had something to do with some personal issues with some of the developers, but ultimately they started over. So yeah, it's going to take a little bit for them to catch up, I think. Alright, so this is going to connect over here, but I do want to just kind of start coming back down here. So maybe this is going to be bold. This is going to be a bold suggestion here, but maybe we create a spine column, you know, basically when we're creating the rib cage of everything, from right there over to up here. Let's do it. I like bold. I eat hot sauce and stuff sometimes. Alright, yeah, this will work. Well, I'm just trying not to get too close to that wall right there, so that's why I'm eyeballing this up. Yeah, let's do it right here. Now, here's something interesting. I do want this part over here. This is quite a stretch of land that I'm going to be covering. I do want this part right here to actually be pretty high in elevation. In fact, this might be one that actually kind of comes out a little bit too this way. Like, it might be one of the higher points, actually, on the island. Because this is the back part. Now, somebody in the comments said that I could fit an exhibit back here. You're right. I could absolutely fit exhibits back here. The point of this, though, isn't to smash as many exhibits in here. Like, kind of like what it was last season, where I had a little valley, and I was just trying to get as many in there as I could. The point of this one is actually to build a really nice, laid-out zoo. So, I'm fine with taking big stretches of land here, which I don't really have a path to. That's the other thing. I have a path kind of cutting here, and I'd have to maybe make one there, but the design I have for the land there is different, and it's going to be a problem. So I'd have to find another way to get a path back here just to see this exhibit when I don't really need to. So let's see. I might start a vanilla mod. Should I do survival or creative? It's kind of entirely up to you, man. Beauty of Minecraft is it's all up to you is what you do. One more. Alright, now here's the reason why this is going to be interesting. Is because this part might be a nice high and up here, but I do want it to actually kind of dip back down. So, let's grab our balls. We're going to throw them down there. Alright, and then... I gotta get up here. Got any idea, instead of doing... you should live stream every like building exhibits. Yeah, I could. Live streams are easier as far as you know, just getting content out there. Because a zoo episode, for example, I've said before, to build a exhibit, edit it, and put it out as video, and get it all uploaded and done on YouTube side, that takes roughly 4.5 to 5 hours to do. Oh, just a world you're doing? Do survival. I'm always a big fan of survival. I like it. I like when people actually keep it like survival, because I'm gonna have some parts inside here that are just kind of like weird pillars leading up here, but I need some way of actually lowering the elevation. So this is gonna look like crap. This is not actually the final product. This is me just kind of putting down blocks so I can get over here. Maybe I should just pillar it up from underneath there. I don't know. This gives me a path to follow, though. Building an entire island. This is definitely one of the more ambitious projects. Hold on one second before I start doing this row here. Let's go and tear this thing up. That way we don't have a line of spawnable blocks right there. I'm going to make a starter base first, of course. It's going to be a zoo world most likely. Nice. I'm a fan of zoo builds. That's funny because like I never actually like had some burning desire to actually get making a zoo in Minecraft. It's funny because here I am, that's what I do. But yeah, I never had the burning desire to build zoos in Minecraft. That was something I was, like most of you, I was watching Beef's series. And I liked it. And then when he said that he was making a zoo server that his patrons could play on, I was like, yeah, you know, I'll give it a shot. I got a channel. I may be able to make some stuff. Why not? I'll see if people like what I build. That's how this whole thing started. But it was never like I had this burning passion, or I had some obsession with like or not obsession, but a desire to show off like animals or anything like that. I played Minecraft. I like building stuff. He was opening a zoo server. Sure, I liked his series. Done. I guess that's all the inspiration a person needs, though. I didn't even know if the series was going to take off. I didn't know if I was going to stay playing on that server or not. And then lo and behold, not only did I continue to build on it, but that server, for the most part, it was the server kind of died down, and there wasn't a whole lot of people playing on it, and it was really just me. And occasionally, I would see someone log on, and it was crazy. And then towards the end of it, actually, it really died off. Nobody was playing on it, but I was still there every week, knocking out a new episode. So. See, I'm glad Beef introduced us, most of us too. Yeah, I'm glad too, actually. I know that when he toured Wildwood, I left work and I checked my like a subscriber count and saw how the channel was doing that day when I left. I was like, oh, all right, we're doing all right. You know, everything's good. So I headed home, said hi to the wife, all that other stuff, and I pulled up the phone. I said, yeah, we're still sitting at. And I looked. I was like, wait a second, there was a number jump. There's a number jump, more so than just a couple here or there, you know. I had like skipped 100 some or whatever, and that blew me away because I think the most subscribers I had ever gotten in a day was like 50 or something. And I don't even know what happened there for that one, But then this one though was like 200 and something, and it's almost like I was getting the paper bag out again. I was hyperventilating. It was nuts. But what am I doing? I don't want this actually to raise up. This is actually supposed to be ending. It's supposed to go down. But yeah, and I was wondering why. Like, I mean, it's kind of funny whenever you put out content and you're like, yeah, I hope people like this. But if you ever actually do see a little bit of success, it is always like, why? What? like talk about having faith in yourself. Why is this happening, you know? But yeah, then I noticed that Beef had put out his video and I was like, oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, because generally speaking, I usually don't have a couple hundred subscribers in one day. I'd like it, that'd be awesome, but I mean that's not usually what goes on. So I used to watch some Minecrafters who made zoos in Minecraft. Stretching! With more creatures. Like a YouTuber called Siri. I wanted to make a zoo in Minecraft. Then I met you. Hey! So yeah, it would be cool if you could make a waterfall path where you could go underneath a waterfall in a lead cave or something. Kanan, that's a good idea. I'm building a small little underground section right now. How about that? You know what? It might not be a waterfall path where you can go underneath the waterfall, but what if we added... Fly down here. Just land right there. Chest bump the ground. What if we added something right here on the inside of this cave? This like underground section that we're doing right here. It's just a small underground section, but what if we added a little something right here that had like a water feature, like a waterfall, actually, or possibly even a lava fall? Since, like I said, this is a volcanic area, that might look really good. Actually, the lava fall might even look better. So. Yeah, speaking of people, might go rewatch his previous seasons of ZAWA. They are really good. He got a tremendous amount of views on those things too, which kind of blew my mind. Because I mean, it's basically just Minecraft, but you're building a zoo. Let's see. I want to get up there. Let's quickly grab our balls. There they are. Go up there. Light this up here so that mobs don't spawn. That's probably good. Yeah, that'd be fine. All right. But yeah, what about in the cavern area right here, a lava fall coming down? That might look really cool. I've helped make Minecraft servers before. Let's see, are you gonna make the zebras underground? No, the zebras are not gonna be underground. There's just this little stretch right here that's kind of underground, having the land kind of meet up right here. I want this zoo not to feel like it's so wide open. Orska, welcome. I'll give him a solid wave right there. I want this to feel not so open, because if we're making this terrain that's really hilly like this, I don't want it to feel like you have vast amounts of space above you. I want you to feel like you're kind of in an area that is... This is gonna be like creeper hell. There's gonna be so many creeper blasts when people are coming this way. So. But yeah, I want this to feel almost claustrophobic, actually, when you're down here in between the hills and the cliff edges and stuff. And when you get to an exhibit, it should be almost like a breath of fresh air. There's a sign out there. They will always find a way. Oh yeah, I remember reading that before. I think that's because they somebody found a way in, or they're finding a way out. I'm not too sure. Just remove that though. I have no idea who put that there. We're gonna squirt that into the squid backpack. There we go. How you guys doing? Just chilling? Good? Yeah, you're good. Alright, Elytra. Yeah, get over the fence. Please. There we go. Alright, Jenna. Let's see. See, for zebras, why should I add birch trees? Oh, why? Because they're black and white? Let's see. Ribcage, and I look like bone blocks. Where you said you're gonna do the lava. Oh, I get what you're saying. Okay, so as far as how much detail I'm going to put in this part right here, probably not super much. You're talking about putting like bone blocks in where the lava is. Bone blocks, you're going to do the lava. Let's see. Yeah, I could. Oops, I just yeeted that stone on my inventory, the full stack of it too. I'm not sure I'm going to go too detailed on that because the need more stone, always. Actually, Orsko, if you're watching here, I am going to put Maddie's chest back. So if you want to bring over stone, instead of just throwing it on me, because that leads to inventory disasters, I'm going to go put those chests back in the hidey hole that I destroyed earlier in the stream, which you weren't here for, but we're going to put them back right where Maddie had placed a bunch of them. And any stone you want to get rid of, feel free to drop them in there. Let me grab the chest real fast. Oh, there they are. So they were right over here. So these are the ones, they still have stone in them, these ones, but we're going to put these back. There. Go nuts, Orskull. Fill them up. Kind of thing in the Hobby Lobby. You'd see the signs. That's from Colin about the zebras and trees. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. They will always find a way. The tree bro will return. Actually, tree bro hasn't shown up this season. That was a staple of last season for sure. That was a staple of last season. Good old tree bro. Grab a little bit more food here. Feathers are kind of starting to fill up to ridiculous proportions. How's the iron doing down here anyway while we're down here? I also want to harvest up the vines because that's always going to be a helpful thing to get. But how's the iron doing? Getting kind of full. This iron farm really pumps out some iron, like a lot. I'd like to plug whoever's design it was, but I honestly don't remember. I just looked up iron farm when I just YouTubed. And this one right here, where you got the villager in the middle, you got these guys on the sides, they sleep occasionally at nighttime, and that keeps the iron flowing. And it's very condensed, and it's very easy. Everything's half slabs, so the golems don't spawn elsewhere. I built it underground. He said to build it way up in the sky. I didn't do that. Because I'm not going to put a floating iron farm in the sky. That would look ugly, so I built it underground. There was actually a video I saw out there once of a guy who built an aesthetic-looking iron farm. And it looked good. It actually looked good. It looked like a nice build. I need to steal your iron farm. If you, hey, yeah, Simon, if you need iron, feel free. Just take it out of there. Just make sure you kind of put the placeholder blocks back, you know, iron blocks back, or iron ingots back so that it can keep collecting them. It doesn't get flooded with poppies. Yeah, knock yourself out, man. I'm not gonna cry. You can always take some iron if you need it. Okay, iron farm is, in fact, let's quickly do something here because otherwise I'm gonna have a problem with this overflowing. It should be about enough right there. So this is the placeholders like I'm talking about here. Put those in there, that way poppies don't flood everything. Yeet. Actually, yeet. No, put these up later. Alright. Nope, not those. I know there's more iron somewhere. There it is. Alright, I think it might be the rest of all the iron. Yeah. There you go. If you need iron, have at it, man. It's in that chest. Throw those out to despawn. And yeah, there. Clean up the iron farm a little bit. Alright. Let's get back to building. Here, like dry coral. Rocks make it look like birds are nesting. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, the dry coral trick for that. Yeah, definitely. Right now, because this is such a large build, and I haven't really gone over it for a final thing, I'm just trying to get the basic blocks put down. The stone, because like even the stone cliffs and stuff that I'm building here, I don't want to just leave them stone. So, but that will be a project for future GReimer. Just trying to get the stone put down and put the grass on top of it, get the foliage added. That's about it for right now. And just by doing that, those three things, the foliage, the grass, and the stone, you get stuff that looks like this. And that's good enough for right now. And I'll go back through once everything's done, you know, and I can give it the once over, added details and stuff. Well, I don't. And he can make a house of iron. Any plans for an aquarium in the zoo? Yes, there are actually. The aquarium, I believe, is slated or spotted or scheduled to go right here, actually. As far as what we're going to put in the aquarium, there's not really a whole lot, actually, that we got in the mod pack. Like I said, this mod pack still being developed is limited pretty severely, actually, by the amount of mobs that we can put in here. Another reason why I'm not trying to smash things in is because I got some space. I can put some other stuff. Please, not more palm trees. Oh, there's going to be more palm trees. There's going to be so many more palm trees. Ugh. Wow, I didn't get hurt there. I don't know how I landed that. Alright, so this, I think, can come up here. And it's going to connect back right up there. Is it getting nighttime again? It's getting there, yeah. Eventually, it's slowly connect to this right here. So I got to connect these all up together. Man, it's amazing. How many days in game have I been building this stuff here? This is a big flat area right here. That might change a little bit in the future, but see, Orskull is, I think, making a stone delivery. Thank you, Orskull, for that, though. I greatly appreciate it. I have been digging up some stone, and that's what I built like the first part of this all with. But then Maddie asked if I wanted some help, and I was like, yes, please. Because digging up all this stone is grueling, actually. Sadly, we don't have dolphins like this mod pack, but are in this mod pack. But Minecraft has its own dolphins. Actually, I tell a lie, orcas are dolphins. It's kind of true, yes. Basically, they're mammals that breathe. Mammals that breathe air. For those of you guys who watched the Valheim series I did with... Oh, dang. For those of you who have watched the Valheim series I did with Nebris, recently the two dudes play Valheim and are chomping at the bit, wondering when the two dudes are going to be back. It's coming shortly, actually. You don't have to wait much longer. I can't... I mean, I could tell you the exact date, but I'm not, because... Yeah, it's a spoiler. So, but that's coming. Random guy, welcome back to the stream. I know I'm spoiling myself with this entire zoo, but what's the next animal? I actually don't know. I have to look at the map. I have to look at the map and go for it. Then with that, a lot of times I'll pick out an animal either a day or two beforehand and then try to figure out where I'm going to fit that in. Because I got the other series going on with like Planet Crafter, so sometimes I get a little distracted where I'm focusing on that and I kind of blank the zoo series for a little bit. So this is going to need another elevation change here to make any of this make sense. Let's go back a little ways though. So something right around there. I'll build that in later, but so yeah, I'm not sure. All right, Dora, looking at the map. wall down here. Let's try to get this part built up. Yeah, no, I got that zoo layout actually, that I came up with, just whipped up in Photoshop. You know, it's what I use for thumbnails, whatever else is, and if I ever need just to quickly do things that even like paint would be easier, but I just pull it up in Photoshop and figure out where I need things. That way I can also just grab layers and move them wherever I want. So if I'm trying to figure out where I'm going to put like the giraffes, which is a joke because I forgot the giraffes in the layout. That's why I fit them in right over there. I can just grab that layer and just move it to wherever I want it. Try to fit everything in there. See, you don't eat animals. It's TA. She had enough to join the server. I mean, it's entirely up to everybody whether or not they can afford the Patreon. I never want people bankrupting themselves to try to get involved in something like this, especially if you're doing super chats. If you're doing a super chat and it's something you're tight on finances, please don't. Like, I would rather people take care of themselves first. You know, if those are simply if you have the means for things like that, then by all means do it. But I mean, if you don't overexpend or don't overspend on stuff. That's the purpose of this is to provide entertainment. I'm going to be doing this regardless of if people do any super chats or if they join the server or anything like that. That's all just for people who have the means and would like to. It's there. As far as like servers go too, like to get on this server, it's a $5 Patreon that you'd have to join. I know most servers do like $10 or $15. I try to keep this relatively cheap because I'm not trying to milk people for money for it, but you know, that's not really the point of it. I wanted people to be able to join even if it was or wanted people to join so it wasn't like a super high expense. I did put the main reason actually why there even is a paywall to even join the server is to weed out the people who are looking to cause problems. Like I said, public servers, you got people that just cause problems. They just love to watch the world burn, and they find it fun and funny to make everyone else's life miserable. And because it's Minecraft, it's not real life, so they don't really care. And that's the point, is to weed out the people who don't really care, and get the people in here that do, you know. Because I'm not interested in just that simple $5 paywall. People who are looking to just get that quick adrenaline rush or that quick dopamine fix of ruining someone else's like hours and hours and hours of experience, you know, they really don't want to give you money to do that. So they want it for free. They want it all nice and now, quick, easy. So a paywall prevents them from joining even in the first place more often than not. And plus, we have ways of backing up the chunks and stuff. So if, because it's not like we're just running this and then hoping nothing goes wrong. We have ways of recovering things if things do. So even if somebody were to drop $5 just to make our lives miserable and come and try to destroy everything, it wouldn't work. They would just be kicked off, and that would be that. Where's the Patreon link? The Patreon link should be, if I set things up correctly, in the description for the live stream. It's in there. So and it has a new series on your mod pack. Nice. Yeah, the ZAWA Together mod pack. Go for it. If you guys want to start a series on that, go have fun with it. The whole point of it is just to have fun. I am going to need torches in here because things could spawn on top of this. Yeah, that's the other thing. If you guys, I mean, you're not going to hear me complain if people start up their own series using this mod pack. It's not like that's I mean, I whipped up the mod pack, but if you guys want to make a series on it, go nuts, you know, do your thing. I mean, that's what I did with Beef's Building a Zoo mod pack on for Cerro Gordo. That was the same mod pack that we did for season 1. It was on a single player world. And the only reason why I did that is because I knew that that ZAWA Evolve was coming out, but it just wasn't out yet. So I needed some way of still producing a ZAWA series, but I had no idea when the Evolve was coming out. So I started Cerro Gordo Zoo before ZAWA Evolve came out. And yeah, that was the only reason why I wasn't doing it in the more up-to-date version. Okay, I'm gonna head out. Might come back later. All right, the Love CF. We'll see you around. I'll be doing this for a while, so nobody told me spider monkeys would climb me. Oh, I figured they would. But yeah, the Love CF. We'll see you around. We'll be doing this for a while still. I mean, like, there's small words that need to be put into this. So we'll be here for a while. Hope to see you again. Thank you for tuning in, and yeah, we'll see you around. That looks okay. This kind of... I don't know what I want to do with this right here. Yeah. Looks alright. But yeah, we got the overhang part that I was talking about there. Now this part right here is where I was thinking about doing the lava feature. We'll wait on that for right now. We'll try to just get this part done. Might go back through and add that a little bit later. Obviously, I need to make it so people don't walk into lava. That would be a little awkward. The island is the shape of a frog. Islands in the shape of a frog. Okay, is the island in the shape of a frog? Oh yeah, I can kind of see it, like head, hand, whatever. It's like its back legs are underwater though. Possibly even this one too. Head, hand. I don't know what. I'm gonna be doing a series. Oh, nice. All right, yeah. So yeah, as far as starting a channel though, the best advice I can give anybody starting a channel is don't do it for fame and fortune. Yeah, don't do it for fame and fortune. Do it just to have fun. Do your own thing. You know, even if no one's watching, just have fun. Because I remember when I first started, if I got 3 views, I was like, yes. Somebody saw it. Somebody out there in the internet ether watched it, you know? So definitely don't, but don't do it and think you're just going to immediately take off, because it's best to have a lower expectation, because then if it does happen, let's just say, I mean, it's possible, but let's just say you start up and immediately things just take off like crazy. I mean, good, that's a good thing, but if it doesn't, then you don't get disheartened. And more importantly, if it doesn't, then by keeping your spirits up, you actually keep going with what you're doing. That's usually what results in success then, is if you keep going. I've been doing this now for, well, this will be my 4th, this will be a 4th week of horror, so I've been doing this for 4 years. Oh, I say that a little bit before I can sleep, but I've been, this will be my 4 years that I'm going on now, and you see where my channel's at, and it's growing, it's growing slowly, and that's fine, because I'm not really doing this because I'm trying to do super huge channel growth. I'm doing this because I think this is fun and I want to share my experience with the world. My zoo, and I don't like it. You build a big rock for my zoo and I don't like it anymore. Well, then the beauty of Minecraft is you can always change it. You can always tear it down and try again. And I enjoy my content. Yeah. That's a good reason. Just be yourself. Elytra, please. A lot of people experience burnout. Lovely bingo. Demonic, you're still lurking around in the background there, I see. I built a... Yeah, a lot of people get burned out doing this, and I can very easily see why. Because, like I said, time is always short. You're always struggling to get things out on time if you got a series, especially if you got a series that people are watching, like the zoo one. I did not want to say the other day that that I wasn't able to get it done, but I also was having an issue staying awake. That's how hard I was pushing myself. Where I'd be working on something, and and I'd get it recorded, and then as soon as I stopped talking and went to the editing room, I'd start working on it and I'd fall asleep. Listening to yourself is not exactly something that is good for staying awake, and I would fall asleep. And so it was hard for me to get the editing done because I was passing out in my chair. So, really giving it, especially for this week of horror. So, realistically, this is a real big rock. Yep, basically. And so, yeah, it's difficult. And when people get burned out and they just want to, like, if you just want to play games for fun, too, that's the other thing. If you just want to have one of those days where you're like, you know what, I don't care about recording. I just want to play something. I either want to play Fortnite or I just want to play Minecraft or I want to play whatever, you know, just something and just relax and not have it to be content, you know, just have fun again. You don't really do that much when you start a YouTube channel because everything you do, you got to think, how can I actually get this recorded? Is this viable as a series and stuff? Now, I still try to every once in a while get time into just play whatever. A lot of times I'll play with the wife, you know, and we'll get everything kind of, you know, just relaxed. We'll play 7 Days to Die or something if she likes playing that. So we'll play Terraria. We play Valheim for a little bit too. So with my wife and I, we play those games to just relax every once in a while. But beyond that, as far as just playing a game with other friends just to relax, I don't really know if I do that anymore. Now it's all content creation, so I still get a kick out of the things I build here, making the channel, so that's where I still get my fun in playing video games. But yeah, it changes. Your Minecraft or your mindset changes. So with the YouTube channel, I'm just going to hire. Or with my YouTube, I'm just going to hire. Yeah, if you have the resources, that's the other thing. If you are fortunate enough to have the resources to like hire an editor or something, do that. I mean, then you don't have to worry about that at all. Then you can literally just play games, record yourself, and have a good old time, and that's good. In fact, that's as authentic as you can get really there. But in my case, I'm not a wealthy individual or wealthy enough individual to do that, so I am unable to. So everything you see on GReimer Gaming is me. Like, that's me. If you're wondering who the editor is of all the videos, that's me. If you're wondering who did the motion graphics on stuff, that's me. If you're wondering who put together all the edits, anything, who does my thumbnails, that's me. I do that. Yeah, I don't have anyone else that is really either mainly capable, I think, is the thing to help out with it. I know if I really want to, I might be able to ask a couple of friends if they would help with some stuff, and they'd have to basically learn how to do it. But ultimately, they all have their lives too, and it has nothing to do with YouTube. So, let's see, where is there pandas? Yes, there are pandas in this. And in fact, that was a big thing on the servers, that people were looking for the pandas. Which I guess they found eventually. Where are they? They're a thing, I swear. Oh, right there. Giant panda. Troop. Time to start training the oldest kiddo. That is another thing. Peter's got a point. Welcome back, Peter, by the way, unless you've been lurking this whole time. Yeah, teach your boys to edit for you. That is the thing. I do have 3 sons. They're just really small at the moment. You know, I think the oldest, you know, we got is 5. So, but and they're also fans of the channel. Oliver loves watching, especially Planet Crafter. He loves that. So, I mean, that is you guys aren't wrong. I could get my kids. It could be GReimer Gaming and Sons. Sounds like a law firm. But yeah, I could do that actually. I could get the boys involved. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Now this is a big straight edge. So how does this look? Terrible, good, bad, in between. Hop into the zebra exhibit since they're not using it. They're using it over there. Doesn't actually look too bad. I don't mind the looming cliff edge overhead. That part right there I think looks kind of dumb. So let's grab our balls and we're gonna yeet them up there. And then we're gonna add a little something to this here to make that a little bit better. It's taken quite a bit of building, and then we've had some wonderful conversations, but this is finally getting around the shape of what I wanted. So pandas are my favorite animal. Held up for the to be one named after. Oh, named after you. Well, I mean, I actually don't have pandas yet. They're kind of a coveted thing. I might need somebody to donate one to the zoo. I don't think I have a spot for them actually listed on the map either, because I didn't have them. But we might be able to fit them in someplace. But yeah, they probably would have to be donated, because people have been searching far and wide for them, and I believe people have found them, right? Simon, people have found them. We have had 2 pandas found, and they've only been males, so we need a female. Okay, so we're still looking. We're still looking so we can get more pandas on the server. So yeah, pandas are a rare creature, it looks like. So we're trying. Maybe I'll get involved in that search. Although I don't know how much time I'll be able to dedicate to it, but maybe I'll get involved in that search. Alright, let's fly over here. And we'll hop, skip, to jump over here. When they get older, would you want to do a zoo series? What, the kids? Do a zoo series with the kids? I mean, I don't know what my kids are going to be involved in, like, when they get older. I mean, I can always set them up on things right now. Like, we went and looked at, it looks like we're getting Oliver signed up for the Boy Scouts. So he's going to be doing some of that. He loves doing, like, camping and outdoor stuff, so it's kind of a no-brainer. But as far as what they actually get involved in as they get older, it's kind of up to them, you know? It's the other thing. They are their own person. Oop, did not mean to fall off there. Quick, grab your balls. Here we go. Throw them up there. Got it. I'm off. Her head's ringing again. Okay, Orskill, get better. Hopefully your migraine gets better for you there. Not really interested in people hurting. That's not any fun. Thanks for the stone, though. Yeah, it really depends on if the kids want to, so. Tell me if you found pandas. It's true. I mean, you're the one who were obsessed with the pandas. I figured if anyone would know, it'd be you. Okay. So, now we got... God, so much work. Now we got... I'm getting there, though. Like, we've worked our way down this way, and now we finished... Oh, almost finished. I gotta do this part here. But then we're gonna be moving on to this. This is a big part right here. If we can get this part finished today, that'd be incredible. I'm hoping to get all of it done. Once this is done, there's a little bit right here, because there is a path right here that we're standing on top of right now. This path right here goes this way, and I have to finish it still. And this is the original torch line of the path, but that's changed, obviously. It's going to curve this way a little bit, right in front of the reindeer that never stay in the pen. Wasn't there 4? Okay, there's one right there. I was like, wasn't there 4 of those things? And then on the other side right here, where you see the stone outline right here, this is actually going to be the more elevation change raised up part. So there's this part right here where I'm standing. So this needs to be built up a little bit. This beach right here, I have a stone line right there right now, but that might change. I might come up with something different for that. It might actually be an actual proper beach where people can go down onto. But then yeah, this is the bulk of it right here. This stretch right here that we did, and then this bulk up here, that's the biggest part, so we gotta get finished today if I can. Not that one, this one right here. Yeet. Oops. There, I'll get up there this way since I apparently can't jump. Looks like I'm making the bat cave. Yeah, it kind of does. I mean, yeah, kind of. I can see it. And if you guys, if you're new to the stream, if you're just tuning in the last hour or so, if you didn't see the pin message, any super chats of any amounts gets you added to the Billboard as sponsors, which is right here. That's right here at the front of the zoo. Top super chat in one amount has been Peter right now with $25. Thank you, Peter. Thank you to everybody who has done super chats. So this is the entranceway, the Lost Isles right here. Bam. As you're walking into the zoo, this is where you end up. The first thing you see is the sponsors of the zoo. So GReimer's secretly Batman. Well, not anymore. Jeez. Now you've outed it. I'm not secretly nothing. So you get the welcome center as soon as you walk in. And you get the tarantula and scorpion exhibits right there, and then that leads up to where the crabs exhibit is on the beach over here. That path leads up, which we really got to finish that too. I'll get to that when we, probably in between episodes, to be honest. Pathing isn't super fun. Alright, balls. Alright, now there's this part here. Actually, there's that part over there I want to finish too before I really move on, but yeah, let's do that. Let's do that so I don't forget about it, because otherwise I'll be like, I'm done. No, there's this giant section I forgot. Come on, Elytra, work with me here. You're wearing a black uniform. That's true, I am. My Grim Reaper does wear like a black cape. Not really the cowl, though. I got a hood. You're the grammar man. That's certainly not true. I'm terrible at grammar. It's probably good enough there. Remember, that's what I'm striving to do, is make things good enough. So many blocks. Me and Random have seen every part of the zoo. Let's fill this in. We're going to do one last check also underground to make sure that all the spots are lit up, so that we don't have a whole mob farm appearing underground here. Am I actually, aside from the stone that he just brought, I'm back to being out of stone again. Wow, that's gonna be the second, that'll be the second trip, right? That's a lot of stone. You have died in every part of the zoo. Yeah, you guys were murdering each other last time you were here. Fill that in just because I know that otherwise mobs will appear in that one spot. Okay, how's that looking? Not great. I mean, it's not bad, it's not great. This needs to be a little changed up here. Okay, that's not bad. We'll take it. You could spread her ashes in the zoo like Disneyland. This part here obviously has changed a little bit since my original plan. So why not go with it a little bit? Roll with those punches. Alright, this is almost done. Almost done with this part finally. We need to get another conversation like the Marvel movies or something going again. I have to leave soon. I'll stay in for a couple more minutes. Alright, yeah, Kanan, thanks for hanging out though. Like, I mean, yeah, if you gotta go though, I mean, obviously people got the day ahead of them. I understand that completely. The live stream is always available on the channel, so you can tune in anytime you want. If you want to see the end result, you know, what gets done today. Good. Yeah, alright, sweet. Wow, this whole area seems wildly different now that I've... Remember how open this was? GReimer's just talking to himself now. Dude's going crazy. I'm starting to see sounds, man. Need a Pop-Tart, quick. Yeah. Running low on stone. I need to get up here real quick. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Yeah, that's better. Give me a Pop-Tart quick. I got one. If you're back in time, I come back. All right, yeah. Well, I mean, we'll be here for a while still. Well, how many hours are we into this? 3.5. So we still got a good 7 to go. Did you record the amazing? Yes, Simon, I did. Yes, that's the next thing that I still have to do one thing before I can release that. So, bobbing here from the next. Rest when I get back. All right, yeah, take it easy, man. I'll be here for a while. Like I said, it's not uncommon for me to do really long streams, and this will probably be one today since I actually don't have a time limit really at the end of this one. So. This one might go for a good 10 hours or so. I'll definitely have to go take a bathroom break before that's done. But yeah, I'll be here for a while still. Hopefully we see you back later on today then. All right, is this part done or is that actually wide open? No, that's still wide open. I thought that was all finished. I was like, hey, I'm done. Nope. It's only done with one part of it that was open. What you gotta do before releasing it? The winner? I gotta take part, do the person who won the event. I need to get that part finished. Yeah, we recently had an event on the server, and there's a winner, and there's a reward that goes along with winning it. That I gotta make sure I get done. There's a massive hole in my thing. So yeah, I know, I'm working on it. I forgot. I forgot there was this giant hole still here. Trying to fall into the hot spring. Oop, elytra, please. The elytra, like I said, instead of jumping, it's just like fall on your face. Not what I want to do there. Running low on stone too. I gotta go grab more. Promise, one of these hours I'll get using a different block other than stone. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be fantastic when it does. Okay, that one's filled in. That's a lie. I just filled that in. Or is it a lie? Is there a part... So I didn't miss something up here, right? That just hasn't updated yet. Yeah, that just hasn't updated yet. It will in a little... There it goes. Bam. Just like that. Behold, it's filled in. Okay, so does that mean this part's... This part's done? This part's done over here. Holy... What's that? I wonder what that is right there. Stretching. Alright, well, it's getting nighttime, so definitely gonna need to sleep, power nap, creepers and all. You know, they be creeping. Do you have auto jump on? No, that I don't, actually. I hate playing with auto jump. No, the elytra just seems touchy to me. Like, instead of jumping, it's activating the elytra sometimes. I don't know why, but it is what it is. I never had that issue in 112, but I think it's because they actually make it so the elytra is like, I don't know, it's just easier to take off the elytra, you know, in this version. They did something so that it was easier to do, but for some reason, oftentimes when you see me like staggering, like I'm not jumping, the elytra's activating, I am literally holding down spacebar, like what I'm doing right now. I'm not actually pressing it repeatedly. I'm pressing it once and just letting myself go, because it works more often than not when I do it that way. Because if I do actually try to press spacebar every time I jump, a lot of times I will accidentally, like right there, do that. So a lot of times now what I'm getting in the habit of is just holding down spacebar, but it still does every once in a while. I don't know why. Alright, but I have 6 blocks of stone. I'm going to need more than that. That's for sure. Let's grab this thing. There we go. I'll tell you what, let's just do that. There we go. What's in here? Oh, there's more in there too. Sweet. I'll fill up whatever I got. Alright, so we got a whole bunch more stone. Let's get back to it. I'm doing good on chicken. Don't need to go get that. Can never get off the ground at 112. That's true. I'd spam the spacebar. It's like there's no happy medium. It's either the elytra's always activating or it's never activating, so. Honestly, I complain a lot about the elytra, but I'd rather it be this, where it's easier to take off the ground, I suppose, than the alternative. Okay, yeah, that looks all right. Now, somebody was asking if the zebras are going to be underground. Wow, and I'm back on the ground. All that climbing for no reason. 6 blocks is plenty. Corey, you're still here. You're still lurking. Let's just remove those for a second and get back up here. I do have to kind of connect this to up there now. So these are going to be kind of steep cliff edges. That's okay. Start like right here. Pick a block and just go for it. Get that up trajectory. Let's see. Yes, Ramon's has more parkour for me to do to get away from random, because he sucks at it. Then be fighting words, challenge words. Alright, good. Hoppity, skip jump over to here. Man, this place has been barren, like nothing being built here for a while. How's the stoning coming along? Great. People are dying left and right. No, it's coming along slowly but surely. We're getting it. I've been going on 4 hours now, and we are this far. We finished all of this here. We did some fancy like over the pathway tunnel here, and now we're working on this section here, and this is going to lead into this mess over here, which is a whole other thing. Yeah, but we're getting there. We're getting there slowly but surely. Now, in some of the lower trenches, the lower parts, I wouldn't mind adding more hot springs, or another hot spring, especially in this back part here where we got a lot of space. Wouldn't mind adding another hot spring somewhere in there. So I'll probably have it lower down somewhere in the back part right there and add another hot spring. I like the hot springs. They add a nice little character to the area where you actually see like fog, or not fog, but steam coming up, you know. So it makes it look more interesting than just a regular one. Ow. Alright, so we're starting to get a little bit of spacing here where I can actually have a little bit more wiggle room here. Because before it was basically straight up, go straight up. Look at all the stone. It looks so ugly though, honestly, with this stone. Like, just keep in mind, it's going to look like that. It's gonna look cool. I just trust the process. It's gonna look cool, I swear. Come on, Elytra, work with me here. All right. Now, let's hop over here. Quite a drop, but thank you for feather falling. I'm gonna put like a little diagonal one right here, I'm thinking. Then a little diagonal rib. I don't mind this actually not being quite the same elevation actually by the time it gets to this point. Same for right there. Break those legs, strengthen them bones. Superhero landing. Really hard on the knees though. Bam, just like that. Diagonal. So now, from here, I can try to connect it to that one right there. So much stone, holy cow. Yeah, there's no way that I'd be able to actually, in like a real life, fall from that height and just walk it off like a champ. So much landscaping. You guys think that the description or the title for the live stream was accurate? Landscaping level 200, since the last one was level 100, but I was on a time limit, so I actually couldn't keep going any farther than what I did. Now this will continue to drop down. Like I said, I do want to create like a little bit of a depression right here that has a hot spring in it as well, because this is actually a volcanic area. I'm probably gonna put a couple hot springs over there on the main island as well. Yeah, so that's not we're not at the end of the hot spring activity once we leave this island. So let's see, the hermits are evacious dude. What? Landscaping 201. Continuation of intro to landscaping, or 201, yeah. You are a machine. Trying to be. That would be very helpful if I was. Alright, I just realized I'm going to need to get the wood backpack out here real quick, and we are going to need to make a whole lot more torches because we're going to need to light up that entire area down there. Let's just do that, actually. That might be better in this case. Just hop, skibbity jump down here. How about that for a smooth landing? Wow, that was like Superman quality right there. Alright, so we're going to need to light all this up here. And while it's getting sunset, this is easier to see where the darker areas are, so I want to hurry on this. My, there's a campfire. Now this is 116. I can't remember if this is the new spawning thing. Let's actually sleep now, just because. Oops. Just because I don't want to get too many spawns appearing around here. Looks like some of them actually already are. See a couple of red blips on the radar. Like right here and right there. It's alright. I know how to deal with those. Leave. Let them respawn. Yeah, we have a whole lot more torches to put down because that whole area has to be under. Look at this. Look at this. Well, guys, do you see it? Like when you can't tell that it's just stone, like, and you can see some trees and some stuff, but when you see it through the fog, do you see the vision coming to life? How this is gonna look so epic once all the trees and foliage and stuff put in. Oh, it's there. I can see it. I can see it with my eyeballs. Hopefully I get this stuff finished enough so that you guys can see it with your eyeballs too. Alright, we're just torching this place up a little bit so that we don't get mob spawns in this area that I'm going to be covering up. That's why we needed so many torches, because it's such a wide area here that we're covering. That might all be different right there. This whole area that I'm running around right now, this is what I'm working on now. Rosebush, please. I'm also starting to get the hiccups. That's not good. Too many flowers. Not a legit GReimer build. Exactly. This is natural generation. And the way you can tell is there's a ton of flowers everywhere. Obviously, that wouldn't be something I built. Oh yeah, this is the part that we were doing last live stream where we added like the little cove inlet. Ooh, ew, ooh, ugly. Hold on. Eee. I don't have sand. Well, we'll make this work. There, better. Oh man, sorry, that was a close one. But yeah, the little cove here. This was a lake that was here that we changed so that it looks like it's a little water inlet thing. While I was laying out where the cliff edge was gonna go. I don't know if I have enough torches, to be honest. Oops, I'm gonna put them right next to each other. Alright, this is good. Let's do another lap, but we're gonna go a little bit farther out. Get out of here, rose bushes. Alright, that's good. These mega builds are always a pain. See, where are they? Right there. Okay, that's good, good, good. I don't know, I might have enough torches. I'll have to see this at night, really, to see if there's any dark spots. But now, mobs can still spawn within the exhibit, so... So, how's your day going? Mine's been alright. I mean, I've been planted here basically doing this all day. Got to wake up. I said earlier I got to sleep in, which was nice. I don't really get to sleep in very often these days. With work and the kids. Yeah, wife got up with the kids and took them all geocaching or something today. So I say or something because I'm not 100% because she told me and I kind of forgot. I remember the name of the dude on Hocus Pocus, but I can't remember where they went today. Let's see, they got overwhelmed about 30% of the way in. Stretching. I really should like stand up one of these times too. Americans say like 7 hours behind me. Yeah, it's right now it's going on 3 o'clock my time, so I'm in the central time zone. So it's probably kind of weird because I put everything in Eastern for whenever I make announcements. I just do that because it's easier for everyone to understand. Nobody posts things in central time zone, so. No, I'm out of torches. I gotta go get more. And while we're flying over the ocean, it gives us a good chance to dump out all these disgusting flowers. I went somewhere, that's what, you know. It's like 9 o'clock here. Chicken. Eating that chicken. Yeah, I needed a better source of food around here. While I was building, I noticed I kept, like, eating through all my food. And so, for a while, I was eating fried eggs, for a while, you know, because you can make that in here. And so, finally, I settled on chicken. Let's get another stack of this stuff. We can actually put these in here now without interfering with the torch production. I also knew that I was going to need to get a little bit more well-rested before the stream because I knew just how long I was going to be building. And if I was operating on the same, like yesterday, for example, I woke up and to get ZAWA done for Friday for everybody to watch and enjoy, I stayed up till almost about 3:30 working on that and finishing it off. I know that bridge episode didn't seem like it was a whole lot there, but that took a long time. You see what I'm doing right now with the terraforming here? I had to do that on those 2 islands and do it completely as well as build the bridge, and so it took a while to record that one. Longer than even a regular episode. And so I was up till about 3:30 and before I finally went to bed, and then woke up 2.5 hours later because I had to get my kid to school. And then watch the other 2 in the morning. So yeah, 2.5 hours of sleep, and then away I went. I would not have been able to do this stream. So luckily last night though I got a lot more. I believe this was a gift, and I think there's still a cookie in there. Yeah, from Cinnamon. There's a cookie. There's also a warning, which I think he's referencing something that happened during the event. But I'll eat the cookie though. Scaffolding, I don't really have any good place for this. Nope. Yep. Put it in there for right now. I'll eat the cookie, though. It's not like I'm a parrot or anything. It's not going to kill me. Alright, I think we got enough torches down to have this be fairly lit up. Can't wait to get back on and continue working the forest. We did take a big chunk of that out of there. I gotta get back over there and do a little bit more deforesting too. Okay, what do we say we actually get the ribs put in for this side? Yeah, quite an interesting landmass I'm building here. I think I'm gonna pop open this Pop-Tart though, because I'm starting to get hungry. It's been like 4 or 5 hours since I've eaten anything, so yeah, a little hungry. I honestly had no idea which one I grabbed, but it was strawberry. Oh, hold on. Get that sorted too so that I have some room in my inventory. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of forest. A lot more than I was thinking. We'll get it. We'll get it eventually. Like I said, mega projects. They're quite a thing. Oh, wow. Okay, no, I gotta be thinking vertical more. Yeah, that's better. I see you're sticking to that diet. What diet? The seafood diet? I went on a diet actually a few years ago. One of my own making. Just basically calories, checking calories and stuff like that. And it worked. I think I lost like almost 30 pounds actually over the course of about 3 weeks. Probably not healthy actually, the level in which I lost weight, but it worked. But man, I tell you, it was kind of, you're exhausted constantly. Blasting through the Elite Four in Pokemon Infinite Fusion for the 3rd time. Nice. Go Orskull. Is that helping the migraine at all? Oh, the Pop-Tart diet? Yeah, exactly. I ate a whole New York cheesecake by myself the other day. That sounds amazing. Apparently I still have a spawnable spot over there. Oh, that's actually something that needs to be there. Alright then. There we go. Done. I got a potato off that guy. Don't really need that. Or that. But I do need to grab my balls because I got to throw them back over here. Alright, so what were we doing? We were building something about like an island or whatever. Oh, Elytra, please. Oh, for crying out loud. I clicked everywhere except where I was trying to. What's your favorite food other than Pop-Tarts? Pizza. Hands down. Love pizza. Just moving does the first migraine I had was so bad that I had to get a spinal tap. Dang. Yeah, I love me some pizza. Or a really good, like, well done, or not well done, medium, like medium rare, or medium burger. That sounds delicious right now, actually, man. I'm getting myself hungry. Why'd you have to bring up food now? This is all I'm going to be thinking about. I mean, you love TMNT, you must love pizza. Yeah, of course I love pizza. Poke Lewis, welcome. Welcome to the stream. I'm wolfing down a Pop-Tart. Big surprise, I know. Do you want to take a second and think about it? Nope, it's pizza. Getting me hungry too. Don't need a second to think about that one at all. It's definitely pizza. Come on, Elytra, work with me. This one actually I might want to drop down a little bit. What have you done? I've nothing. We've been going for 4 hours. We didn't do much. Okay, what we finished is we finished all the land over here, all the land here. Although I do have to finish that little detailing thing on top. And now we're working on this part here. Moving our way to this bigger section here. This zoo is coming along slowly but surely. I like this view from over here, actually, where you can kind of see it through the fog. I'm starting to see the shape of the island with the rocks and the stony cliffs and stuff that I was talking about. With and once we have the foliage to this, it's going to look way more epic. It's going to look like that. That's the final terrain is what I'm trying to get it to look like. But for right now, we're just doing we're just getting stone put in place, which has been like the entire, all of last live stream was just stone work. This one so far has been stone work. It's an important thing to do, though. Yep. See, now you're talking, Simon. That's what I'm talking about. There's a burger at a little small hole-in-the-wall bar up kind of near where I work, where the calories are insane on it, but they actually call it the Lipitor, which I believe is a type of heart medication. So it's for like blood pressure or something like that. But yeah, the Lipitor burger. Would you please place blocks? My God, Elytra, holy cow. Elytra, please. That's what I'm talking about. The Elytra sometimes activates and it gets screwy, and like you might be bouncing, but you can't place a block underneath you because it's like kind of half flying, half not. Did I see your comment on the episode? I might have. I'm not sure. There's a lot of comments on the episodes, and if it was done within the last like several hours, I've been here on the live stream. So I think yeah. Hold on, it is coming back to me. I think I did. Because you commented that there wasn't any... Oh, you named the bridge. That's it. Yeah. Okay. I remember. Came up with a name for the bridge. Wasn't really planning on naming the bridge entirely, but... Oh, failed. Got that time, though. That's kind of price, too. Biggest a heart attack grill where their food is so greasy that people have actually had heart attacks. Love a good medium rare steak. Yeah, that's true. My motto has always been the redder the better. Just cut me off a chunk and I'll ride the rest home. Actually, no, medium rare is pretty good. That's actually probably a little bit healthier too when you think about it. There we go. We're gonna get this done, people. It's gonna happen. For sure. The zoo needs a really nice landscape to be nestled in, and it's really gonna. It's gonna be probably one of the more elaborate zoos that we built so far. Then because of this. Did you guys ever see that episode of The Simpsons where they went to a steakhouse, and the catch or the gimmick for the steakhouse is that they actually kill the cow right in front of you, so you get it extraordinarily fresh. And so you pick up the cow, they'll blow it away, and then they'll cook it up for you. And Mr. Burns went there, and he's like, "I'll take that one," and they just shoot it right in front of him. He goes, "You know, on second thought, I'll take that one." So he just blasts another one instead. And he does this like 6 times, and then he's like, "You know, on second thought, I think I'll just have a glass of water." What a jerk! If you're gonna kill the animal, at least eat it. Good old Mr. Burns. Parkour, parkour. Alright, so this part needs to be completed still. That is done-ish for the most part. That's a lot of cows. Just blowing them away left and right, and then I'll have a glass of water. How am I gonna get this to work here? Maybe like, yeah, that should be fine. I don't know, that's a good topic to discuss with people. What's your all of your favorite foods out there? Something that you could eat every day and never get tired of. Yeah, for me it's pizza. You know, it's funny. I survive off Pop-Tarts when I do this, but I actually don't really like Pop-Tarts that much. They're just really easy, and something I can leave out for hours on end without going bad. While I'm waiting to get to the later in the live stream, you know. So it's their convenience is the reason why I eat them so much. Pizza, cookies. McDonald's genuinely McDonald's genuinely knows me by face. I had a pizza place here. It was a Papa Murphy's actually. That had a. They actually, I'd go in and I'd ask for the I'd ask for the GReimer basically. They knew me by name, and so they just make the same one. So burgers lately, burgers are really good. Which one? My ideal pizza for just woofing down is pepperoni and black and green olives. It's pretty basic. It's not like there's a whole lot of stuff on it, you know. But a lot of people hear green olives and they're like, "Ew!" I'm like, "No, you gotta try them on pizza because they add like a tang to it or a little saltiness basically to it that really works with everything else." My team begins to be late for is Persian, Aridos, Palkia, Volcarona, Aegislash, Nidoking, Kyogre, Groudon. Jeepers, how many of them do you have? I guess I haven't played it before, so maybe there's more, you're allowed to have more in that one. I haven't played Pokemon in so long, so it's so bad that I had the same order all the time that they didn't even read the number off. They just read what it was. It took me, looked me dead in the eye and called me over. Oh God, I want all my super chats back. What happened? Why? Favorite pizza is, because of what I eat on the pizza. Pizza is chicken. Actually, chicken, like you do a chicken barbecue pizza. Oh my God, those things are really good too. Available mac and cheese. I've actually heard, like, and green olives. Yeah, black olives actually don't really taste like anything, so they're just for show. But the green olives are what would give it the saltiness kind of taste to it. So black and green Olivers. That's what he's going. That's what he's going for his Halloween. He's going as a black and green Oliver. Actually, no, he wanted to be a pumpkin, a jack-o'-lantern again this year. He was last year. He wanted to do it again. I think all my kids are, actually. They're all going as pumpkins. So the wife says that she's taking the pumpkin patches trick-or-treating. Buffalo chicken is one of my favorite pizzas. It's so good. I remember one time I ordered a buffalo chicken pizza, and they screwed it up, and they gave me a barbecue chicken pizza. And I'm not, unless the quality of food is poor, I generally don't complain, even if people screw up the order, because what I usually do is I'll be like, not what I ordered, but hey, I'm trying something new. You know? So I ate the barbecue chicken pizza, and it was actually really good. In fact, I really liked those now too. Sometimes I've gone back and just ordered that specifically. So. Now let's get the right tool out here and back that up. But yeah, buffalo chicken. Oh my god, those pizzas are so good. Man, I could go for a pizza now. The pumpkin patch, yeah. My mom's pasta carbona. Carbana. No, I'm saying that wrong. I don't know how to say the word, but it sounds delicious. Anything pasta in it, I'm all for. Yeet. Oh my god, I'm in the hot spring. I love a good old, let's see, good old Mexican like burritos. You know what? Nah. Doing Mexican for holiday, and it's like authentic Mexican food from the backstreet restaurant. Yes, actually, we had a small like hole in the wall like Mexican diner near here that was phenomenal. They'd serve the food in like just like a styrofoam container. But it's funny because we had like two places for Mexican around here, and one of them was like a sit-down restaurant, and the food was meh. It was meh, you know, it was all right. But then this hole in the wall, like it was attached to a gas station Mexican diner that we had here, was so good. But they closed down because the gas station got bought up by somebody else and something, and I guess some technicality thing they had to close. And it makes me sad because it was really good stuff. That's usually the case, though. Like, when you think about it, a lot of times the best places to eat are always, like, the no-name kind of things that are off to the side that people don't generally pay attention to. They're not a big name brand chain. They're just kind of more local. We're doing it, people. This is coming together. This part has been long overdue for getting built. See if we can't get underneath here. Place those there. Man, that's a steep drop there. Holy cow. Yeah, those places you look at and you think that they're awful, but they're actually hidden gems. Exactly. It's been years since that place closed down, and it really upsets me because I'm trying to remember the name of it, but I can't. It's not the name of some obscure 90s movie character, so I can't remember it. I thought we were gonna say the words. We're doing it, people. We're doing it, people. We're ordering pizza. It is really tempting. That is really tempting, actually. I mean, the only place to really order pizza around here is Pizza Hut, and I mean, I don't really want to knock on pizza, but as far as pizza places go, I mean, I like more of those little smaller hole-in-the-wall places to go to if I want to get a good pizza. But it is right down the road. So if I really wanted to get pizza, I could get some Pizza Hut. So I just usually don't feel good after eating that. Like after eating Pizza Hut, I usually just don't feel that great. Yeah, let's bring it straight across. Big pizza joint like Papa John's or whatever. Cookie pizza, nice. I swear I walked downstairs to grab a yogurt and they were talking about pizza. So many pieces of stone. Jeepers. Wishful thinking. I don't know. I was planning on eating celery, but instead I ate this donut. Something happened. Oh, it's finally coming together. How are we doing map-wise? Yeah, we got a nice little section filled in. My dad just wants if I want Mexican. I'd say yes to that. God, I could go for some good Mexican too. Like it's been a while. I've been eating Taco Bell, and that's not good. I mean, nothing really wrong with it. It's just that it's not good Mexican. Alright, looks like it's getting nighttime again. Creepers be creeping and all. This bed is occupied. You are not lying about that. This looks like a big spider. Blech. Pick up my bed before I forget about it. Oh my gosh, I need more stone. Yeah, plus my, let's see. Both 3 letters, I see. Oh, let's see, I was going to go to the gym. I ended up walking into KFC. Like, how did that happen? Both 3 letters, I can see the confusion. Yeah, that's true. Man, that is a lot of extra. Oh my god, I gotta build all that over there. Oh. It is a daunting project. Like this one, like I said, when I came to the realization the only reason why I'm even building this way is because of the sign, the front sign. Okay, the front sign I designed, and I was like, yeah, I'll put that in there. And I thought about just having it like standing up on its own, like stand or something, and then I thought I'll build a little hill for it to be on. And then when I built that little hill, I was like, that's bigger than a little hill. And so I was like, how am I supposed to make this work? And I was like, well, I mean, I could do the whole island. It's going to be a lot of work, but I mean, that's about the only way I could think about making that actually work. I once opened a box of chocolates from my teacher using Pokemon. It was brilliant. I don't understand that one. That one you lost me on. This part's kind of an interesting one right here. Chop. Hopefully that turns out all right. I was just winging it, so I don't know if that's gonna work. Oh, one a box chocolates from my teacher. School, the Pokemon. Nice. Yeah, this is basically straight up. Almost done with this part here. I gotta look at this one when I'm done, because like I said, this is kind of weird. This part's kind of weird, and I don't know how it's gonna turn out. Not terrible. I did miss a spot down there, but it's not terrible. Let's just smash our face into that. All right, let's look at it now. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. All right, let's get down here where the hot spring is. So we got to fill in these spots here, and of course that one there. Good thing we have a whole bunch of stone. Yeah, that was a happy accident, but we're gonna roll with it. Bob Ross taught me anything. It's just sometimes you make happy accidents. Didn't make that jump. Alright, so some of these straight up and down cliff edges are a lot easier to build because they got to go vertical for the most part. Alright, and then now this big gaping area right here. So no charges. Still a big hole up on top there. It's got a parkour to get my way over there unless I want to throw my balls at it. Yeah, keep an eye on the channel. Keep an eye on the ZAWA episodes, although most people who are watching the stream already do. But keep an eye on the ZAWA episodes for that that server event that we did. It's going to be coming out here as an episode here shortly. As soon as I wrap up one last little bit at the end of it. Hey, stretching. I'm actually going to stand up for this one. It's been a few hours. Got to get some blood back to the legs. Ah. Alright. The parkour sounds less painful. Yeah, exactly. Also, you have to name the spider cliffs, no questions asked. Judge Hammer Noise. I don't really think we're going to be naming anything specifically, like which valleys or cliff edges are going to be named anything, but... Alright, I think this is actually done, right? The shape? Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like it, doesn't it? Except right there. Right here. There's a big hole in the side of it right here. Other than that, completely finished. If you want some fun spider stuff, make sure you tune into the Week of Horror. Alright, now is it done? It looks like it. So we actually got a lot of land built here. All of this. We did all of this in the stream. How does the zebra exhibit look now that... Oh, that's the polar bears. Just about jump to the polar bears. How does the zebra exhibit look now that we actually have, like, some of the wall built? Because one comment I got saying that we don't actually have any of the wall built. We just have the outline of it. Somebody said that the back wall looked unfinished and boring, and they're right. I mean, it is. It is unfinished, and it is kind of boring. Since we weren't done with it yet, so. Did I hear a sheep someplace? Oh, it's probably the goat. Yeah. Oh, so I got a couple minutes. Eat the last bit of the Pop-Tart. Alright, now I have no more food. Alright, so how does this look? Looks like we might have lit up everything. I don't see any other places for things to spawn, except for maybe right up there. Let's grab our balls and head over there. Oh, there's a hole right there. The problem with creating custom land is that you can miss one block pretty easily. Okay. I think we're good. Did you know descend in Spanish is descender? Nah, I did not know. Alright, there's a zombie around, and that right there is exactly what I'm trying to avoid. Oh, he's below. Try to figure out where the zombie is. there a cave there? Oh, there's a cave here. Interesting. There we go. Just want to make sure that gets filled in or lit up so that we don't have that problem again. I'm trying to make it so that people don't have to listen to zombie noises while they're touring the zoo. Yeah, let's just leave him tucked way back there. I didn't need to use the balls to fill in the hole there because that was only a 1 block hole and I just pillared up instead. No need to be grabbing any balls for that one. We just smashed into the wall and fell down anyway. Now here, on the other hand, let's throw our balls against that wall. There we go. Ender balls, people. We're talking ender balls in case you're looking kind of confused at the screen right now. The balls that the endermen drop when you kill them. I think sometimes they're called ender pearls, but that's not usually what I call them. Okay, we gotta go up, basically. A whole lot of up is what we need to do there. Now this, I'm gonna actually lower this down just a bit. Okay, this top part of this cliff here that or not cliff, but tunnel, what needs to be kind of designed here. Tall man's treasure, as they call it in pirate speak. Exactly, yeah. We're gonna do something different here. Just trying to get that to work. It's kind of like playing with Play-Doh, you know? Come on, Elytra, you can do this. I'm in the zone right now, so if I'm kind of staring blankly at the screen while I'm doing this, that's why. I think I'm off. See you later. Okay, Glum, take it easy. Have yourself a wonderful rest of your Saturday. I'll be here for quite a while still. Yeah, we still got a lot to do, and I don't have usually a whole lot of time to do it, so we're going to take advantage of it while we can. This whole thing needs to be redone here a little bit. How's that look? Does that look better? Yes, significantly. blowing through the stacks of stone like crazy, too. Yeah, ore skull. I'm not sure that 80 stacks is going to be enough. That's a lot of stone. Okay, that should be good for this top part at least. Alright, I still got a little bit of coffee here, but it's kind of gotten cold. So I think we're at that point in the stream where I should probably tap into whatever's in the mini fridge. We're going to start with soda. It's still kind of early. Yep, there we go. Cherry Pepsi. That's what we're starting with. Alright, so this cliff face here, once this is done, like I said, I'm kind of curious to see what this does for the zebras. It's going to block the sunlight, a lot of it. See, they're really only going to get sun when it's like going straight down on top of them. Because, the other side will be a little shallower. I see you up there. I see you trying to escape. I still want to know how you guys get out of there. Like, I almost want to just sit there and... We should do a live stream where all it is just watching the reindeer and see if anyone notices how the reindeer escape. You know, like how they have those, 24-hour live stream things of, like an eagle's nest or something. We'll do that, but for the reindeer. I love cherry stuff. Yeah, this stuff tastes really good. Is it getting nighttime again, or is it just because I'm blocking the sun with the big giant body of land that I'm building? I think it's kind of a mix of both, actually. It's definitely not me writing. We haven't actually had a super chat in a while, so just to let you guys know, if you are tuning in, if you just stumbled upon the stream, I have a pinned message there. Any super chat of any amount will result in you getting added to the Billboard of sponsors. Oh, this needs to go up more so than it does inward. We'll get you added to the Billboard of sponsors. You'll be forever immortalized here at the zoo. This Billboard of sponsors is right at the beginning of the zoo, right at the front of it. How's that look? Does that look terrible? Not really, actually. It's not that bad. Might want to do something there, though. Grab our balls. Throw them. Let's do a little yeetily deet. Like that. Quick grab the bed. Aha! But yeah, any super chat of any amount will get you added to the Billboard of sponsors at the front of the zoo. It's right in that cave right there, because that's the entrance way to the zoo. Right here's the entrance cave. Billboard of sponsors is right here. So yeah, any amount whatsoever will get you added to that billboard, and you'll be here for the entire season. As my way of saying thank you for the super chat. Now this part right here is what I wanted to dial up just a bit. Even 2 blocks would probably be better than nothing. Yeah, see, that's already better. Alright, one last ball throw here, and then I'm going to have to go grab more. Just gotta fix this up a little bit because it looked a little too bland. Alright, now we just gotta fill in this, and this part then I think is done, then we're working back that way. I just got this is very much an endurance trial when it comes to building. I think Corey said it best. He said you're a machine. That's what I've got to try to be for this. I think I hear either my dog walking around upstairs or I'm getting broken into. I can't really tell. I guess you'll find out here in a little bit if I'm still alive. Pretty sure that was my dog, though. All right. Look at that. It's like actual land. Seems weird, but I don't have any ender balls to throw up there, so I gotta go run back to the hidey hole and grab some more balls, and then we're gonna grab them and throw them all over the place. Oh, Corey! Holy cow! For the pizza fund, thank you so much. Hold on, before we do anything with balls, let's fly back over here. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I want to be like you when I grow up. I think you kind of already are like me. In case you guys don't know, Corey's also a content creator. Alright, so Corey, we got to add you to this here. Hold on. Squid backpack. Need you desperately in my life. Grab ourselves a new sign. Get you tacked on here. Bam. Corey. We even do the whole thing on there. Did I do, is it I before you or you before I? There it is. Got it right. Get you added to the Billboard of sponsors. Bam, just like that. Thank you, Corey, for the $5 super chat for the pizza fund. It is definitely not going to go to waste. That is for sure. Sometimes I make stuff, yeah. Now he's, if you're looking for some good Vault Hunter action, that's a good channel to check out. He's also one of the guys that did the Afterlife. He's actually the guy who set up the Afterlife event. So, definitely worth checking him out. And now he is a donor in the Lost Isles. Can this guy get out right here? Is he can? Because he's standing on one. I don't think he can reach right here. I think we're good. Sometimes I gotta wonder if my animals are gonna escape or not. The reindeer, I cannot figure out how they're getting out of there. From what I've looked over it a couple of times. From what I can see, there's no way out of that exhibit. All right, what am I here for again? Oh yeah, I gotta grab my balls. That's it. Let's throw an extra set of balls in there so that we can grab them later on. And I guess while we're here too, we can just like harvest up some of this stuff. Every once in a while when I come down here, I started off the stream harvesting these, and then now we're doing it again. That way I have plenty of resources for whenever I want to do something like make green concrete powder or whatnot. Let's go check the chickens. Grab ourselves a little extra bite to eat there. How's the iron farm doing since we last cleared it out? Ah, got almost 3 stacks in there from when we last saw it. I should actually harvest this stuff up too, because when you need mossy cobblestone or something like that and you don't have vines to make it with, it sucks. So might as well take the time to harvest this up. You can hear slime bouncing around, and that's because underneath me is the slime farm. Just probably overflowing. I didn't even look at that in a while. I loved yesterday's episode, especially when you looked at poor Elizabeth with a ton of annoyance. So, you guys kind of added that one on your own. So, I usually let people in chat in the episodes name animals and stuff. It's a little annoying, but you know what? Elizabeth is now a permanent resident, so can't take it back. No backsies. Let's see. there, plants. Alright, so we got like 4 stacks, almost 4 stacks of oh no, we do have 4 stacks of vines here, so that's good. Alright, let's see, I got my balls. I think we're good to go. So, the only thing I gotta check is I'm heading out the door. Do I have my balls with me? Yep, they're right here in my hand, so we're good to go. I'm trying to remember what this place looked like when I first got here. It was significantly different. Let's get back up there real quick once. Because this thing looks weird. Oh, haste. I still have haste. I threw a ball into the wall. I did not mean to do that. I'm wasting balls. Look at me. Put that right there, and then. No, actually, I didn't want to. I didn't want to change my mind. Okay, that might look better. Let's throw some balls here since we got more. I don't like it. I like it better. Oh, I just didn't want her despawning. I mean, I had giraffes. I had plenty of giraffes to add to the exhibit. Didn't need to add one. Alright, so now we just gotta fill in all of this. Ugh, and then everything over there. We're getting there, people, slowly. Look at this. Look at the progress we've made. I know it's been 4 hours, almost 5 hours. But from here, we did all of this today. Why is it? That's gotta be an opening right there. I gotta fix that. It is, right there. Okay, yeah, I gotta fix this real quick. So I don't keep looking at going, what's that? There. Fixed. Good enough. I would say that is good enough. Now, everything in here is fine and dandy and good. I've been putting giraffes in people's bases. It's a weird thing to leave them as a present. It's a weird hobby to have. Yeah, I tend to just show up and put giraffes in places. You just gotta go like straight up. Like that, maybe? Not nap time yet, but I'm sleeping on the edge of a cliff overlooking some zebras. How fun. Just make a quick note. Okay. It's gonna look epic when it's finished. I know that's a lot of work though. Most people, whenever they play Minecraft, I don't think they put this much effort into into a build. So I realize that I am the weird one here. I'm well aware. I was watching a reaction channel, and I honestly don't know which one. It was just kind of like showed up in my feed. But hoping by the entrance. It's actually really fun. Also, you left a hole open by the entrance building. I don't know which one you're talking about, but I appreciate your weirdness. It popped up on my my feed when I was perusing YouTube the other day. Somebody was watching Starship Troopers. Now, have you guys ever seen that movie? It's a little bit of an older film. Well, now it is. I actually remember when it came out, but it's a little bit of an older film, and it's a very interesting film because it looks so cheesy. Like when you watch it, especially in the beginning, you see like the propaganda videos and stuff that they're showing to the people. And it just looks cheesy. It looks like it's like this isn't supposed to be taken seriously, you know. But then if you watch the film, it is definitely not a joke. I don't put this much effort into a sandwich. Yeah, it's definitely not a joke of a film. It's actually a pretty hardcore movie. Like the scenes are the happy-go-lucky, cheery, kind of almost comical propaganda that they show in there about the war effort is opposed by the gory, really harsh scenes that they do for like the battle scenes. Like it's jarring actually. But yeah, it's a really good film. It's just like I didn't expect it to be when I first saw it, so. It was a pleasant surprise. The sequel to it really sucked though, but the first one was really good. Scorpion wooden building. The building with the spider, scorpion, and wooden building on the corner, leading towards a sign. There's a hole. There's a hole with torches. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to investigate this. Hold on. Let me get this thing built here first. Oops, I didn't mean to fall all the way down here. Okay, time to investigate. What are you talking about? Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Hold on, there's something I want to change. Yeah, that's probably good. Right here. Oh, right here. Yeah, there is. Look at that. Look at Bam, you're right. It's easy to miss. One little hole left in the wall. Now I'm paranoid. That hole is supposed to be there. Hopefully, I'm getting this point across, though, is that every one of these zoo builds I do, I want them to feel drastically different from the previous one. Like, they should have some familiar things, like I have a familiar build style, especially when I'm going with the exhibits. They should look kind of familiar there. But as far as the zoo itself, I'm looking for drastically different. So we had, like, the kind of lowlands, almost the shield biome that I was building in the first one, the marshy, it almost looked like a marsh, kind of lowlands, a lot of rivers cutting through it, stuff, you know. wooded area, and then we had the very arid, kind of dry in the mountains look for Cerro Gordo with the mining operations and stuff. And then now there's this one, which is like a tropical, almost jungle-esque island with lots of hills and stony cliff edges. Quite a project for sure. Let's see, where am I throwing this ball? Right there. Got it. Alright, so we just gotta connect all this here. You know, it might be a little repetitive, but the end result is going to look really good. I still am putting my faith in the process, you know? I have faith that this will turn out all right in the end. Alright, so Minecraft has other blocks. I swear Minecraft has other blocks and textures. I'm sure it does. I'll get there eventually. I'm going to zip back here because I was going to add an extra layer actually up on top of this because this looked like a big flat area. So I'm going to quickly fill that in. Just because I feel like wasting this very valuable stone as much as possible. I wonder how much stone I've placed. Now, I remember when I was doing the Babel build on VintageCraft, I'd look to see how much sandstone I'd placed, and it was insane. Hundreds of thousands of it. It was just nuts. I wonder how much stone I've actually placed. Items mined, items broken, items crafted, used, picked up, dropped. I think it's used, right? Yeah, stone right here. 32,896. And I've mined just as many too. Although a lot of the stone I've placed has been, donated here from Maddie or Orskell or anyone else, Cinnamon, all of them that have been donated here. I've mined just about as much. That's crazy. That is bonkers. I've even crafted some of it. Crafted one netherite shovel. That's awesome. I love looking at stats sometimes. It's just crazy. It's most things I mine. Netherrack is the most I mine. That makes sense when you're clearing out the netherite, or when you're clearing out the tunnels in the nether. Yeah, nuts. Yeah, I wish they'd add gorillas and apes again. Yeah, so do I. It's a lot of stuff I really do like about the rebuilt ZAWA version rather than this one, but unfortunately they don't have them added yet. I'm sure one day they will. Gee, that's a lot of stone I need to put in place. We're actually running out of stone again. Let's quickly restock. This little bit of dirt I don't really care about. Add 8 to my items dropped for dirt. Can't compare stone, but want to compare deaths. I thought I died in the end from fall damage on one of the live streams, but maybe I'm confusing that with last season, but I could have swore it was this one. Because whenever I look at my statistics for times died, time since last death is 8.37 days. Where's the death one? I remember it's not what I think it is. It's like number of deaths or something. Maybe it is that. Yeah, number of deaths. 2, it says. And I died twice, I thought, to the pig in the beginning. To the boars. So it should be 3, I thought. Because I thought that, and then when I was getting my extra elytra, I died to the... Was that this one? No, that was a different server. That had to have been a different one. I'm confusing it with a different one because if I went for an extra elytra on this server, I wouldn't go exploring in the end. I would go kill the dragon again. That's how you get it. It's an easier way to get an elytra. So no, I'm confusing it with a different server. I must not. Oh, I picked up my dirt. Yeah, I'm confusing it with a different one. So no, it's just the ones with the boars. Yeah, Peter. Yeah, just the ones to the boars. Yeah, okay, that's it. I was confusing it with a different server. Yeah, I think that maybe that wasn't Cerro Gordo. Maybe I was confusing it last season. I've died 110 times more than you. Is that times as in instances or times as in a multiplier? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was just the boars. That's why I'm confused. Oh, leg spike right there. It's always nerve-wracking when you're falling off of an area and you get a big leg spike. Man, so much stone. Going through so much. Fall down, break every single bone in my, my legs. It's easier when the dragon actually gives the elytra. I see people have been saying that they've been having issues with it, and a lot of times the dragon dies over the portal, and I think that's the reason why people aren't getting the elytra. They can't find it at spawn. Or there is a bug going on. I'm not too sure. I have to look into it more. But yeah, the dragon is supposed to drop an elytra and a dragon egg when it dies. I've just seen the title, Pokéless, yeah. Like last live stream was called landscaping level 100 or level 100. This is level 200.
Just want to make sure I get you in on stuff like this so we can all hang out and chat about either movies or foods or whatever while we're doing this. It's always fun. Because otherwise I'd just be doing this, just be sitting all these hours in my basement here doing nothing, just me doing this. It gets kind of boring then. So really I'm doing this because for selfish reasons. I don't want to be bored and you guys keep me company. So thanks for that. Alright, so that part is kind of a weirder section because it's kind of curving in that way, but that's for the most part done. How are the zebra? How's this looking from the zebra's point of view now, or from the viewer's point of view from down here? With a smooth landing. Oh yeah, looking way better. Which Pokemon should I shiny hunt next? Sentret, Poochyena, or Bellsprout? Let's see. I think I had a shiny Poochyena. And I think I had a shiny Bellsprout also when I was looking, so look for Sentret. And I'll be evolving them. Yeah, look for Sentret anyway. It's not the best one, otherwise I'd say probably Bellsprout. If you can get that up to Victorbell, then that'd be better. But, go for Sentret. Alright, yeah, so this is looking pretty good. So, when you look at it like this, when he said the comment I had before about how the wall looks kind of boring and incomplete, definitely looks a little bit more complete now. Way more interesting, especially since you're going to be in this whole area. You think I'm here to keep you company? Especially when you're in this whole area and you're going to be seeing these towering cliff edges and stuff in the landscape and stuff that's here. This is going to be jarring because it's going to be different. This is going to be much different. The zebra exhibit. Also, the reason. The goat over there hanging out with him. He's like, I'm one of you now. That goat's had quite an adventure. Alright, yeah, let's get on back here. Keep on plugging away at all the stone. Look at this massive building. Jeez Louise. This place. This is nuts. Placed all of this today. In fact, we're getting really close to having to do the next wireframe for this this section here, because we got some of this to do, I guess, a little bit. But then we got this is going to be the next big wireframe project. Is maybe starting from right here and going to right here. This whole section needs to get framed out. Let's see. In my reality, you're here to let the reindeers escape. I wouldn't put it past them. But yeah, this next big section here is going to be the next big one that we have to frame out. And remember, I want to put another hot spring in here. Now, it doesn't have to be a really low elevation, but it would be a lower elevation up on top there. That's the idea. So I think we'll get to doing some of that wireframing right now, because honestly I've been filling in those gaps for a while and it's kind of making my eyes go crossed. Alright, let's pinpoint where I want to put the hot spring. We'll put it like right here. Let me put a pillar here so that I can actually change the elevation when I need to. Probably like right here is about the height that I want to get it down to. They love CF. Welcome back. Told you we'd still be here. Still going. Still haven't even taken a bathroom break. Man, I got a problem. I do actually have to go to the bathroom, but that'll be later. So this is about the elevation that we'll go for this right here, for where the hot spring is going to be. And then we got to build up a little bit around it, but I don't want that. That way, when I start designing the wire frame for this area, I don't like go crazy above it, way too high. But let's grab our balls, step one, and let's see if we can't get up there. I don't know about that one. That one might not be far enough. I don't think it's gonna make it. Nope. Well, that one sucked too. After I break my legs enough times, I'll figure it out. All right, line up with this. Nope. Dang it. Through the... I am failing miserably with this. I'm just throwing balls left and right and not making it there. I'm gonna get it. Like, I'm bound to determine now. I think it's gonna be too far too. Yep, and off to the side. Yep. I got it. All right. Now that we're up here, we can probably sleep because creepers be creeping and all. But I want to create a rib, not a rib, a spine going that way, kind of to mark out the top part of this. Now this is gonna have to drop in elevation though, so in reality, I probably didn't need to be getting up here at all anyway. My road's going good so far. I got a pretty good base. Nice. That's basically what I'm doing right now is creating the base for this place here. It's a lot of blocks. Yeah, so I really didn't need to be up here, come to think of it. I don't know why I was trying so hard to get up here. But while we're up here, let's continue this over here a little bit. So before this drops down, it is going to continue a little bit that way, which probably only about that far. All right. Fine. Well, we didn't need to go up there. It was a big mistake, big waste of balls. So, I said we were going to try to build it to over here. So let's try to get this part built right here. Keeping in mind the elevation right there. This is a little bit farther away. So it can be either a little higher or a little lower. I don't actually mind it being a little bit lower because it's starting to get over here in this part right here. And this part might not jut up as much. So we'll keep this relatively low to the ground. Are the reindeers still in here? 1, 2, 3, 4. I see the reindeer butt. Wow. Okay. In fact, we might just flatten that out completely on the top. Let's call it good there. Now, as far as where this elevation's going, because it's gonna have to go higher than what the hot spring is, just not right away. Oh, ran out of stone. Really big inspiration for my zoo, at least. To start stealing your fencing for my enclosures too. Something like this. I'm eyeballing here, keeping an eye on that elevation there. Okay. Lower this down just a wee bit. That should be pretty good. Man, what a build. Who thought just thousands of blocks of stone could pull this off? All right. So there we got a spine put in place on this one. Now this right here might have to be a weird looking spine because this is this is gonna have to branch out a little bit differently because I need to create kind of like what this shape is gonna be like over here. So, Jeet. I'll do it right here. I'll let you work with me, please. So it's okay if this is just a little bit higher because I'm fine with the elevation dropping as it gets close to this. So there, like that. And then nestled right in here is where the hot spring will go. There's orcas in the water there. They're everywhere around here. I'm liking it. I'm just looking at the map, just seeing this big line going across here. Ugh. And then let's finish off this part right here. That line just showed up. Let's finish off this part right here. Aw. Failed miserably. Oh, we're by the haste beacon. I can always tell. Oh, I saw the giraffe right there, and I thought it was the zebra standing on top of the wall. It's like, how? Oh, jeepers. Elytra, please. Just kind of activates randomly and falls right on my face. Yeah, this doesn't have to be too high up. It will eventually marry up with that over there. How old is GReimer? We've had this discussion. Prehistoric. See, random guy gets it. He knows. Who taught me how to play Minecraft? Jesus, when he walked the earth. He was a big Minecraft fan. All right, so that's pretty good. Now let's see if we can't connect that over to there somewhere. Oop. Dang it. Oh, made it. Wow, that was impressive. Let's be nice, let's be nice. I mean, he wasn't wrong. Like that, so we're starting to get the shape of what this is going to look like back here. Now that hot spring I'm building back there, most people probably won't even see, to be honest, because of its location, how it's going to be tucked behind some stone elevation that's a little bit higher than that. We could even add a second one in here somewhere. But we don't really need to, I don't think. There's already several hot springs dotted throughout the island, so it's fine. It'll be a nice little Easter egg that people... the people who have watched the series will know it's there, or when they download the map, they might find it later. Most people try not to build stuff like this in survival because it's just so much work. That's okay. I guess I'm not like most people. Let's see if we can't hop down here and we'll get another rib put in. Now, this is interesting. This tree might be actually in the way in a little bit. So we'll have to come up with a nice little fun design for it out here while we're far enough away from the tree. God said, let there be blocks, exactly. think it's getting nighttime again. It's amazing how that keeps happening. There we go. Get that just barely fitting in there. Actually, I got like another... It's not actually nighttime yet. It's getting close to it, but it's got another hour or so in game before we get there. How tired do your hands get after a day like today? What hands? I don't even feel them anymore, man. The pinky finger fell off about an hour ago. I'll miss that one, but whatever, really fine. Just buy a new one from Amazon or something. No, they get pretty tired actually. I work with my hands. Like at work, I build things with my hands, so I'm constantly using them. So they don't really get sore anymore. Plus, my entire life I've played video games, so my hands are actually ridiculously strong. It sort of freaks people out at work too, because if someone's having trouble getting like a drill bit out or something of a drill, I'll just grab it and just rip the thing out. So yeah, my hands are incredibly strong because of that. So they can take a lot of abuse. You guys, it's coming together. I'm starting to see it. Once again, let's go take a fly over and see what we got so far and see if this is starting to make any sense whatsoever. I can see it, and it's beautiful. Yep, I can see this coming together, and it is beautiful. Alright, let's actually start creating some of the top part of this just so we get a little bit more inspiration as we go. Plus, it'll give me a little bit shorter distance to try to reach some of these rib designs. Alright, and then fill all this in. This is where those torches I put down about an hour and a half ago will come in handy. And we're not actually 8 hours in the stream anyway. We're only 5.5, so that's not bad. It's actually a relatively short stream for me. I think last weekend wasn't it only like a 4.5 hour stream that we did. But then I had to get going. I had to. That was the day that we were signing Oliver up for Boy Scouts, so that's why I had to get going. Actually, I shouldn't get too gung-ho here because some of this is going to come forward. My teacher learned a trick. Let's see. Oh wait, I just checked. They do for. Oh, what are you looking? What do you? They sell fingers. Oh, that's good. I teach you on a trick to open people's hands no matter how strong their grip. So he did it to us and said it always worked until he did it to me and he couldn't get my hand open. Yeah, I've been playing for 8 hours. I'm weak though. After 8 hours, I start to feel it. I mean, it's 8 hours of building though, so I mean, it's a little bit. I want to keep backing this up, actually. I originally was just a little bit, and now I'm thinking I need to do a little bit more, too. I don't mind there being another large open flat area here. I just don't really like how this looks right here, so... I don't want to try to push something if it's not looking right. All right, so let's get some of these other ribs connected. Yep. Oh my gosh, this is actually turning out better than I thought it was going to. So every time I look up and I see little parts of the zoo now that are, the walls are basically finished. Obviously not the terrain on top of it, but I'm getting a little giddy because I can't wait for this whole thing to be done, because it's gonna look great. Like Tony the Tiger, great. Alright, that's pretty good. Pepsi break, alright. Let's actually remove this part right here and knock that back just a wee bit. I'm so hungry I might just get some Java cakes. And I'm hungry because GReimer keeps calling them ribs, and I want ribs. I could go for some ribs right now. My gosh, would that be great. I could really go for some ribs. Oh, cliffs. Building cliffs. That's what I could have called it, actually. The cliffs of the Lost Isles. But landscaping level 200, I think, was pretty appropriate. Again, if you weren't here earlier in the stream, tomorrow, I feel fear as I've got pancakes. Tomorrow, actually, the trailer for the Week of Horror is going to be dropping. So if you guys don't know, on the channel, I do a 1 week a year. I will flood my channel with horror games. So if you're wondering why that is, and is it a permanent thing, the answer is no. It's just for Halloween. But it's not a permanent thing, though. But it is a fun thing. So hopefully you guys enjoy. There's going to be a lot more content coming out during that week. So if you're wondering why there's so many videos dropping, that's why. In total, I want to say there's like 15 or 16 videos coming out that week. So normally I do 2 to maybe 3. So yeah, if you're wondering why all of a sudden the channel is just super active and tons of content coming out, that's why. So hopefully you guys enjoy, though. Like, I put a lot of effort into it this year, especially the trailer. This is by far the best trailer that I've whipped up for the Week of Horror. Sometimes there have been a lot of times I got to work with what I got. So like the first year we did this, I think most of the trailer was Pacify. There was like a quick clip from Little Nightmares and another quick clip from Five Nights at Freddy's sprinkled in there. But it was mostly just Pacify is what you saw. And that's because at the time I only had part of Little Nightmares recorded, and Five Nights at Freddy's part, I got that record, I didn't have it edited, and then there was we had the Pacify stuff all done already. So I just used what I got, and Halloween was getting close, and so you got to do what you got to do. But this time around, though, I had basically almost everything recorded. There was only a couple of series that we hadn't had recorded, and I picked out a song in advance to go with it, and it just turned out great. So I might actually have to go back and change some things. So the stuff on Patreon, the one you've seen on Patreon, is basically it. I might have to actually tweak a couple things simply because after uploading it to YouTube and watching it, some of the darker clips are a little tough to see. So I might have to change a couple of things just so to accommodate that. I might have to either make some corrections, color corrections, brightness level, stuff like that. But for the most part, the patrons that have seen it on Patreon already, it's going to be the same thing, maybe a couple of tweaks here or there. A lot of fun games. I actually took one of you guys recommended a game last year. I actually took that and made it a series this year, so you're gonna hopefully love it. Rudolph was flying. Okay. Just, there's 2 Rudolphs in there, so there's one there and there's one there. They're still in there. Yeah, anybody who's a patron usually gets the inside scoop as to what's going on. Sometimes you get a little bit of early access to stuff too. I mean, because it's just me running this whole thing, and yeah, they said he was flying. I didn't see it, but he's not the only one who's escaped. Like reindeer, and unless reindeer happen to fly occasionally, Rudolph wasn't the only one who escaped. But yeah, patrons get early access to some things occasionally whenever I get a chance. It's just me running the show here, the whole thing. So a lot of times it's time as far as... I would love to actually do like an entire series Patreon only, you know? I think that'd be great. Yeah, I can't. But every once in a while I get, you know, like the trailer finished and I got it done early. And I was like, you know what? The patrons get to see this first, you know? So drop it out there for them to watch. And then... at all times, though, the patrons get the earliest inside information as to what's happening, you know? So they already know everything about the Week of Horror, what's all in it, you know, who's all appearing. They know all that stuff already, so hopefully everybody is excited as I am, because I love Halloween's my favorite holiday, so I love getting into it. I know that's kind of weird. Well, I mean, I am the Grim Reaper, right? So... It makes a little sense, I guess. But yeah, Halloween's my favorite holiday, so I always try to just indulge during this time of year with some fun activities. Who is invisible on Rudolph? He was in midair. I didn't actually see him being in midair, but maybe he was. I mean, that would explain how they escaped. If reindeer occasionally fly, that would be an interesting Easter egg. It would also be a giant pain to build exhibits for them. And technically, wouldn't I have to put them in the aviary then? As far as getting the inside scoop as to what's going on, I have only 3 tiers of patrons, and with the most expensive being $5. So if you're wondering like what do you get out of all that stuff, the $1 tier, like $1 a month, will get you all the inside scoop as to what's going on, all the messages, all the posts I do and stuff. You'd be able to see the Week of Horror trailer early, all that fun stuff. As far as the $3 tier, then you get all that, but then you also get to be added. You can also join the Discord, and so then you can get the inside scoop. You get the invites to do like the rounds of bingo and stuff that we do, or building game, whatever we might be doing as far as fun things that occasionally we do. Which I really got to do another one. I gotta do another one. I haven't done one in a while, so it's bugging me. I want to do another one. And then, so you get to hang out with us in the Discord and stuff. You can chat with myself or anyone else that's in the Discord. All that fun jazz. And then the $5 one, you get added, all that, but you also get added to the ZAWA Together stuff. So you get to join me here on the server and play this if you would like. I can't help anybody when it comes to like their hardware setup. As far as, you know, if you don't have the hardware to run the game, it's kind of up to you to bring your own PC, you know. So if your computer is a bit of a potato and doesn't handle these things, this server or this mod pack I don't think is very heavy on straining on a computer, but it is still modded Minecraft. So if you have trouble running modded Minecraft, you know, that's a thing. That's what we're doing. So yeah, when I remember setting up the Patreon, because it feels weird. Like Patreon's like where you actually take like donations and stuff, so it feels weird. We setting this up, and they kept saying like, "No, you're worth. Don't be too cheap on yourself." I'm saying like, "Yeah, but I see, I'm a kind of a small no name, so I think I do know my worth." Do you do the death? Let's see. Do you do the death whistle from Puss in Boots when you drag souls to the afterlife? Well, yeah. I mean, you guys saw me in that movie, so you just named the movie. That was another really good film. Speaking of good movies, if you guys have not seen it yet, stop what you're doing. You can always come back and watch this live stream. And go watch Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. If you haven't seen the first one, don't worry about that. You don't need to. You're like, well, isn't that a Shrek thing? Yeah, kind of, but it doesn't really have anything to do with Shrek in that one. But you're like, I love Shrek. I wanted to see more of him. Yeah, well, just keep watching it. Just watch the thing. Just go watch the movie. Earlier I was talking about how great it is to see films when they just focus on the story alone and they don't really worry about preaching to you about anything or anything like that. It's just, here's a good story, you know? That is one of those movies I was referring to. I can't actually give that high enough praise, actually. And I never actually did watch the first one because honestly I found that character out of all the Shrek characters to be the most annoying. I don't really like him that much. But seriously, go watch that movie. That's like a must-see. I haven't seen a must-see movie in a while until that one finally came out. And yeah, the death whistle from that movie, that's a haunting thing. You can do the whistle, that's good. I won't answer spoken to on Discord. You still haven't seen it? Oh, you gotta see it. For sure. Like for sure, that is a must. It is so good. Like I don't even know how to, like I said, I can't give it enough praise. It is such a good film that everything, even the things you think might be annoying, like they have the Chihuahua in there, Perito, or they actually are struggling to name him in the film because he doesn't have a name. But that seems like a pretty easy cut and dry character to be annoying because he's there for comic relief, right? And then you put a question mark at the end of that, right? And then as you're watching the film, you're like, I don't think this guy is here just for comic relief. Like he actually fits into the narrative pretty well. And as far as, I mean, he is funny. There are some really good funny moments with him too. But that dog in that film he's such a sweet character, like such a sweetheart. He actually can't tell, or maybe it's his way of coping, but he can't tell all the horrific and terrible things that have happened. Oh, for love of it. Speaking of horrific and terrible things. Hit that guy a couple times. Alright, he's dead. I can take out the rest of these guys. They're getting hurt as they're shooting me because I have thorns on. Okay, how do I look? Yeah, pretty good. But yeah, speaking of horrific and terrible things, there's these guys. But no, the dog in there, the Chihuahua in that movie, he is so like genuine and nice and always happy, and he doesn't realize the crap that he's been through. Like I said, it's either that or it's a coping mechanism. I honestly don't know which one it is. You know, maybe that's just his way of processing some of the abuse that he's been through. I don't really know. But there's a especially good scene there where Kitty Softpaws is pointing a knife at him, actually saying, "No one's that stupid, no one's that sweet, no one's that dumb." And he's sitting there with his bulging eyes and tongue hanging out, like happy, looking at her. It's like I think this guy is, you know. I think we might have found one that actually is. But yeah, it's a good movie. You should definitely go see it. So. That dog was a psycho. It really makes me wonder. There's also a meme of the year. I clicked on one short about it, and my entire recommendation was just filled with it. Yeah, it's true. If you watch one YouTube video of Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, you are gonna see that fill your feed. But yeah, it is so good. And yeah, people praise the wolf in that movie. As being like one of the best villains, and some could argue that he's not actually a villain. There is an argument to be made there. He is an antagonist, but as far as a villain, there's really only one. When you think about the movie, there's really only one villain, and that's Jack Horner. The rest of them are antagonists, but I wouldn't really call them villains. Antagonists are simply people who are there to stop the protagonist. You know, so technically, like Kitty Softpaws is an antagonist because remember his goal is to get this wish, right? Well, there's only one wish, so only one person's going to get it. So everyone else who's trying to stop him from getting it will be the antagonists of the film. So there's Goldilocks and the Three Bears. There's Kitty Softpaws. There's the wolf, and there's Jack Horner. All of them are antagonists, but only one of them is really a villain, an evil. An evil person who is doing this for their own own glory, own satisfaction, and for nefarious means. Like, I guess the wolf kind of does fit into that category because once you learn who the wolf actually is, he's not exactly doing his role as he normally would. He's doing it because his own personal reasons, I guess. So, I guess in a way he would be. Yeah, I guess he'd be a villain in that sense. But clearly by the end of the film, you realize that he's not doing it because he's evil by any means. He's just literally doing what he normally does. And he just was a little upset with the way Puss had led his lives. So there's an arrow sticking out of me. But yeah, the whistle too that the wolf does. You're right. That became almost like an instant movie iconic sound now. It's almost like a lightsaber sound. Just curiosity, how many of you have actually seen that movie that are in chat right now? Simon seems to think the dog was a psycho, so he must have seen it. Because, I mean, you're not wrong. The backstory on that dog. Holy cow. So he's walking around through the entire thing with wearing a sock as a sweater, and yeah, you find out why. I swear the cricket is it's too obnoxious. The cricket, okay, yeah, so that's basically a play on Jiminy Cricket. Was in that film. Honestly, I don't see movies, so I missed this one. Peter, go watch it, please. Do it for me. I highly, highly recommend it. You won't regret it. I guarantee it. It is a really good movie. I watched the first Puss in Boots, but not the newest one. Orskell, definitely go watch it. If you could reverse those, actually, because I heard that the original wasn't like a terrible film, but it was just kind of like one of those. They also redid his entire design, so it looks significantly better. People keep saying that they took inspiration from Into the Spider-Verse with the frame rate drops for the action scenes. Honestly, other films have been doing that for a long time, so I don't think that was simply the Into the Spider-Verse that was the first one to ever do that. I think Into the Spider-Verse had a very interesting, like, almost graffiti-esque style to it. And then, yeah, they did do the frame rate drops during the action, too, so it worked out really, really well in that film. And they do the frame rate drops in the action scenes in Puss in Boots: The Last Wish also, and it's very interesting. But they have more of like a pastel look. It almost seems like whenever they do it, and the animation itself, as far as like the visual look of them, looks incredible. There's even a scene that actually has blood in it in a kid's film too. So, and the final fight. I mean, the final fight is against all the antagonists basically, but. Yeah, Into the Spider-Verse is one of your favorite movies, Peter. That it is a phenomenal film. I love that one too. So, but when you you're not gonna shoot a puppy in the face, are you, Jackie? Yeah, why? Yeah, that is a line from the movie. Jack Horner is, like I said, the villain in the film. He is a good villain because he has no remorse. He doesn't really care about anything except for making himself more powerful, and he's the most heartless person you can imagine. He doesn't care so much about human life or any life really other than his own, I guess. And so as a result, he becomes across as very obnoxious because of how he just doesn't care, you know? And so, like, yeah, like he said there, it's like, you're not going to shoot, because he gets paired up with Jiminy Cricket. Well, it's not, they don't call him Jiminy Cricket, obviously, but it's supposed to be. It's a cricket that is your conscience. Okay, but he doesn't have a conscience, so... Don't get me started on the Phoenix scene. Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah, so imagine a villain who has no conscience being paired up with Jiminy Cricket, who is supposed to be the person's conscience. But remember, this isn't a redemption story. So not every villain is gonna have some redeeming thing where they all of a sudden become a good guy. You know, this is definitely not a redemption story kind of setup. So imagine a villain who is just basically pure evil and has no conscience whatsoever. As long as he gets his way, he doesn't care. Jimmy Cricket tries to teach him about the value of life and stuff. It doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. This guy doesn't care. So, pretty boss flamethrower, right? Don't get in my way when I'm flamethrowing. Yeah. I love Jack Horner's character. That derpy looking like pink hair that he has, and he's a big fat dude. That was a great villain. And he's not introduced right away either. He's introduced a little bit later on in the film. I think the first antagonist you see would be the wolf. And the wolf actually does not have a lot of screen time in the film. So he shows up early on in the film, aside from one other scene where he's kind of in the crowd during the giant fight at the beginning. But he shows up very early on in the film. And then you don't see him again until, I'd say about 40 minutes in or so, or maybe even a half hour in or so. And then he shows up very briefly in one scene, scares the crap out of Puss in Boots, and then he's gone again until they're well on their adventure, and you almost forget about him again, you know. And then there he is again, shows up, and you're like, what the heck? This thing is like constantly plaguing the main, our main hero throughout this whole thing. It's definitely a weak point for him, because remember, Puss in Boots laughs in the face of death. He has no fear. That's his whole thing, right? Well, this thing gives him fear. You know, the wolf gives him fear. He's afraid of it, and he doesn't want to be, but he doesn't know how to get over it because he is terrified of this thing. And for good reason, too. You come to find out. So, yeah, definitely worth seeing that movie if you haven't yet. DreamWorks, I believe, made that one. They're knocking it out of the park. Yeah, Jack has baby unicorn horns, and when you see the horses on the horses and cart, the horses have broken horns. Brutal. I didn't actually notice that. But that does sound like something he would do. I'm hearing something. Hold on. Well, sounds like a little woodpecker is hitting the side of the house, but it's getting late in the year. I thought they would have all been no longer doing that. But yeah, the Jack Horner is by far one of my favorite. Actually, there isn't. It's hard for me to say which one's my favorite character in that movie because all of it was great. That's one of those films. There's very few of them out there, but that's one of those films where there's really not any part of that movie that I'm bored at. No, there's not a part of the act. You know, it's like a 3-act structure in films. There's no act that I'm watching going, I kind of don't like this part. Maybe I'll just skip past it. You know, every part of it I'm like just wrapped up in. And yeah, Goldilocks and the Three Bears are in there, or their twisted take on it. That's what the whole Shrek universe is basically a parody or a joke of a. So I know what I'm doing tonight. Yeah, definitely. You won't be disappointed, Peter. I guarantee it. But they have Goldilocks and the Three Bears in there, and it's their twisted take on it. Florence Pugh, I think, does the voice of Goldilocks in that. It's such a good adaptation because it makes you actually kind of give a crap about them. Rather than just being focused on your protagonist, you know? They were British, yeah. And yeah, they overdo the too hard, too soft, too whatever meme over and over, but that's because they're Goldilocks and the Three Bears. That's their thing. And they do it, I think they do that joke about one too many times, but it pays off in the end, so it's kind of easy to forgive that, you know? Because, well, like I said, if you've seen the ending, you know that they kind of bring that joke back full circle one more time, but it pays off, actually. Yeah, highly, highly recommended. DreamWorks is the only ones I know who can make the best animated villains. They do make some really good ones. I mean, think about their movies. They do make some good ones. It's getting nighttime again. Wow, time flies. Get me on a rant about Puss in Boots and voila, it's time just goes by. Now, I do get a kick out of some movies. It's funny because I actually recommended that movie to my boss at work too, because he usually likes some superhero stuff and whatnot. He kind of likes some of the same things I do. And when I told him, I was like, you know what, you should really watch Puss in Boots. He was like, what? I was like, I wish I was joking. I'm not. You really should go watch it. You won't regret it. It's actually really good. So. Still stand by that assessment too. I don't think he's watched it yet. I still think he should. If you're out there watching, go watch Puss in Boots. Mayersfeld, the stunning woman. Yeah, she is. I do get a kick out of it though because, like I said, I'm big into film. I like film. I respect the filmmakers that do things and they say, you know, they're putting their own style on things and on whatever. And like Puss in Boots is actually technically an existing story, but considering how they've changed it dramatically to be in the Shrek world, you know, well, actually not so much dramatic. They've gone just more extreme with it, I guess is the best way to describe it. They can take some liberties and do whatever with it. So, the final fight was really good. Yeah, the final fight was really good, actually. I mean, there's the fight, you know, with all the antagonists, but the fight against the wolf was pretty awesome. Because yeah, even though this character terrifies Puss to the core, he does end up fighting him. He does actually have to end up fighting him. Obviously, you don't just have this villain that's really weakening our hero and our hero not face him. Hasta la muerte. Yep. I do get a kick out of it because I actually there's some parts in the movie that are in Spanish, obviously, because I mean it's Puss in Boots. There's parts where they'll say things in Spanish. It's primarily in English, but there's parts where they'll either get frustrated and angry and they'll start ranting, you know. And so I had to like look up some of those things. I don't speak Spanish, but yeah, the wolf's rant at the end there, I looked that up and it's actually really funny if you do look up what he's saying. So. My YouTube stopped working, but I love Kung Fu Panda, and it's not just because of the panda. Exactly, yeah. The villain in that one, he was a leopard or something, wasn't he? I gotta rewatch that movie. Actually, it's been a while since I've seen Kung Fu Panda. Speaking of animated films, let's actually see. For you guys out there watching, what is your favorite animated movie? I can think of one that I actually really like. I mean, I've talked about Onward. I like that one a lot. That one's really good. So yeah, Peter, if you haven't seen Onward, that's another one. Add it to your list. You won't be disappointed. I'd say that Puss in Boots is probably a better film than Onward, but Onward really hits you hard in the feels towards the end. I mean, Puss in Boots does a pretty good job at that too. But yeah, I don't know. There's certain universal things that you can show that everyone's going to be like, oh, or at least most everybody. Into the Spider-Verse, yeah, that was a good one. Onward was the last movie I saw before COVID. Yeah, Onward had it came out like right when all that was going down. And so it didn't do very well in theaters because theaters were closing. So it ended up on Disney Plus pretty quickly. And I was confused actually because I was like, wait, isn't that the movie that just came out? And I was like, oh, so okay, you know. Man, I'm hoping I'm in free build mode right now where I'm not even really thinking about what I'm doing. I'm just chatting with you guys, and it's kind of fun. It's relaxing. I like it. But I'm hoping this turns out good because I've been kind of blanking this entire time. And Netflix on my TV right now. Favorite animated movie is Cars, but I love Kung Fu Panda. Cars is actually a really good one too. I love when he first gets to that town. You know, was it something Springs, Radiator Springs, and they have him try to fix the road, and as soon as they unhook him, he just takes off. Granted, they planned for that, but the way that he's just left standing there, like the guys that unhooked him are just left standing there, like, as he just takes off. Yeah, my Jaffa cakes are good too. Owen Wilson, yeah, he's the voice of Lightning McQueen in that. I saw a meme once that said, once you see it, you can't unsee it, and it showed a close-up picture of the face of the Statue of Liberty, and then it showed a picture of Owen Wilson's face, and it looks very, very similar. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Life is a highway, yo. More of a live action guy, but I love Puss in Boots and all the Cars movies too, yeah. My favorite animated film probably would be the first I'm drawing a blank. The Incredibles, that's it. I really like that one. As far as computer animated, at least, you know. If we're talking like hand-drawn animation, that I'm gonna have to think about that one for a second. Because when you're talking about like the old school Disney movies, you know, which one would be your favorite out of that one? There were some really good classics out of that, you know, like it's hard to compete with things like The Lion King and stuff. I'd say my favorite film from back then, though, was Hercules. And then with The Emperor's New Groove being a really good movie too. But that was that's more of a fun film. Like, I think Hercules though had a bigger impact though, or on me. So Clone Wars is pretty good too. That's true. The whole series was actually, and then they had that animated film that started the whole thing off. Going to the drive, get some mud on his face. So Sally pooped on him. Emperor's New Groove is so good. It is. It's Emperor's New Groove is one of those movies like Deadpool. It breaks the fourth wall. It talks to the audience. That's another reason why it was so good. You got David Spade's character, the Emperor Cusco, whatever. He's always addressing the audience, you know. Like there's even the thing where everything about it actually. They even stop at the end with Yzma and Krunk beating Cusco and Pacha back to the palace. They stop and say, "How'd you get here before us?" And they actually pull out the dang map from the montage of them getting back where it showed they didn't make it. And they're like, "I don't know. By all accounts, it just doesn't make sense." Yeah, really good movie. And they're like, "Oh well, they just made it." Krunk in that movie, I can't remember the actor's name that voiced him. I can know his face, but I can't remember his name. That was a phenomenally good cast on that one. In fact, all of them were. But the guy who voiced Krunk, 10 out of 10, perfect cast for that one. Hands down, Dora the Explorer. Hands down. There you go. What's your favorite Star Wars film and TV series? Mine is Episode 3 and Kenobi/Clone Wars. My favorite Star Wars film is Return of the Jedi. It's not. I mentioned that earlier because someone asked what's my favorite movie, and it's Return of the Jedi. But it's not. It's by no means will I argue and say that it's the best Star Wars film. I don't think it is. I just like how it wraps everything up. By that time, you're 2 movies in. Originally, if you're watching them, it was 2 movies in, and so you're very invested in these characters. So you're gung ho, ready to see what turns up out of them. And plus, like Vader's death scene, the whole string, I love it. It was incredible. But as far as TV show, I like the first and second season of The Mandalorian quite a bit. I like parts. There's actually not a lot that I've liked from Disney Star Wars so far, but I've liked parts of Disney Star Wars. It seems like there's moments where they kind of seem to get it, and then they just kind of slip constantly. And I wish they'd stick the landing every time. Like, that was actually kind of ironic that I said that right as I was falling and whatever. But I wish they'd stick the landing a little bit more often and actually some of these shows and stuff knock them out of the park more so than what they've been doing. I've heard kind of mixed things on Ahsoka that came out. Like that's one of those shows that I think Rosario Dawson's a good cast for it, and I'm not sure. I've just heard mixed things on it. I haven't been watching it mainly because I kind of checked out at this point. Kenobi, actually, when I watched that, I did not like that. I did not like that at all. It hurt my head in some parts. So I just kind of checked out after that. I heard Andor was really good, but I never watched that. I've sort of checked out now, so I haven't seen the later shows. The Obi-Wan Kenobi one, I was mentioning that earlier in the stream, how that was such a huge waste of potential. They when you think about where Obi-Wan is, it is a woodpecker. It's louder now. I hear it hitting the walls outside. Normally I go chase those things off, but obviously I'm in the middle of something. But I was mentioning that earlier, but when you think about where Obi-Wan Kenobi was at that point in the story, that's not even kind of close to what they got to in the show. I'm kind of getting a little aggravated with them constantly taking these heroes and characters that we know of, and everyone knows and loves and respects, and then turning them into like broken versions of themselves. They do that repeatedly, and it's kind of getting annoying because it's like, can't you just have the person we know? You know, can't you just have them there, just being awesome, and then have them go on a new adventure instead? Wouldn't that be crazy? I liked, again, aspects. I like parts of Kenobi. Like, although I didn't approve of the whole Vader him fighting thing, because that didn't make like a sense for as far as the canon goes. But I did like, you know, Ewan McGregor's acting in it. I thought it was phenomenal. Obviously, no one can play Obi-Wan quite like him because, well, I mean, him and Sir Alec Guinness are the only ones who have ever done it, really. So, I mean, that was nice to see him back. But I mean, a lot of that stuff is just kind of that's the joy I get out of it. There is like it's just kind of nice to see these guys. But I mean, as far as story wise, it's still like lacking, you know. And the gate scene, jeez Louise, the gate scene in what was it, episode 3 or 4 or something like that of Kenobi, where he had to get past that laser gate, that Imperial checkpoint. So after he blows away 9 stormtroopers or so that are all spread out and keeping an eye on him, he still gets the upper hand and kills them, which is okay. He's a Jedi, he's got quick reflexes, I get it, you know. After he does all that, he goes over to the gate to try to shut it down, which I assumed was because they were going to take the vehicle that they just killed the driver of so they could drive past. Kind of tough to get it around the sides, you know. No, it was so they could walk around or walk through. You could just walk around the thing. So then after that, a whole whopping 3 stormtroopers show up, and he patiently waits for them to get in a position and point their blasters at him, and then he surrenders. I'm like, wait, what? What just happened? And the reason why that is because the Imperial officer there was actually a double agent, and the reason why he surrendered and all that stuff was because she was going to take him out, you know. But the thing is, he didn't know that. The writer knew it, but Obi-Wan didn't. Obi-Wan should have just lit those guys up immediately, but he didn't. So it's things like that, and like I said, it strictly comes because of the whole film school aspect that I went to, where I see things and it just doesn't make sense. Had I not gone to film school, I probably would be blissfully ignorant and not be able to see any of that, and then just probably enjoy it. So this is really a thing on me, where this is really a fault of mine, where I can't not see these things, and so I wish I could. So there are some franchises like that refuse to die out, like Star Wars and Pokemon. In an attempt to stay popular, they make it worse, I guess. Yeah, I mean, because they could have actually made Star Wars really popular again. The first thing, there's a lot of mistakes they made along the way, and again, I mentioned earlier in the stream, this primarily is because hindsight. Now seeing how it turns out, I can see why it went wrong. They didn't have hindsight when they were doing all this, so I'm not bashing them for that. But one of them was kind of an obvious one. The expanded universe. They got rid of the expanded universe as soon as they got the licensing for Star Wars. That blew my mind. Like, I was like, why? You have an existing fan base there that would love to see that made into movies, and all the people who made money on the books and stuff like that. All of those people who read those books, they want to see those in the movies. They want to see that live action, and you could do that. Just so long as you don't throw them out. And then they threw them out. So that was confusing. One more in there. So that was a little bit confusing. But then, okay, if you're going to toss out something that's already beloved by quite a few fans, you're going to need to replace it with something just as good, if not better. And that didn't happen. So that was the reason why that was kind of a whoopsie. But you leave Pokemon alone. Pokemon is good, but half of Gen 9 Pokemon are just remakes. Yeah, I kind of miss Pokemon. I haven't played it in quite a few years. But yeah, that used to be a big passion of mine too. So that I don't really have anything to say about Pokemon though. I just checked out. But yeah, all of the expanded universe stuff in Star Wars. There's just, and they are tapping into it now. Like, now that they kind of basically ran the franchise into the ground, they're like, well, maybe we should go do that. You think? So like Ahsoka is basically heir to the Empire. It looks like they're setting up that whole series. But you know, we'll see how that all turns out because they're bringing Thrawn into it and stuff, or they brought him into it. So yeah, we'll see how that all turns out. But I kind of lost hope after this went on for a few years that that they were going to be able to save that franchise. And maybe they can. Maybe I'm horribly wrong on that. I kind of lost hope that they would. After so many years of many of the fans telling them what's going on, what's wrong, why they're not enjoying it, and them just completely ignoring them, it's like, okay, I don't think you guys are gonna pull this one off. Now, unless there's some serious changes at the higher ups at Disney, that's not gonna change. So knowing that though, whenever they say, "Hey, we got a new Star Wars thing coming out," it's just like yawn. I don't really care. I'd like to. I just don't really care. So I don't know. Hopefully, because I really do want to see that franchise come back. Star Wars stuff is awesome. They made a lot of mistakes. Also, they did it again in Ahsoka. Lightsabers apparently aren't lethal anymore. Kind of blows my mind. Because I thought they were blades of plasma energy, but apparently they are little pokey things that don't hurt people anymore. Because I think there's one of the sound effects actually of like a lightsaber stabbing where you can hear it bubbling kind of because it's hitting flesh, so it is instantly like vaporizing that. And that's a good sound to listen to when you're dealing with lightsabers, because that's what a lightsaber does. It cooks basically instantly or evaporates whatever it hits. Just watch episode 1 and watch Qui-Gon stab the door, the one that has the blast shields down, and watch it melting around the lightsaber. That's what a lightsaber does. So whenever I keep seeing people getting stabbed by them and not dying, it confuses the heck out of me. Getting stabbed by a lightsaber is fatal every single time. There is no survival from that. That's the reason why when you get stabbed, you die. You get your limb cut off, that's survivable. You get gashed a little bit in the arm, that's survivable. You get stabbed in the abdomen or chest, you're dead. You don't survive it, ever. But since Disney took over, how many people have been stabbed? Let's see, the Grand Inquisitor got stabbed and he walked it off like a champ. The Reva got stabbed as a Padawan from Anakin and survived it. Then she got stabbed again by Vader later and survived that too somehow. Like, she's dead. There's no way you survive it. Your organs get cooked. You die. It's plasma energy. And it's not even like she got stabbed quick, and even then it wouldn't matter. But it's not like she got stabbed quick. They stabbed her and held it in her. She's dead. So it's like they don't understand lightsabers. So that's a big pet peeve that I have right there. That every time I see Star Wars, I'm just like, they don't know how the weapons work. They don't know anything about it. It looks like, and that's probably because they purchased it, right? They were looking to make money off of it. They weren't really looking at actually caring about the franchise. That'd be the creator, so that'd be George Lucas. But he passed the torch in hopes that it would work, that he'd get a whole brand new franchise, a whole new series of fans, a whole new joy and appreciation. But like I said, they just forgot how lightsabers work apparently. Yeah, so I want to make, if I were to change anything regarding Star Wars, I would say that first things first, you got to make lightsabers deadly again. They should be a dangerous weapon, one that not everybody can wield, not because they're not strong with the Force or anything like that. Like, a person can start up a lightsaber. It's not like that's impossible. To be fair, the Grand Inquisitor has 2 stomachs, then both stomachs got cooked. Like I said, it's not that they might have different anatomy. It's that everything around that blade just got roasted. So, yeah, no, it doesn't matter how many organs he has, or maybe he had like an additional heart someplace. Nope, doesn't matter. He's dead. Everything else is just basically copium trying to make sense of things, trying to come up with an explanation as to why it doesn't make sense. But, yeah, the lightsaber, because remember, look at the door. Look at the door that Obi-Wan, or that Qui-Gon stabbed in episode 1. That'll explain what it's supposed to be like getting stabbed by a lightsaber. Now, he held it in there for significantly longer, but even still, the heat from a lightsaber blade, that was against metal that was designed to block space, the vacuum of space. Someone's stomachs, if they have multiple ones, they're not going to do better than that by any means. So, yeah, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. I think they made a couple other mistakes then in the films too. I think force healing was a bad idea. Yes, that is a thing, but it's been shown only in use force heal. Yeah, that right there. For example, force heal doesn't allow you to repair cooked organs when you're dead. And from what we understand, also force heal requires you to use your own life force to do that, which means how would he heal himself? Like you saw from Rey using it in the movies and stuff, but Kylo Ren somehow magically knew how to use it at the end, or Ben Kenobi, or Ben Solo. I mean, sorry, I say Ben Kenobi because, you know, Obi-Wan Kenobi. But Ben Solo at the end knew how to use it somehow, despite never knowing that. He saw it done once, so I guess he said, "Screw it, I guess I'm a master at it now." He did it, and then he ended up dying because of it, because he expended his entire life force to bring Rey back. So, all right, Orskull, take it easy. So, as long as you got anger issues in Star Wars, you're good, bro. Yeah, basically, it solves everything. But yeah, like the Inquisitor couldn't use force healing on himself because he was the one who'd be draining the life force out of him to do it. So, but no, I think they shouldn't have brought that in at all, because then it begs the question, why didn't others use it later? And it's like, well, it was hidden in this Jedi text thing. It's like, Jedi Order kind of had those texts, but maybe they felt it wasn't good, or it raises a lot of questions. It's seen in the video games. You can use force heal in the video games all you want, but that's because they're video games. That's what people just assumed it as. It's, of course you can do it in the video games because they're just games. Ah, I got a hole over there. But yeah, when you start thinking about it a little bit more, Star Wars gets really aggravating because of what they've done to it. And it makes me sad. I had such high hopes for Disney pulling that off too. The resources, they had the resources. And people can point the fingers and blame whoever and whatever, and stuff like that. Regardless, you can just look at the facts of the whole thing. The movies themselves, each one of them made over $1 billion, which is good. I mean, it's Star Wars, it should, you know. They kept making films until they started losing money, which is what happened with Solo. After they made Solo, they put a can on the making the film thing, because they couldn't figure out how to make money off of it anymore. But I thought the reindeer were out again for a second. Yeah, did you ever wonder, like, the last Star Wars movie that hit theaters, that was Solo, wasn't it? How many years ago was that? They had to hit the brakes because they lost money on it, and they're like, wait a second, we're not supposed to. That's the only movie to ever lose, only Star Wars movie to ever lose money. What the heck? And what went wrong? And to be honest, the answer is really nothing. I mean, that movie was all right, I guess. It would have helped to have seen Clone Wars before seeing it, because the ending scene probably confused a lot of people. But so I think they probably should have axed that. But no, the problem is that people had lost interest because the last mainstream movie that was released really upset a lot of people because it didn't make a lot of sense. So I say that about movies too, but like really the general moviegoers who you really need to appeal to if you're trying to make billions of dollars. Because if you're going for the hardcore fans, you should still pay respect to the hardcore fans. You should still absolutely do it, but you got to keep things as simplified so that the general moviegoer doesn't get confused. Marvel made this mistake, actually. In fact, I called it. There's a guy at work that's a huge Marvel fan, which I mean, I don't blame him. It's a lot of fun stuff there, you know. But Marvel made that mistake with their TV shows when they were coming to Disney Plus. This guy's saying they're going to be great. It's going to have all the stuff that ties in with the MCU, and you're going to need to watch it so that you can see the next movie and stuff. I was like, that's not a good thing, dude. It's like, you remember the general moviegoer, right? That's where your billions and billions of dollars are. So the reason why Avengers Endgame made $3 billion worldwide was not because of the hardcore comic book fans. It was because of your general moviegoer that went. So if you're trying to tap into that market, you're going to want to make sure that you don't confuse people in your movies. So, have you read Colin? I have not actually read that. I've only seen Haven't seen much actually regarding people's takes then on the sequel trilogy stuff, but yeah, the Duke would be like, "Oh, you cut my head off," and then boom, force heal it back again. Exactly. Yeah, it also takes away from the from Anakin, who have read those texts. If the Jedi had read them to save his wife, exactly. Yeah. Jin Caps, hello and welcome to the stream. We're just talking movies while we get a lot of the stonework done, because this is what we've been doing all stream. It's a necessary evil. When we're all said and done with this, it's going to look awesome. It's going to look more like this area over here. But obviously this is going to take a lot of work, because this is not natural generation. This is all custom generation, or custom land generation. So, yeah, he was supposed to direct it, and then got rid of it. Let's see. Oh, yeah. The there's a lot of behind the scenes, obviously, that went on that definitely affected those movies. And like that's what I mean when I say that people can blame whoever they want for it. It doesn't really matter, because it is what it is and it happened. So, but to sit there, and be like, yeah, they're a great success, they're phenomenal. Not really. The movies had diminishing returns, meaning like the first one that came out, the Force Awakens, they had like over $2 billion it made. Phenomenal returns. And then even at that time, I think people were still interested in the movies. Like, they're still interested in Star Wars. They didn't lose. Well, oh man, speaking of losing stuff, I'm out of stone. They didn't lose a core amount of the audience after The Force Awakens. There's a lot of questions people had, which is good. That's what you should do, right? I mean, yeah, it was a recreation of A New Hope, The Force Awakens. It was basically the same movie, but it left people wondering, like, who is Rey? Why is she so powerful? Things like that. There was questions that people had. And that's what you want. You want people questioning why things are the way they are, so that they'll tune in on the next one, And then the next one came out, and that one did not go over so well with people. And remember, the general moviegoer. So by the time you got to The Rise of Skywalker, you were looking at about half the audience still being there, and that's not good. So, yeah, they kind of screwed up something in that second film, it looks like, is the one that drove most of the people away. People can say what it is. They can pretend they know what it is. They might even know what it is. They can even elaborate exactly what it is. They can be mad at people. It doesn't really matter. It happens. But that second one seems to be the dividing factor in most of the fan base. And it's a shame. Like I said, all I had to do is copy the books. Instant billion-dollar movies, one after another. I mean, the books weren't exactly, they weren't exactly an interesting, like, or they weren't exactly solid in a sense. Like, they had some pretty far-fetched things in there, like Luke, for example, the clone of Luke Skywalker. There's some weird stuff in those movies too. So, all right, I'm actually getting to the point where I might want to think about making the hot spring here. What do you think the odds are I can toss a ball right on there? I don't have any of the stuff to actually make it, so even if I hit the shot, it's not going to matter. So, Jurassic Park 3 is the worst of them all. Jurassic Park 3, I'm trying to remember that one. I remember Jurassic Park, obviously. I remember Jurassic Park 2 for the most part, but Jurassic Park 3 is where things get a little hazy. Yeah, I don't really remember most of that one. And I only watched the first Jurassic World. I didn't watch the other ones that came out after that, so I don't really have much of an opinion on that. Obviously, that was another franchise they tried to revive. Let's I don't have any more room in here. Let's grab this, and we're gonna grab the stuff to make hot spring. Ooh, I'm running low on that stuff. All right, well, 19 blocks. We'll make it with 19 blocks there. Green, blue, and then we'll get some of this orange and yellow. And that should probably be good enough. Yeah, that should be good enough. So people get a little confused when I say I'm going to grab the stuff for a hot spring and I grab the blues and the greens. But if you look at a, if you look at a hot spring, go like Google a real picture once. You're gonna be like, oh yeah, oh, look at that, there's blue and green in the middle of it. I don't think I'm gonna be able to land with an elytra on this thing, but oh, I don't even know where it is. Can I get a pearl on there? Oh, I hit the torch. That's why. Dang it. What? I wonder. Boy, this will be a heck of a shot. I got it. All right, let's get this hot spring built in here. See, I'm actually the real winner here because you guys are talking about the Dominion and Fallen Kingdom movies. I didn't see either one of them. So like I said, I'm the real winner here. Actually, let's leave that there. Oops. Ooh, can I grab it? No, I can't. Dang it. I'm excited though because I think with this this Hollywood strike that just went on, I think there's an inadvertent effect from it. The writer strike and the actor strike, there might have been an inadvertent effect out of all of this, and that is that a lot of productions that were greenlit ended up getting canceled because of this. But a lot of productions that were greenlit probably shouldn't have ever been greenlit. So they most likely were going to be either big flops or they're going to be more things that divided different fan bases and stuff. So by taking a pause and putting everything on hold for a second might have actually just been the thing that ends up saving this whole thing. So hopefully companies are starting to kind of get the idea that maybe some of the stuff that we've been focusing on isn't resonating too well with people. And we might want to actually change our game plan a little bit because money is nice. So let's let's try to do something a little bit different. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I am hopeful that things coming out of Hollywood going forward will be a little bit better. I haven't. I'm a huge movie buff, and since the pandemic ended, I have gone and seen 3 movies because there's just nothing I want to go see. as blunt as that is, there's just nothing that really piques my interest. It's sad because, like I said, I used to go constant. I'd go like 3 times in a week. But no, there's just nothing out there right now that really holds my interest because it's all stuff that either has been done before or it has been or it's just not anything really interesting or original. So I'm hoping so. Yeah, I love movies. I want to see the rise of movies again. Okay, some of the stuff along, I'm going to actually have to bring inward a little bit more or upwards. Yeah, film has always been a kind of a passion of mine too, so it hurts. It hurts sometimes to see some of the things that have happened. But like as we were talking about earlier, it's not like this is a depressing thing though. There are some really good films that have come out too. Like I've been mentioning the Puss in Boots being one of them. That's incredible. So they can do it. So oops, I don't want to do that one. I keep hearing that the woodpecker out there, and it's distracting me. Okay, so now that we got this part done, we need the squid backpack in our life desperately because the squid backpack has these guys in it, and then we also have to break our legs. Alright, so going here, we're gonna put one, let's put one right here. Alright. I want to put one at a slightly different elevation, maybe along the side of it rather than actually in the water itself. So it looks like the rock is superheated. Let's do it like, let's do it right here. Alright, right there. Now, is 2 of them going to be enough? Make sure I got all the blocks while I'm down here. Okay, that rocket really didn't go very far. Thinking one more might be a good idea. Somewhere in the center. Okay. Now let's fill it up with water. I love modding. And do I want to go higher than that? I was thinking about doing higher than that. But do I want to is the question. Because that looks alright the way it is. Even with the smoke coming out over here, it just looks fine. That doesn't look bad. Looks like a big jacuzzi, yeah. Okay, Pokey Lewis, have yourself a good night. Talk to you later, man. Jordan Connings, welcome to the stream. Sorry, we've been chatting movies and stuff, so I've been kind of in the zone, so if I missed anyone joining in, I apologize. But yeah, what do you guys think? Should I add another layer of water, or do you think that's good enough? I kind of think that's good enough. Just like that. Yeah, let's put these things away. Alright, and then let's grab some stone. And we'll get this tied in with the rest of this area now. Marcus, welcome to the stream. Hello. We are building a hot spring here on this custom terrain. This whole island is getting a makeover completely to give it a completely different look now, because there is a volcano right over there. We're making this whole island also volcanic. So, you look sad. Why do you look sad? Don't be sad unless you don't like hot springs, and then I'm sorry. If you don't like hot springs, I'm really sorry. This is gonna be a tough stream. Might be a little difficult one for you to tune into. I've never seen anyone get emotional over hot springs. Hot springs are genuinely enjoyable and they're fun to look at. Just don't go swimming in them because they actually are really hot. Get some of the stuff piled in here. Looks like it's getting nighttime again. Creepers be creeping and all, so. All right, this is looking pretty good. So remember how I said earlier on that I wanted to have a hot spring kind of nestled in here? Actually, this can probably be lowered just a little bit. Back this up just a wee bit. Down 0. Oh, okay, that's fine. All are welcome here to enjoy the stream. It's getting nighttime. Oh yeah, it is already past nighttime. I gotta take a power nap. Creepers be creeping. Yeah, see, this looks better already with it not being such an abrupt like cliff drop into the hot spring. Like that. Yeah. Okay, so remember how I said I wanted this like nestled kind of in the back here? That's what I mean right here. So now I obviously have to build up this area still, but hot spring has been added. So that's looking pretty good. Let's get the outline of above this area kind of. I gotta get farther down here. Break my legs. Let's get up here a little bit. Let's bring this down just a block or so. Something kind of like this. All right, now this part right here is going to be elevated just a little bit more, but it's got to be a block or two back. Let's get this thing built up here. This actually is going to be a little bit of a steeper climb or elevation change to match this area up here, so it might actually be more of a straight drop into it. This can be knocked down one. Oops, misclick. Don't need the bed there anymore. So many blocks placed today. It's kind of insane. Does anyone remember how many stone blocks we actually placed when I looked at my stats a couple hours ago? Because we could actually pull that up again once this is all done. We'll actually know. Somebody might have to go through and comb through the stream and find it. Creepers be creeping, exactly. Good hashtag. Let's get this thing put in here. Oh, there's a hole in the wall. Gotta cover my holes. Alright, now let's see if we can't create a rib that comes right up here after I break my legs. It's right up here. Oh, come on, Elytra. You can work with me here. Connects to over here. All right, like 30,000 something. All right, let's see. Let's see what we're at like now then. items used right here. It's at 35,000 some. Oh yeah, it was like at 30, either 32 or 33,000, I think, or something like that. So we placed about 3,000 blocks since then. That's what chatting about Star Wars does. All right, let's bring this up over here then. The Elytra will let me. Connect it to that right there. Something like that. Creating the wireframe of this area. Whoa, kind of freaked out there for a second. Alright. Now this is where that bay was, basically, that kind of eroded into this, so I don't really want to go too crazy detailed on it right here, but we do want to add just a little bit of an overhang here as well. Something maybe just like that, actually, and then we'll build the rest of it up behind it. Alright, so then this will connect over here. Fill this into this here. This is a weird shaped cliff, so I'm kind of trying to figure this one out in my head. Oh, fell off. Didn't mean to do that. How's the lighting going down here anyway? Did we light this up properly enough? Yeah, there's kind of a dark area right here where I'm at. That's why we check. Not trying to create a mob farm here. Actually, that's about the only spot that looks kind of darker. Yeah, it looks good. So all these rose bushes you're seeing here, this is the natural terrain. And this is about as high as the terrain or the elevation actually got during this entire thing. So, yeah, this is quite a feat to try to raise the elevation up, what, like 20 blocks? Alright, let's just keep on going with the ribs here and getting this thing raised up as high as I can. All these steep parts you gotta make cinnamon falling proof. Absolutely not. This is actually a cinnamon defense wall, actually. Now let's jump over here. Ow, break my legs again. I kind of want to do another flyover or fly back and see how the how everything's looking again. Just now that we've done a little bit more work to see how this is all coming together. Yeah, let me actually do that. Let's fly back here. We'll inhale a chicken on the way. Let's get up a little bit higher. So you guys talking about Jurassic Park and stuff. It's like, is this starting to look like an island from Jurassic Park? It definitely is looking way different than anything else. I love the sandy beaches along the cliff edges, actually. And the goat that's just there. Random goat. This is definitely looking close. Don't mind that. That's the snow golem. This is definitely looking, obviously not right here, but this is definitely starting to look like kind of what I had envisioned for the custom-built island. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. Alright, let's grab more stone, because we're going to need it. Can never have enough. I'll throw this stuff in there right now just to make more inventory space, because we're done doing the hot spring. I'll throw in another rib, maybe support right here. Start bringing it in now. And this part all connects together. Free builds like this are kind of fun because if you ever like follow a tutorial on how to build something, it seems kind of weird because you're like going step by step, and you have to like, you know, get one step done before moving on to the next one. Whenever you free build, you just go for it. You just non-stop, just build type thing, you know. So free builds are always a lot of fun for me. Let's bring this thing over here. I don't think I'm ever gonna forget this either, like how to, like, this process of building an environment, the ground itself, block by block. Yeah, this is kind of a bonkers thing to do. For anybody who is actually just joining in, or if you've joined in a little bit later, this is part of a series. So if you guys are interested in watching how all the exhibits are built and stuff, like the zebra exhibit, which we got down there, they're all hiding in one spot, or the reindeer exhibit, which, is he jumping out? He's trying to, which are right over there, or the giraffe exhibit, which is right over there. There's even a polar bear exhibit over there. And there's a couple other ones too, but we're not done yet because we have that entire island over there in the distance to work with too. There's a series out there for people to tune in and watch. You can see how every exhibit comes together, every block that's placed, all the fun stuff. And these live streams are usually used for these longer series stuff, the longer format stuff where we're doing a lot of terraforming, and chatting it up, talking about various things, having a good time. As long as everybody can keep their cool, that's the thing. Like, I remember I mentioned earlier in the stream how I talked with my friend Chris about Kenobi, the series, and he liked it, and I was like, that's fine. I was like, I didn't really like it, so I explained why, and he'd get mad at me, and I'm like, you can still like it. You can still like it, you know, it's okay. I don't actually care if you like it, it's good. Alright, more land done. Look at the map, you guys. Look at how... Oops, I pressed that button on accident. There we go. Look at the map, you guys. Look at how much stuff we got done. I think like each part of this has its own little story. Right around here was when we were talking about Puss in Boots. But look at how much stuff we got done in this. Holy cow. We're over halfway, or just about halfway, basically, for this entire section up here. That is incredible. So... Oh, GReimer, you're wrong. Obi-Wan is incredible. I mean, if you think it was incredible, then hats off to you. It was great. I just see a lot of flaws in it. But like I said, if I didn't have the film mentality, if I didn't have the film school thing, it would be easy to overlook the stuff, and I could just sit back and enjoy it. I should have never done that. No, I mean, like I said, apparently I wasn't the only one who had those kind of feelings either, because the show didn't do so well when you think about ratings and stuff. You don't see them chomping at the bit to do season 2 or anything. Oh, all honesty, though, like that could have been a fantastic experience. The Inquisitors actually are such an interesting... Did anyone ever see... actually, I do know what is my favorite TV show, actually. That's come out recently, anyway, as far as Star Wars goes. Tales of the Jedi. They were shorts, actually, basically, is what they were. Has anyone ever seen those? Because those were pretty good. They do cover like Ahsoka Tano when she was a child in one of them. They cover a bit of after. The coolest one was that when they cover that part after the Empire took over, and where Ahsoka was and how she was hiding, you know, just like most Jedi were. They cover that, and how she got her lightsaber crystals, because remember she shows up later on in was it Rebels, right? With she shows up wielding 2 white lightsabers, which she still uses in the show. But if you know anything about lightsabers, white lightsabers aren't exactly very common. Because GReimer, I studied acting, and it was Obi-Wan, and Obi-Wan is amazing. I said earlier, I said Ewan McGregor's performance was phenomenal. There were things I liked about it, but as far as the writing, I thought was pretty bad. But no, white lightsabers, for those of you who don't know, white lightsabers can only be obtained from a red lightsaber crystal. It's once it's purified with the light side of the Force can it be obtained as a white lightsaber. So you have to get a dark side user to corrupt the kyber crystal inside of a lightsaber, just so that a light side user can then take it and purify it. Which means that's what happened to Ahsoka's lightsabers crystals that she's got in there. So that's really interesting when you think about it. Like how, you know, well, if you watch Tales of the Jedi, you actually see how she obtained her red lightsaber crystals. Because she defeats an Inquisitor barehanded. She beats him and kills him and gets his lightsaber from him. So that's kind of an interesting story when you think about it, you know, like, and not only that, but they do send a really good strong message too about, you know, careful about trusting the status quo, I guess, because you get that young kid at the town where she's hiding who seems to be fine with the Empire. He doesn't know why people are so upset about it. Like, the Empire's great. It takes care of everybody. It's fine. Everything's wonderful. You know, they leave us alone. It's no problem. It's not like they're actually bad guys anyway, but the kid is young. When you look at the people who are older in the town, the elderly ones are the ones that have been around and saw the Clone Wars and saw the rise of the Empire and the fall of the Republic and stuff. When you see those people, they aren't as gung-ho as this kid is. And Ahsoka is there, obviously. Now she's in hiding, so she's staying as quiet as possible because she's not actually trying to draw attention to herself. But the elders there are less pro-Empire. You know, they're just more like just trying to keep their head down and survive like the rest of the galaxy is. And Ahsoka ends up getting found out because she saved someone's life when they almost get crushed in a farming accident. And so then this guy who's very pro-Empire doesn't see why they would ever harbor a Jedi, because the Empire has outlawed them. They're evil. They're the ones who tried to overthrow the government. Remember? That was what happened, officially. Now, in reality, that's not what happened. Everyone saw the movies, you know, what Palpatine pulled and the trick he pulled and stuff like that. But, you know, according to this kid, that's what happened. That's the official story. That's what's out there. So that's reality. And so he ends up alerting the Empire of her presence there, and the Empire comes and lays waste to his farming village, looking for this Jedi. They don't actually care about the people there. They don't care about the guy who tipped them off. Burned the entire thing to the ground, looking for her. Now, she happened to be actually delivering some farming goods at the time out of town, so she wasn't there. But when she gets back, all she can see is flames and ash, and there's only a couple people left alive. There's one of the elders, there's the kid that ratted her out, basically, and there's this Inquisitor that's there that is awesome looking. And so yeah, when the kid is confused because he says, I should be getting rewarded. I told you that there's a Jedi here, and big surprise, kid. That's the Empire is just as bad as what people have been saying. But yeah, he didn't understand why he was not being praised. And I mean, you can wonder that all the way until he would have died, because the Inquisitor went to go try to kill him, and and Ahsoka used the Force to pull him out of the way when she came back and saved him. revealing herself to the Inquisitor then. And so then he was confused also. He stared at her for a second, and then he finally says, "Can it be?" You know? He says, You're supposed to be dead. And he calls her Ahsoka Tano. So he knows who she is, actually. But yeah, she was presumed dead. So a little confused as to why she's still alive. And so yeah, he goes at her to try to kill her, and it doesn't end well for him. So yeah, it just doesn't end well for him. So she ends up disarming him, getting his lightsaber and cutting his head off, and that's that. Really cool series of events. Those short stories and stuff that they told in there were pretty awesome, and that's probably my favorite TV show first Star Wars TV show that they've made so far. Not to mention the one where they show Ahsoka training with Anakin still back during the Clone Wars, and she's passing this Jedi test with flying colors. She's just awesome at it, and everyone's giving her praise. You know, Yoda's there, Mace Windu's there. They're all very proud of her. She's learning. She's picked up. It's very impressive. Anakin is not impressed in the slightest, and the reason why is because it's a test that's designed to be passed. Meaning, she's doing good because, well, you're supposed to do good at it. If you've trained, you do good at it. What happens if you're in a test where you're designed to fail? What kind of person are you, and what do you do to try to survive a situation like that? You know, so he has her go up against Captain Rex and the clone troopers that are under his command, and they set their blasters for stun, and she has to try to deflect them. There isn't an ending. So basically deflect them until you get shot. And you have to see how long you last. That's the test. So there isn't any passing this test. There's just survive as long as you can. And so she undergoes that training, and she gets shot pretty much almost instantly. Like, she blocks a couple of them, whatever. They're surrounded. They're literally all around her. And eventually one of them lands a hit, and she gets knocked out, and she's out for a couple hours, and they wake her up after a while, and he just tells her, "Okay, you're going again." So she gets shot and she's out for a couple hours, and you're going again, over and over. So she's clearly not loving this. You know, this is not a good experience because she keeps getting stunned. And she keeps going unconscious for hours on end. So this sucks, you know. But in the end, she actually started to understand it. That this was training. This was her training. And although she still kept getting shot, she'd last longer and longer and longer. You're such a nerd. She'd last longer and longer and longer. And so she, it's fast forward where she's actually doing this training without Anakin there, just Rex and the boys. And Rex picks her up and says, "You did much better that time, Commander." He says, "It took us over 5 minutes to get you." And yeah, that's the point. They're still going to get her, but it's just how long can you last? How long can you get better and better and better at it? And then when Order 66 went down and they turned their blasters from stun to live fire, Ahsoka survived it because of that. So, because fighting against droids is one thing, as Anakin put it, but fighting against the actual living, that's completely different. I think Han Solo had something similar to say about that too. Yeah, and so Ahsoka got trained up in how to fight against the clone troopers, too. I'm such a nerd. Hey, it's server restarting in 5 minutes. We're going to have to take a little bit of a break here. I'm going to keep going once the server gets done. We have a nightly restart, which means it's 6 here. Yeah, it's 6 here. Look at that. So in about 5 minutes when the server restarts, I'll get another warning when it's at a minute. I'm going to log off for a second, and I'm going to go take a bathroom break. Maybe go grab another Pop-Tart, and and then we're going to get right back to this. Hopefully you guys will be able to take a little small break too and go grab something if you would like. Make sure when you get back you brag about all the pizzas and stuff you're eating and make me even hungrier. Actually, I was about to remove that, but I think that's fine. See if I can fill in this section here before the server does its restart. We've made some tremendous progress today. Holy cow. GReimer, can I have a Pop-Tart? Sure, man. You just gotta go buy them. Are you asking if I'll share my Pop-Tarts? Because I think we all know the answer to that. Absolutely not. They're mine. Back off. Alright, that part's done. We got a gaping hole down there still, unfortunately, but a lot of this is finished. Do another quick look here. This is what I was thinking of. Smash my face into the ground there. It's alright. Shake it off. The amount of force that my character just took directly to his chin there is incredible. So what do you guys think? Is this coming along? Should I start over? It'll be so nice to get the stonework done, because then I'm onto the vegetation. I probably won't have enough leaves, but I do have, right here, I have 2 jungle trees growing. I should actually go plant more. Actually, I might do that real fast. I should go plant more, because I'm going to need a lot more jungle leaves than what those are providing, so... I landed in here with the giraffes. I'll break into your house and take your Pop-Tarts. No! I only have like 1 more left. Actually, not box, just 1. So I don't even have a whole lot of Pop-Tarts left. Alright, let's see. They are these things right here. Let's go plant like 4 more of these things. If I can get over there before the server does its restart. One minute, fly. Upside down giraffes, don't worry about them. Oh yeah, it's gotta be on soil. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now, we'll be back after the server does its restart, so I'm going to just land over here inside this cave and log out for a second. So, I'll be bringing you guys back in when that happens. So just give me a little bit. I'm going to go run into the bathroom, enjoy the little music that we got going on here. 1 single dart. Yeah. I will be back, though, in just a few minutes. Just going to go grab some food, go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. So give me a second, and then we'll resume as soon as the server does its restart. Oh my gosh, did I have to pee? Oh. All right, I am back. I'm back. I had to pee. An entire morning here of doing nothing but building. 7 hours of nothing but building and drinking coffee and soda. So yeah, what do you think that resulted as? I did get another Pop-Tart, but I also grabbed some of these turkey sausage sticks. So hopefully you guys have something similar to munch on. Let's see if the server's back up and running. Encrypting, joining, loading crazy terrain. All right, let's bring you guys back into this. We're back. We're back, and we got a whole lot more stone to put down. Oh, look at this place. Oh, it's coming together. It's like, oh, I'm sitting here with this big smile on my face because this is my zoo. It's my zoo. It's looking, it's looking great. All right, yeah, this is looking fantastic. Taking off was a little tricky there, but we made it. All right, so we were working on this part back here. Oh yeah, specifically this part right here. Okay, so we need a little bit of an overhang, which we got. This can probably be knocked back. Just a wee bit there. Is it getting nighttime? Holy cow, I just got back on. Yeah, it is getting nighttime though. Looks great. Thanks, Corey. The insane building continues. So many blocks. So what did GReimer get your Pop-Tart? Get back here. I got my Pop-Tart. I'm back here. I got a wild berry Pop-Tart this time. It's literally the only thing we have left. But I also grabbed these really sweet turkey sausages, these little snack sticks. My 2-year-old loves them. He's going to hate me for eating them. He'll never forgive me. Oh, he's back. Yep, I'm back. But yeah, my 2-year-old will never forgive me. I'm eating his turkey sausage sticks. He loves these things. But he ain't here anyway, so it's all right. I got a mouthful of turkey sausage, so I'm trying not to talk. I could go for a steak, actually. Not to mention it. That'd be great. Thanks. Could you get me one? Are we running out of stone again? Holy cow. Ow, broke my legs. Who'd have thought that working on cliff edges all day would be dangerous for your knees? Puppet Master, hello and welcome to the stream. Better late than never. What have I missed? We put down 1 or 2 stone blocks. We've placed a couple of pieces of stone, and that's really about it. And honestly, except for the quantity, that is really about it. Here, I'll give you a flyover. We built all of this, and all of that, and all of that over there. We built this whole center section today. Got all of this finished. And we built this little tunnel right there. And that's really about it. Finished off this part here too. Fill that all in. So yeah, we've built a lot. Look at how this looks now. This is the zebra exhibit. This changes quite a bit now that we have this huge background in there. The zebras are all hiding from it. This changes it a lot. Holy cow. Yeah, it's a lot of terraforming. Landscaping level 200 was the name of the stream for a reason. So we're still working though. And over here, we added another hot spring over there. There's another hot spring here. We still have to do all of the vegetation stuff. We're still just doing the stonework. This is a big, big, big project. And remember, this is only one of 2 islands. So this is the island now. So we got the docks and the entranceway. This part's finished, but we got to do all the rest of this stuff. So, oh, it makes it look, you're gonna steal it for my lions probably. Go for it, man. Definitely. I mean, a bunch of stone piled up isn't like copyrighted or nothing. So we still have to fill in this area here and a little bit right here, and then this one right in the middle. And then the stonework over here is done. We can move on to the vegetation. It'll be great. Oh, I'm excited for that. These islands we did in the last episode, along with the bridge, those are done. And then over here is a whole nother beast. whole nother beast. Hey, it's Happy Zoo. Yeah, Happy Tiger's Zoo. He's my neighbor. That's how close he is, actually, right there, just across the water. So, let's see. This is the reindeer, the zebras, the giraffes, and the polar bears right there, and then the 2 crab exhibits over there. So, yeah, that's where we're at. That's what we've been doing for the last 7 hours. Been chatting movies and TV shows and other fun stuff. I meant stealing that bit of rock wall from you and shipping it to my zoo. Oh, yeah, that's probably a no-go. So yeah, Puppet Master, welcome to the stream. Hopefully, we'll get done with the stonework here pretty quickly, and on to the other parts. I love how these hot springs turned out. I think these look really cool. In case you're wondering how my health was able to regenerate right there, when I don't have full hunger, it's because of my backpack. Honestly, I am procrastinating on any sort of terraforming. Yeah, I've been doing that too, but that's not really been my choice. I've been just really, really swamped lately. But I've been telling the wife over and over, hey, I gotta do this. I gotta get on. I gotta do a live stream. I've gotta grind this stuff out, you know? And I didn't want to do something this massive without you guys being involved in it. So, yeah, it's kind of a really big project, so definitely didn't want to leave you guys out of this one here. Plus, it's good to hang out. It helps keep me awake. You guys are helping me out here. Let alone any form of terraforming. Yeah. It's also a good mood. Yeah. For anybody who is tuning in a little bit later after, because we did our nightly reset now on the server, so or restart, not reset. Ooh, that'd be dismal. Anyone who is tuning in, anyone who does a super chat of any amount during these live streams, will get their name added to the Billboard of sponsors here, like these fine people. Today we've tacked on Fnee and Corey as well, but there's also been a couple of contributions too, by Peter and Todd. Thank you guys so much for those. By the way, right now Peter is our current top super chat amount with the $25. So that's where we're at. I'm hearing popping outside, which is either fireworks or gunshots. I don't really know. Can't really. Oh, look at this. One got out again. These things are always escaping. These are the koalas of my seasons. This one's Sven. Okay, so it doesn't matter who they are. They get out. I think what's happening is when the chunks are loaded in, if they're right up against the fence, they can walk through it. I think is what's happening, actually. Now, how to fix that, I have no idea. I know I can get over it with the elytra, but they don't have an elytra, so... Now, they are reindeer, so maybe they are flying over it. I don't know. But what I do know is that I'm running a little low on rockets, too, so I might want to go make some more of those things. I do need more gunpowder, too, so maybe it is getting nighttime. Maybe. I only got 6 hours now. I don't really want to have a mob fight on stream. That's one. I'll save that for later. Gunshots or fireworks? Well, any place, actually. Like, unless you can see the sky outside. you don't really know whether it's gunshots or fireworks, you know? Because, I mean, when you're inside with a pair of headphones in your basement, it kind of sounds the same if they're not right outside your window, you know? When I the ring, faking my nose actually spin. I didn't understand a single word of what that was. Kanan. Fun fact on reindeer, they have a specific tendon in their hooves that allow them to click when they're walking that they use to help communicate with each other. Nifty. Oh, I went down there to make more rockets. I completely forgot. That's military PTSD. No, not here. Fortunately, I didn't have anything that would cause that. And there we go. It was kind of a weird sound though, because obviously it's not around the 4th of July here in the United States, so fireworks being shot off, is there any kind of holiday or special nothing that I can think of, so it is kind of weird to hear sounds like that. Also, caribou lose their antlers at different times depending on gender, so all of Santa's reindeer are female due to the fact that they still have their antlers in December. Nifty. I didn't know that. Learn something new every day. The hot springs. I still think that these things are like the coolest little additions around here. There's more details in it. I actually didn't plan on putting the hot springs in the first place. So, yeah, these were an addition that I wasn't really originally planning on. So, every once in a while, as we're going, I might get an idea that kind of seems to make some sense in the area, and I'll go with it. And when I added the hot spring at the entrance, that's where that was born. I was like, I'm going to be putting more of these in for sure. And I have. They're all over the place now. You got to remember, I'm from the UK. Like, guns aren't the normal here. Oh, yeah. Here in the US, people, like, I live in Wisconsin, too. So people have guns for hunting and whatever else they might want them for. So it's not really hunting season yet. Or it's got to be getting close. It's about that time, isn't it? Deer hunting season specifically. So, yeah, gunshots aren't unheard of, you know. Down the road a little ways here, we also do have a, I mean, it's quite a few miles away, but we also do have a, gun store. I think they have a range nearby too, so it's not unheard of. But that sounded like it was more in town more, so that's why I'm like thinking either it was something, because we do live near the industrial area, so it could have been actually not either one of the two, and it was actually just noises from something making just a bunch of racket. Every once in a while we hear that. We also have a train that goes by. So there could be a lot of noise from that. That did not sound like a train though, so But yeah, does it mean to be hunting season? People already got their guns out. In the U.S., people always have their firearms. Do you have a trident? It's hard to tell. Do you have a trident? No, you don't. I don't actually need a trident. I got one already, but I will absolutely try to get it if I see one with a trident. Yeah, if you're onto a moose, you'll need a gun or like a bear or something. Yes, that's true. Another reason why people generally just, if they are going someplace where they have a license to carry, they'll bring it with them. The answer isn't you bring it with you, so it's not because they're bringing it with them because they intend on needing it for anything. But I mean, if you are in a situation where you need it, boy, that would come in handy to have it. I'm not like a super like gun enthusiast by any means, but I know some people that are, and I just never really had an issue with people like that. So, because they're not the ones that I'm worried about. People who have a passion for firearms and whatnot here in the United States, they take them very seriously. They're very good at what they do. They know a lot, the ins and outs of them. My friend Grant, for example, is very enthusiastic about it. And yeah, he knows, he can talk to you for hours on this kind of stuff, you know. It's just that he knows a lot about them. It's one of his passions, and he likes going to the range and firing. And it's like me playing video games. So I'm back. What have I missed? Welcome back, Peter. Just talking stiff. I thought I just heard some gunshots outside, which I don't even know if it was. It could have just been any other loud noises, but so we're talking about, people were wondering, like, where do you, where do you live where you hear gunshots and it's not a big shocker? I'm like, I in the United States, I mean, I don't know. I've even fired guns before. It's not like a big deal, really. It's really worrisome whenever you get people that shouldn't have a firearm that gets their hands on it. That's when you gotta worry. I do remember seeing a video a while back. Somebody was trying to prove how ridiculous it is that, you know, we can purchase a firearm in the United States, how dangerous that actually is, how anyone can go do it. And she went into a Walmart to buy a shotgun, which you can do actually here, sort of. But she was kind of confused because, one, you don't go in and say, "I'd like to buy that shotgun, please," and then they give it to you and then you walk out. That's not how it works at all. Firearms can be purchased in the United States. That doesn't necessarily mean that you will be able to purchase them in the United States, because despite what some people might paint it as, you actually do have to go through a background check. And this lady didn't pass. Well, rather, it's not that she didn't pass, it's that she couldn't purchase it that day. And so she was confused, because the whole point of her video was that it was supposed to show how easy it was to get it, and it turns out that it's not. And so then she's kind of looking stupid because her whole point was kind of shot down. Yeah, like, I know that a lot of companies are out there trying to make money, you know, so they're going to just try to sell you stuff no matter what. That's one thing, though, that's pretty regulated, and you can't actually just sell it to somebody instantly, you know? Not as any kind of company. Now, as far as what goes on between families, it's family's business, you know, like, you inherit a firearm through your grandfather or whatever, or they just flat out give it to you. They do have to register in your name and stuff, obviously, but there's that means. But as far as as far as just going into a store and just picking one up like they're a carton of eggs, or you know, that's not how it works. Yeah, sort of a rude awakening for that lady in that video. I thought it was kind of funny. on, please. It's only 20 minutes away. I had to start filling all this stuff in here. Thinking about his food. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about my food. It's fine. I have my food right here. I don't have to think about it. I can just eat without thinking. You know, I have a feeling that we might actually be able to finish this today. At least the stonework, the bare minimum. This might be one of the longer streams, though, if that be the case. Because if we do everything, like the grass, the foliage, the whole thing, this is going to easily break the longest record for the record for my longest stream. Which I think is still Hogwarts Legacy. I think that was like 11, almost 12-hour stream or 11-hour stream or something like that. I don't know. I'd have to look. Because opening day when that came out, I played the crap out of that game. Alright, let's try to start filling some of this stuff in, actually. It looks so weird because, like, underneath there, that is solid black. There's total darkness in there, you know? Was it a good game, though? It actually was. As far as replayability, you know, like, I'd say that the replayability of Hogwarts Legacy isn't very good. So once you beat it, you're good, you know? Like, once you beat it, or if you go for all the achievements or whatever, there's not really any burning desire to get back. But as far as, like, that first playthrough, man, that was a lot of fun. You know, like, you really do feel like you're wrapped up in that world, because you don't just stay at Hogwarts either. Like, you go out into the wizarding world a little bit more too, and you have to go fight some crime syndicate thing and everything. It's kind of crazy. So yeah, I'd say it was a really good game. Just the replayability was a little weak in the knees, and but even still, I'd say, was it worth it though? Yeah, I'd say it was worth it. Like, I don't regret buying it, so. And I also got a kick out of it because I was a Hufflepuff. Based on you guys, actually. You're the ones who suggested that I pick Hufflepuff. I put that up to a vote in the community tab. So I was a Hufflepuff, which was interesting. I got to play with that mentality the whole way. And then by the end of it, because at first I was like, I don't really want to be a Hufflepuff. But by the end of it, I was actually like relishing in that. Like, heck yeah, go go Hufflepuff. But my wife was a Ravenclaw when she did her playthrough, when she got sorted. And then the most interesting thing, though, is we actually had Oliver get sorted. My oldest son. Now, he didn't fully understand the words, so I had to explain to them what they meant. You know, like, you know, he doesn't know what ambition means, you know. So I explained, like, loyalty and what that meant and stuff. And so once it was all said and done, he made his choices. He's a Slytherin. Gotta watch out for that boy. Everyone thought he was the sweetest. Everyone thought Tom Riddle was sweet. Actually, that's not true. If you remember, people actually weren't really too favorable of Tom Riddle even when he was a kid. That was a heck of a leg spike there. Ends up being evil. It happens, you know. Sometimes they just grow up bad. Although, to be fair, I mean, not all people who go through Slytherin are evil. I have that video out there showing people where to find the Chamber of Secrets in that game. That actually did really well. I got it's only like a 2.5 minute video. It's a short one, but it's like 30,000 people watched that. I was playing through it and I found the Chamber of Secrets and I was like, oh, holy crap. That's how easy it was. Just wander through and find it. And on the spot, I made a video on it because I was like, somebody would probably want to know where this is. It's kind of a familiar site, you know. It's just like the headmaster's office and stuff. People probably want to know where that is. But the headmaster's office you run into in the game, so I didn't really worry about that one. Chamber of Secrets you don't ever run into. All right. Are we done? No, we're not done. We can't be done. There's got to be plenty. Yeah, there's plenty back here. There's plenty back here to fill in still. I'm down to my last turkey stick, though, so I'm already kind of sad. Hopefully everyone else is having a good Saturday, though. Like, if you did join in a little bit later, I mentioned it earlier in the stream about how I'm hoping everybody has a good Saturday. And a good Sunday. Hopefully you guys have a good weekend planned. Lots of fun times, or even just relaxing times. Those can be fun, too, though. As far as I am concerned, I will be doing editing tomorrow. I still have a lot of episodes, or a lot of things to edit for the week of horror. It's coming up. Tomorrow, though. Tomorrow, trailer drops. Hopefully you guys like it. A lot of work put into that. You know, the Week of Horror actually had me reunite with a couple of people, too, that I haven't seen in a little while. I can tell you that it's a possibility that the Corner crew gets back together for a little bit. or at least majority of them. So if you guys know what series that's even from, you'll know who the corner crew is. There were a couple of games here that I played, though, that I've never played before, so this was a lot of fun. Corey, the shocked face. No, who is that? Not the infamous corner crew. Actually, I think we were like a second or third iteration of corner crew. I don't think we were the original. Is it getting nighttime again? Holy cow. Feels like I'm always stopping to take a nap. Did you play anything you weren't insanely good at? I had never... Okay, spoiler, Corey's in one of them. I never played the one game that we even played. That's the first time I ever played that. No, actually, most of the games I'd never played before, so kind of learning as I went. I'm really digging these big towering cliff edges. I think these are looking really cool. I feel like you're good at every game, though. Well, it sort of depends on what game it is, really. Like, I am terrible at most first-person shooters. I'm just not good at them. And I also get that Minecraft technically you are a first person, and you know, you can shoot stuff. So, but that's not really the point of Minecraft, though. But yeah, most first person shooters I'm pretty bad at. But I'm an old school gamer, so I take a passion in things like not dying and stuff. Alright, does that look terrible, or what's up with that? It's big, it's towering, it's all I can hope for. All right, we're running out of real estate here. It looks like we're filling this all in. I actually was nervous we wouldn't get this part done even today, but looks like we're going to succeed there and continue on. So I guess maybe we'll knock out this little part here next once we finish up with this cliff edge. Hello, you're running. You're running out of stone unless you got more stashed somewhere. I do have some, not a lot. It is true, I am running out of stone, though, aren't I? Let me get through this stockpile of it first, and then we'll go see what we actually have. Holy crap, this map. Yeah, look at this. Remember, this used to be just a green grass 4-block, maybe 5 in some spot elevation change. That was it. Now we're looking at 20 block easily. Alright, now let's just jazz up this edge here. Maybe lower a bit of this in some spots. How's it look? Not terrible. Remember, that's what I'm going for. Not terrible. Next time, if you want, I'll go get some stone. I mean, you got a forest to clear up, man. I understand if you're too busy to get stone. I don't mind grabbing stone if I have to. I just, you know, some people have volunteered to help out, so I was like, sure. This is basically a straight up. I'm definitely going to have to jazz this up because a straight flat cliff edge, I don't think it's going to look very good. So yeah, definitely going to have to pretty this up a little bit. I don't mind having straight cliff edges though in certain places. It's just that it needs to have a little bit, like just even that little slight slope right there is better than nothing. Yeah. And now this thing right here. Bam. Let's see how that looks. Not terrible. I've seen worse. Yeah. Is that it for this thing then? Or do we actually go around the whole edge? I gotta have missed something. There's no way I got this on the first go. Right there, I missed something. 0% chance I got this on the first go. Better. Looks a lot better. For the first one, I need more diamonds, so if I get a silk touch and a beacon, I'll... Alright, yeah, any extra stone you have that you don't need, Simon, I'll take. What is this out here? I keep seeing this little thing over here. Is this a little island? It is. There we go. New base. That's crazy. Look at that place in the distance. Holy cow. That is nuts. The level of, just the sheer level of blocks added. Aha, there's a big gaping hole right there. I see one. Claimed, exactly. I'm joining this. Or Peter found his base. That tiny little island right there. Oh, you'll get a good view. You'll get the cliff edges here that you can stare at. All right. Grab some more stone. Oh, let's try that again. Let's grab some more stone. Because we are not done yet. Actually, it's funny. It'd be funny to build an entire underground zoo and have that entry be that island. Yeah, you can pull it off. If you get any extra stone you don't need, you know, I'll gladly take it. That build, holy cow. I cannot believe we finished this whole part. That is nuts. I'd visit. Yeah, I'd visit too. I'd be like, let's go check out the underground zoo. Stretching. If we do get to the vegetation today, wow, that was, yeah, that was a good one. If we do get to the vegetation today, I've mentioned in other videos about doing like a big root or a down log or something going across some of these areas. Might get to that then, but we have got so much more work to do. Stonework wise, it's just insane. All of this right here we got to get done. That actually, we got a lot done. Look at this place. It's coming together. It looks like interesting terrain too. It doesn't actually, I mean, it looks unique like it was handmade because it was, but it doesn't look like it was like a man-made structure. It looks like an interesting terrain for biome. Yeah, choking on a turkey stick. If only my potato computer could run Minecraft. Hey, who knows? Maybe it could. Just the beat. Is that it? Hello and welcome. Welcome to the stream. We are building an island. Slowly. I mean, we built all of this in this stream so far. Now, we still got a lot more to go. But we built this right here and all of that in this stream so far. As well as this hot spring right here. Man, it's going to be crazy. I kind of liking how open it is up here, but it's going to change once we get around to doing the vegetation, obviously. It's going to be, well, it's going to look like that when we get around to doing the vegetation, which I actually like how that looks too. Especially with the hot springs sprinkled in, like that one over there. That's a really cool detail. Just the beat. Well, welcome. Yeah. Yeah, Simon's PC sucks too, but somehow his hasn't blown up yet. So yeah, Simon, yeah, Peter, you could totally get on here. But I need to sleep because creepers be creeping, you know? They're gonna blow me up. Black Rose, welcome back. Yeah, it's looking good. I just got back from taking my kids to a movie. That's a lot of progress. Yes, it is. It's 7 hours of non-stop building. You've seen entire movies in the amount of time that I've been here just constantly building. Didn't even find this island, he just built it. I read it. Hello and welcome to the stream. We're building like crazy. We see all of this stuff has been handmade. This isn't natural generation. Everything you're seeing on the screen right now, custom built. And that's what we're working on. We've been mainly working on this section right here and down here. So this whole long section right here we've been doing all stream. But we got it done, including all the hot springs and stuff. Okay, so we got to keep on building though, that's for sure. We're not quite out of the woods yet. Let's work on this little section right here, because if we can get this done here, then everything surrounding the zebra exhibit will be completely finished, which, by the way, I am loving the way that this is looking. Look at that. Down here when you're down inside the zoo, actually. The towering cliff edges. Oh, I just love it. I think it's great. So, if you guys are enjoying this stream, though, make sure to hit the like button because that helps me out a lot. You know, YouTube algorithm stuff and whatnot. Have any of the reindeers escaped since the last time I checked on them? I see 5. That's how many are supposed to be in there. Okay. Okay, hit the like button if you could. And, of course, if you did read the pinned comment, any super chat of any amount during these streams will get you added to the Billboard of sponsors at the front of the zoo, and you'll be here forever and ever for the whole entire season. You cannot be removed from the Billboard of sponsors. So, yeah, top super chat I believe goes to Peter right now. He with a $25 super chat. So anything higher than that will upseat him, and he'll be sad and cry. So if you want to make Peter cry, $25.01 will do that. All right, so we're adding this section here. Oh, I'm actually. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We'll those make more room for vegetation. That'll be good. I'm at the same elevation. Winging it. We're just winging it after all. Alright, so that'll be the elevation here. This is where all the palm trees and stuff will go, and the bushes. I've had the pleasure of placing one block of this custom terrain. I solemnly swear not to overbid you today. I don't know. He could have his fingers crossed. I don't know. Somebody would have to test him on that. Let's jump at the zebra. Hi. It's Stripes. And Treza. I never changed it. Actually, the person who named him Treza said that I could name him Tree Bruh, because that's what it was last season. But no, Treza it is. It's forever stuck that way. Alright, we're creating the wireframe for the for this section here. This is a significantly smaller section than what we just finished. I'm so happy to have that part done. You guys have no idea what a relief it is to actually be done with that section. Well, done in air quotes. I still have to do all the vegetation, so. But it is an accomplishment to have the ground blocks finished. Okay. I can probably throw in like another rib design right here just to make my life a little bit easier when it comes to filling this in. Break my knees a little bit. It's fine. Shake it off. Good girl. Big girls don't cry. Okay. Good, good, good. Yeah, it's been a heck of a day. Very busy. Placing these things. Now, it's been kind of monotonous because it's been one block I've been placing the entire time. But if we get the stonework done, that can change really quickly then. Because then it'll be 2 blocks. It'll be wood and leaves. Actually, no, we gotta put grass in first, so not quite wood and leaves yet. It was Colin, and I've not seen him around for ages. He's the only one with the male orangutan, and we were going to breed them. Oh, we got to reach out to him then. We got to get that orangutan hooked up. He looks sad and lonely. He could use a little bit of fun. All right. Fill this in. This is actually the last stretch for the zebra exhibit, right? I mean, zebra and that one random goat that walked in there. But yeah, this should be... Oh, I can't quite reach it. Yeah. This should be the end for the zebra exhibit then. Like, it should have the entire wall surrounding it. Kind of excited about this because I envisioned this a long time ago as to what it would look like. And now it's finally coming to fruition. Alright. Is that it? Oh, no, not quite. There's still a section right here. And one right next to it, so we're not even close. Welcome to Jurassic Park Island. Basically, this is what it was at first, and then because the attendance was so low, John Hammond was like, you know what, we need to have better attractions. And then he created Jurassic Park in the same exact spot. This used to be the T-Rex exhibit. Or this ends up becoming the T-Rex exhibit, so... Giving an orangutan 2 GReimer unless it's a male, then or can have it. Oh yeah, I'll take a. If you guys breed them up, I'll take one for sure. I'll give it a good home. Find a place for it somewhere. Orangutans, they can probably climb, similar to the spider monkeys. So I'm thinking that having a fully enclosed exhibit would be better than having a open air one like this. So I'd probably go with something that would fit inside of one of the caves or cliff edges type things. But it'd have to be a larger exhibit since orangutans aren't exactly small primates. Oh my god, just blowing through the stacks of stone. So what am I at now for stone placed? Items used right here. 37,000. So we placed, what, like 4 or 5, maybe 6,000 stone this stream alone. Jeepers. That's kind of bonkers when you think about it. That's nuts. Now, some of them have been kind of marked. Oh, there's haste. Some of them have been kind of carefully placed, like what I'm doing right now. But other ones have just been like spam it in there as fast as you possibly can. My god, that haste. Alright, do we have one more over here? Yeah, one more to fill in, and then it's done. Fill this up here. careful. I still got that haste. All right, is that done now? Yes, it is. The zebra exhibit is finally finished. It's one of the first exhibits that we built in the zoo. I run around grabbing, getting animals for people. I got some stuff for Grand 2. Oh, Pride of Lions, nice. A giraffe, tiger. Nice. So yeah, this is it. This is the zebra exhibit. Now it does block the sun obviously quite a bit. Cause like right now it's almost 9 p.m. That's where the sun is. But look at the cliff edges around. That looks really cool. GReimer Gaming is popular because of the zoo series. Hey, I mean, hey, I'll take it. There is a giant hole right here. It's not actually done, dang it. But yeah, I know that this is one of my more popular series. Planet Crafter is another one that people seem to have enjoyed, so I kept that going because I had a blast playing it, and people liked watching it, so it was kind of like a win-win. But yeah, people do generally seem to like the zoo series. I mean, the popularity of it has dropped down drastically. Like, people don't watch it anywhere near as much as what they used to. Maybe it's because they didn't realize I'm still going. If you want animals, I'll go looking for some. All right. Did you play Planet Zoo? I have not played Planet Zoo yet, although it's highly recommended constantly. I just haven't played it yet. Come on, let me sleep. Look at the sunset in the water. It looks so cool. I know the sunset's over there, but I mean, when you look at the nice, like, vanilla sky look, it looks awesome. I like all your vids and streams. Hey, I'm glad to hear it, man. Thanks for being here too. I am gonna keep on building, that's for sure. Either I tip over or the game completely blows up or something, but we're gonna keep going until this is finished. And this zoo is gonna look great when it's finished. This one, I remember flying back to the island from the northern side here once, and seeing the finished part here when there was nothing really built here yet, except for this. And the docks weren't here yet or anything. And I saw that little bit there, and I was like, oh, this could look really good. This could look really good if I do the whole island. Like, really scary good, actually. So I had the inspiration hit me hard there, and since then I've been going balls to the wall trying to finish this thing now. So, all right, so the path is going to cut down here. So this line right here is actually the cliff face. So let's get... Seeing you jumping. Like, they're trying to get out. It's just that sometimes they do get out, and that confuses me. Oh, I'm not done with this yet. Grands, I haven't closed the current. Myself thinking about the person inside my room. I was just about to move on, but I'm not actually done with this yet. Now I think I'm done with it. Yeah, good enough. Bam. Remember, that's what I'm striving for. Good enough is literally good enough in this case. Anything else I might need to tweak about it, I can always do later. But for now, it's just a tremendous amount of stone. It'll be funny for people who missed this live stream and for people who are on the server. If they come and check this place out, yeah, they're going to be like, what happened? Are you going to start building Jurassic Park in Minecraft or play Jurassic World Evolution 2? I have not. I've gotten a lot of requests, actually, to do a Jurassic Craft or make a Jurassic Park zoo, you know? I'll have to look into that because who knows? Maybe Season 4 of zoo building will actually be in Jurassic Craft. Wouldn't that be kind of interesting? My PC will blow up if I try to load your zoo. That might happen. Sorry about that if it does. Alright, let's get some of these ribs put in here. Finish this section off completely. Dude, yes. Instead of doing giraffes and zebras and stuff, do like T-Rexes. That would be rather interesting. I'll give it some thought. But I gotta finish this zoo first. It's gonna be weird though, because I'm basically gonna be building this exact same island. Is that strange? I should build a zoo one day. I'm telling you, Corey, I've been telling you for years, you gotta get in here. You gotta get in here and build a zoo. You can build it on this server. There's still plenty of time. We're 4 months into this, and usually it takes me 1.5 years to build this, so I still got over 1 year of building to do. This is the small island, remember. The bigger island is over here. And I haven't even started on it. That right there is the only thing I've done on the bigger island, right there, in a little bit. So yeah, I'm not even close to finish yet. So there's plenty of time to come start a zoo. That goes for anybody, actually. Actually, if you're watching here, remember, this is a Patreon server, so you can join it. If you want to come here and actually tour the zoo yourself, please do. You might get spoiled on some of the episodes, meaning you might see stuff that's built that's not in the episode yet, so but that's your own fault. But yeah, $5 patrons and up can actually, well, there isn't an up. I keep saying an up, but there isn't an up. It's $5. That's my biggest that's my biggest tier for Patreon. Can join this server and see Rudolph escaping just like I do. You should build the Soma island. Oh, those are the islands from Jurassic Park, right? I don't know. As far as like trying to build something that looks exactly or even a good representation of something that exists already, I don't know how well I'm going to do that. We were just talking earlier about doing like free building and how relaxing that is, because you're not limited by anything really. You can just kind of make it your own. I might build something based on them though, like last season when we did Cerro Gordo Zoo. That was based off of the real Cerro Gordo. Did it look exactly like it? Not even close. I need stronger hands to keep up with you. You're not supposed to try to keep up with me. You're supposed to just build and do your own thing. But yeah, the Cerro Gordo didn't look anything like what the zoo was actually was the real one, but it was based off of it, meaning the mining colony thing, the whole mine shafts and stuff stuck in the cliffs there and the mountainside and stuff. So I could do something like that. Which, by the way, in case you guys are wondering, this isn't really a plug or anything like that, because I don't know the guy personally, but I'm just a fan of that channel, that Ghost Town Living channel, and that's why I named the zoo Cerro Gordo in the first place. And he's recently released a book, or is releasing a book that's available for pre-order now, called Ghost Town Living. So I think it's on Amazon. I pre-ordered a copy of that. I wouldn't mind getting it when it comes out. So that in the event that one day, if I ever do get around to like doing a webcam or something, I can have some stuff in the background, and one of which could be his book. So, I mean, I could maybe accidentally read it too. I'm not much of a book person these days anymore. I've been basically doing videos. So, but books are meant to be read. But I've been watching his videos too over there too. It's kind of crazy. Apparently the road, if you guys have been keeping up with Ghost Town Living, the road that got washed out for the 3rd time has been repaired, and they're back to working on the hotel again. So rejoice, because that is done. Corey has joined the game. Now get to work building your zoo. Read no. I will tell you that it is a daunting task whenever you do start building a zoo, because if you try to think about the end goal, that's a good thing to strive for. But if you try to think about the end goal, it's not going to get done in one day, or even 1 month, or possibly even a year. So it's something that it's not even a matter of committing to it. It's a matter of just knowing that it's going to take a while, and then just kind of pressing on every day to break it off into little chunks. The easiest way to do it is to break it off into exhibits. do your exhibits per episode. That's what I do. That actually helps me keep going too. GReimer can play another horror game. The last one was amazing. I'll start next week. All right. I have an entire week of horror coming up. This at the end of October. Gene Caps. So if you stay watching the channel, tune in tomorrow for sure. Tomorrow, I think I drop it at noon Eastern. 1 p.m. Eastern. The week of horror trailer is going to be dropping. So tune in for that, because that is one heck of a trailer. It took me a long time to piece everything together. Way more than any of the other years. And yeah, it is Halloween, so there'll be another. There'll be a lot of horror games coming up then, unless you're referring to the zoo episode. Because people love the zoo stuff so much, I usually keep the zoo episodes going even during the week of horror, but I usually do a Halloween one, and I'm thinking this is going to be no different this year. So I have that spot slotted out for another zoo Halloween episode, so that's coming. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Maddie's been working on something for Halloween, but I got to go talk with her, because I don't know exactly what it is. But if Maddie doesn't have anything, I got another plan. It has something to do with that over there for Halloween. All right, so are we done with that part right there? Did we fill everything in? It doesn't look like it. What did I miss? Every time I think I'm finished, I always miss huge sections. Actually, no, I think we are done. I don't think that's the cliff edge. That's the path. Oh no, never mind. There's a giant hole in the wall. We're not done. I was thinking that was a pathway, but that's not it. Halloween zoo exhibits are on my island. You have my permission. Build a haunted house. I might not have to. Again, Maddie, I think, has been working on something. But I want to wait and see. I can't remember. I thought she said she was. My memory is terrible. Again, unless it's some obscure 90s movie. My memory is terrible. Okay, that's one filled in. It looks like it is getting nighttime slowly here. But I still got a little bit of time, so let's see how fast I can build. That should be fine. I gotta get the path put in there for sure. I'm not gonna be able to fill that all in. Not yet. Gotta sleep. Sleep. Yeah, if you're interested in seeing me play horror games, if you like watching me scream like a little girl, it's coming up. There were a couple of times where I let out a good old-fashioned terrified yell. But I mean, that's the point, right? That is the point. Alright, so that should be done now, once the map updates. Unless there are little bits right there. Nope, look at that. That's kind of an interesting concept here, is that there's so much here that I don't actually know if I got it all. Looking forward to the screams. Alright, it does look like I got it all that time. Okay. Now, there's actually one section I haven't outlined yet, and that's right here. Because this path is going to cut through here and cut in front of so you can see the reindeer. But right here is supposed to be elevated terrain as well. You can see the back wall of the giraffe exhibit is like that too. Now, I originally wasn't planning on that. That's why I probably didn't outline it. But let's actually get around to doing that now. The path, hold on. I got to back this up a little bit. Let me work on outlining. Oh, I already have the path kind of carved out, don't I? So it's literally just follow the dirt. You guys stay in there. Just please, for the love of God, would you stay in your exhibit? Good news is once I get this all done, they're not going to have many places to go. Now this, like I said, this is a very narrow stretch right here where there's not a lot of room. So what I might do actually is continue the path all the way to this and then have this open up into a beach that minus the killer whale being right outside of it. You could actually go swimming in and relax on, you know, maybe put some umbrellas and stuff. Something like that, you know. So what if we were to do that? Maybe open it up like that far right there. And then connect this back to here, like so. And this to right here. And that way, when the reindeer escape again, they can easily get out of here if they don't get eaten by a killer whale. So this pathway will come right to here, and this is where people can actually go swimming or whatever. That's got to be how they're getting out, right? Like when we reload the area, they slide through the fence then. It's the only thing I can think of. All right, so we got to fill this in then. Let's get the torches out real quick because I got to actually put down a couple more in here. That should be pretty good. Yeah, it should be pretty good. You guys, we're doing it. We're getting this part's done now too. So we have this section here. We have this section here. And that's it. And that is it. Then we're on to the foliage. Ooh, I'm getting the tingles. All right. All right, so let's start creating the wireframe for this section right here. If we can get this done, then we just have the northeast. Oop, I just fell right off. All right, let's try that again. And we have the northeast section to do, and then that's it. This doesn't have to be a horrendously tall area here either. It can be about this elevation, actually, I'm thinking. Let's do one more before we try to make that jump. Yeet! Maybe I'll do one more elevation or one more block up on that. Okay, good. Now, can we create a rib design for the top part of this? Or a spine design for the top part of this? It looks like it curves a little bit, so it's going to be a little weird. Something like that. And then let's come down here next to the killer whale. How's it going? Jump up here. So much stone is used in this. It's absolutely insane. Went a little high there. Got a little gung-ho. Okay, something like that. Let's bring it up from over here too. Okay, that part's done. Whew. Face plant there. The elytra activated, so I actually was leaning forward while I ate that ground. Imagine hitting the ground at that speed, just pop it all like ah, with all your teeth flying everywhere. That would hurt so bad. Oh boy, I'm running out of stone. Whew, all right. I'm excited because this is looking better. Now that we actually have a whole lot more of this done, and I can overlook the whole thing, you know? Like, look at this thing. Just look at it. Insert meme there. Just look at it. Would you just look at that? Imagine when the trees are on this thing. It's going to look so good. That looks so good. How about that for... Oh, I was going to say, how about that for a buttery smooth landing? But then I fell off and broke my legs. Now, the whole thing will have one block higher elevation, because instead of replacing the stone with the grass, mostly, I'm just going to be putting the grass on top of it. There's undoubtedly going to be a couple spots where it's just going to make sense for me to remove the stone and put the grass in instead. But for the most part, it is going to be just placed on top of it. Okay, I don't have a lot of stone left. Well, let's place these couple stacks, and then we'll see what we got. We're about a quarter of the way through one stack there, or over a quarter of the way through one stack there. And I don't like that right there. In fact, I don't like anything that's going on right there. Alright, one stack down. Yeah, that could use some work there, but we'll work on that when the time comes. See if I can't get a rib put in right here. Good. Looks like the sun is setting again over a very hilly island now. This has already drastically changed. Man, this stream, actually, this is going to be a big one, so hopefully people don't miss, won't have missed this one. They'll have tuned in at least at some point in here so they know what's going on. Only one block. Sure, right there. All right, so let's get down into my hidey hole area, which I'll actually be able to sleep in my real bed down here. How about that? I won't have to do the other one. Captain Craig has joined. We'll give him a solid wave. Captain Craig, sorry to break it to you, but you're not the top super chat anymore. Peter has upended you. He's still sitting at $25. Now, this stream is not quite even close to done, but it is definitely in the back half. So, if you are hoping to get on the Billboard of sponsors, you need to just do a super chat of any amount. That's a little bit of leg. Super chat of any amount will get you on the Billboard of sponsors. Join such fine people such as Captain Craig, or Peter, or Corey. There's a whole bunch of people actually on there who have already contributed to the zoo. You'll be added to the Billboard of sponsors at the beginning of the zoo, right at the front entrance, and that will be there forever and ever for the entire length of the zoo, including when the world download comes later on at the end of the season. So, look at this place. Now we have to finish the pathing here, obviously, in this part. That's got to look more like this here, and I'll probably have to come up with some more fun stuff with it. I'm thinking vines and stuff hanging down here. This is gonna look so cool. Like, it's gonna look like this stuff when it's all said and done. But yeah, here's the billboard of sponsors in case you guys are wondering. So these fine people: Peter, Todd, Tinnikin. That's actually Hazard, but that's his username. Captain Craig, Finney, and Corey have all contributed, with Peter being the top super chat amount. Okay, if you want to get your name on that billboard right there, that's how you do it. I did not grab any stone, which was the main reason why that... Whoa, that didn't work. That was a little lag there. Which is the main reason why I actually went back down there. Talk about a da-da-da moment. Alright, jump down, break the legs. Alright, so how much stone do I have left? Which ones are empty? Okay, that one's empty. The wheat is in the way. That's the reason why it's gotta be... Okay, we still got that. Still got some of that. Alright. So yeah, we are kind of running a little low. Alright, so not gonna lie, this is not a lot of stone left. Good news is, though, is that we are actually reaching the end of this part anyway. Like, we still got a lot more to do, but we're reaching the end of this island. Let's get all this stuff out here. 1 second, let's grab some more stone. Put that in there. Let's go put away the hot spring stuff, because I don't think I'm going to be adding any more hot springs on this island. We have 4 of them over here already. So, Marcus, welcome back. Alright, let's go ahead and put this in here. Hoping I'm available for the Halloween zoo thing. Yeah, that'd be kind of fun. I don't exactly know what it is, but like I said, if I got to do the single player thing, I didn't grab enough stone, did I? If I got to do this like a single player thing, I have a plan in mind. So, all right, so let's drop all that in there and dump it all into there, and then grab some more, and then again, there we go. All right, and then let's grab whatever we can. There, bam. All right, we got a bunch of stone now. This is the last like full load of stone that I can grab, though, and then we're gonna be almost completely out. Okay, Corey took off. Bye. I don't know where he went. He left. Either that or he left on accident. I don't know. All right, so this is... God, this place is looking good. It's looking good, people. I gotta get the... Here, actually, I can take some of the stone and spatter in here. This is where the path is gonna go anyway, so... There's waste in the stone here, just throwing, just dumping it out of my inventory as fast as possible. Taking a break. Well, you just started. You just started. Now I understand. Breaks are good. Alright, so like right here, for example. Dig this back. There we go. Alright, now that will be... This will be where I have to build the actual path. And in fact, some of this dirt I just collect right here. Instead of having it clog my inventory, maybe I'll go through and sprinkle it in here in places. There we go. That looks bad. That looks better. Need more food. Nice. Almost 12 hours of Minecraft today. What are you going to do with the other 12 for the rest of the day, though? Why not play? Why not play Minecraft? No, I get it. I'm just playing. Just playing. I get it. I understand. It is good to take breaks every once in a while. All right, and then this one bit of dirt. Boom! Feed that to the orcas. All right, now back to the building that we were doing here. If Elytra cooperates, come on, please. All right. Now this part. I see. I knew you were. I knew you were a machine. Hey, I'm eating food, so I'm not entirely a machine, I guess. Although machines sometimes need fuel. I mean, I ate Pop-Tarts. I did finish all my turkey sticks, though, which makes me a little sad. But I still have that wild berry Pop-Tart that tied me over. Okay. So yeah, we are looking at 8.5 hours into the stream. Holy cow, 8.5 hours of building. But look at the progress. That's a lot of work, but I mean, it's a lot done. What the heck? I'm over here and I didn't even notice. How? How? Which one is this one? Apple butter. Butter. This is one that they added later. Did you get in there? So that's what, the second, third time they've escaped on this stream alone? I don't know how to keep them in there. This one's had its head in the wall the entire time. Cupid? Yeah, it's stuck its head in the wall. It's been there forever. Alright, so that's part, we'll work on that later. This part right here. Did I get everything done right here? It looks like it. Alright, let's create some... Oh, I don't have a spine going there, but let's get a rib going right here. 10 feet fence. Yeah, exactly. Space Melon, hello and welcome to the stream. Hopefully you are having a wonderful Saturday. Wish you nothing but the best. We are here building our butts off. trying to get this part of the zoo finished. This is the landscaping part of the zoo. This isn't even like the exhibits. This is just the part in between all the exhibits that we're working on today. And we've been at it for 8.5 hours. But we finished all of this. This entire island is custom built. So this everything you're seeing here was placed block by block. Some of the trees, I guess, those are regular vanilla trees. Acacia ones, but some of the trees are not, like that palm tree up there. That was a block for block build right there too. So yeah, we are building our butts off, and by we I mean it's really me. I think Captain Craig is on right now too. Yep, Corey was just on, but he's getting some food, some sustenance. This is a Patreon server, so anybody who would wish to join, just check out the Patreon. The link is in the description. You are more than welcome to come join and build and see this place. How long will it take you to build? This build itself, probably about 1.5 years. That's how long it takes for me to do zoo builds, and this is my 3rd zoo build. We have to terraform that entire volcano over there still. So that's a thing that still needs to happen. This is the island that we're working on right now, but we did in the last episode build the bridge connecting to the other island with the volcano. That all needs to get terraformed as well. Not to mention the volcano itself needs to get reshaped, and there's a lot of work to get done there. Because right now it looks like a plateau to me. It looks like it goes up pretty steep on the sides, flat on the top, and I think that looks kind of crappy. So I'm gonna reshape the volcano entirely to be more cone shaped, but with a little oblong side on it, because I have a story about how I think it was a volcano that had a side eruption at one point in its history, like Mount St. Helens, and then it formed a new caldera and a new cone next to it then. So it'd be like 2 cones kind of next to each other, with one being a little bit shorter and more broken, but both of them being dormant and having vegetation on them, so it's a huge project to do. One of which I'll have to do tomorrow, since creepers be creeping and I gotta be sleeping. So, but yeah, so this whole zoo build, since I'm building it in survival too, this isn't a creative mode build. This whole build probably about 1.5 years, and we're almost half a year into it right now, and I've gotten this far. So I mean, this is actually pretty good. We got the zebra exhibit, we got the reindeer exhibit, we got the giraffe exhibit, and we got the polar bear exhibit, as well as we got a spot for the tarantula and scorpions right here, and then both kinds of crabs that we have in the pack along the beach there. I do want to get over here and doodad up this beach more, because that's still natural generation and it looks blah. But I like the sandy beaches along the edge here, so I kept them as well. But they're awesome contradiction to the sharp cliff edges that we've added. So, like, when you look at them, it just looks so cool to see the sand going up to the cliff edges. I just like how that looks a lot. Oh, there's a little leg spike right there. But yeah, these palm trees, these are not a seed you can plant. I mean, there are palm seeds in here that you can plant, and they give you something. But these are custom built ones. These are different. Face plant. These are much different. This is what the terrain will look like when we're done. Right now, it just looks like that. Okay. And when we're done, we're gonna have this. All right. So that's the plan. I also need to collect more cocoa beans. So. See, I had 50 mods in it. Look, took me 2 years to build it because it was in survival too. Mad respect. See, like I said, people who play in survival, you got mad respect. People who build in creative, as long as it's impressive, that's still mad respect. But if people who build something that's pretty basic or whatever, but they built it in creative or they spawned in whatever they wanted, I don't really care what you built. It's not as interesting, you know, unless you were basically doing creative mode in a separate like world to come up with a design, and then you built in survival. It doesn't really matter. I'm down here for a reason. Cocoa beans. I just said I need to. Oh, I don't actually have any planted. If I used up the last of mine, well, luckily I know where there are some cocoa beans. Yeah, I'm supposed to have them planted right there. I was gonna harvest them, is why I came down here. Well. Here's some right here, actually. Look at that. Heading over to the actual build just to harvest up some cocoa pods. Yeah. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, I missed it. I fell down a mountain. Can't reach it. There we go. Got it. All right, now I can put that one back. Like that. And let that grow again. I wouldn't mind doing that again because I have spots for 3 of them. I don't really have a big cocoa seed farm type thing, you know, cocoa bean farm. Because you don't really need one for the most part. They grow pretty rapidly. So I have a spot for 4 of them. Oh yeah, and the hot springs also dotted throughout here. This is, after all, volcanic region, since there's that volcano right over there. I don't think we have 50 mods in this pack. I think there's like 20-some. So it's a little bit more bare bones, a little more basic. It also runs better on slower computers then because of that. So let's get those things growing. And don't put one right there too. Get more of them going. So, oh, by the way, I lost my hardcore world I've been working on about 2 months on. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, hardcore is like I rarely ever die, so I could probably do fairly well in hardcore. I did die on this series, but it was like my first episode, so some boars and flowers. It was a bad experience. Couldn't hit the boars because the flowers were in the way, but kept hitting the flowers instead. I'm still taking therapy for it. Anyway, the yeah. Oh, look at that right there, cocoa beans. Let's actually take those out of there real quick because I forgot they were in there. I want to add them to the bat backpack because that's where I'm keeping the stuff for the trees. A little bit of jungle logs here, and the cocoa beans, and of course the jungle leaves themselves. So throw them in there so I always have them available. The bat backpack, the one thing that doesn't actually have a real function, like if you look at all the other ones, there's like the ground blocks, there's glass, there's plants and stuff like that, and then there's just bat backpack. Oh my god. It's such a miscellaneous backpack, but I generally keep some things in there that just make sense to me. Probably won't make sense to anybody else though. But yeah, sorry to hear about your hardcore world there, Space Melon. That sucks. It happens though, you know. Sometimes it happens. It's time to just pick up and do it again. I got some. I got to tip my hat to you though. Like I said, hardcore players, you know, they run the risk of losing their world, and they got to start over again, and it's part of the game. I guess it's part of the thrill also. All right, but we were working right here. So let's get back to it here because we're getting close. In this stream alone, we've done this peninsula behind the polar bear exhibit, all of this stretch right here, leading all the way here, and we did all of this. So now we're working on this little bit right here and connecting that over, and then we'll do this bit up here, and then we're on to plants. We're on to plants, and I still have one Pop-Tart that will keep me sustained during all of this. Awesome players, welcome. Yo, dude, I have never heard a song more in my life than that made me think than today. A song more in my life that made me think more than today. I'm confused. What song? Is it the one I'm playing in the background? Because this thing's been on repeat. I've been listening to it for almost 9 hours straight, and so good chance I'm losing my mind, but you know, it's worth it. This is just my background music I use in the videos. That's why I threw it on for this one. So, but yeah, awesome players, welcome to the stream. Seen some new names pop in, so maybe a couple of people have tuned into the stream recently. So you guys know, we have a billboard of sponsors over there. So if anyone does a super chat of any amount, they'll get added to the billboard of sponsors at the front of the zoo, and they'll be there forever and ever and ever while we're building the zoo. They'll be there all the way through the world download. Even people will be able to download it at the end, and they'll still be listed there. Peter right now holds the top super chat amount, so there's a specific sign over there for the top super chat. He's got a $25 super chat. He is the leader right now, but he has been upended before, and it kind of turns into a bidding war after a while. I was trying to get a warden inside of a cage. That's how I died. Oh, that is a dangerous thing to do. Yeah, but I mean, you know the risks of that for sure. But yeah, that definitely that would have been epic to see that happen. I saw someone in a hardcore world build a zoo with the bosses, a boss zoo. It was in the end, and they had a it was some chick was playing it actually. She had a warden. She used the pistons to trap the ender dragon, and then how did she get out of the end? How did she get out of the end? I think I might have been hoodwinked. But she had pistons to trap the ender dragon, and because you need the ender dragon dead to get out of the end. And then she had a wither and a elder guardian in there. So it's called The Wrong Side of Heaven by Five Finger. Oh yeah, it's about a soldier going to war, coming back from with PTSD, and talks about he's no hero and he's a stone man. He's no stone man. He's just a man. Yes, no. Wrong Side of Heaven by Five Finger Death Punch is a fantastic song. I've heard it. It's good. I've listened to it quite a bit actually. I've been well. You probably weren't here when I was talking earlier, but yeah, no. I'm actually a military veteran, so yeah, we listen to a lot of Five Finger Death Punch overseas. Listen to a lot of that stuff. So, all right, killed the Ender Dragon on PC. I killed it on PS3. Yeah, no, it's yeah, you basically got that. If you kill on PS3, you can take credit for defeating the Ender Dragon. It's basically the same thing. It's really not much different actually between the two. But yeah, no, I was in both the Air Force and the Army, and I deployed when I was in the Army. So, but yeah, Five Finger Death Punch, that's a staple of people. That and country. That's what we listen to over there. So. But yeah, Wrong Side of Heaven is a fantastic song. Never Enough is another good one by them. What's that other one? Oh, I'm drawing a blank. It's not the one that they're most known for, not the cover one, but I'm a big rock guy. Somehow I've never heard of this band, probably because I'm Canadian. You never heard of Five Finger Death Punch? Yeah, no, they're huge, at least in the United States. Yeah, no, they're massive. If you like rock, if you haven't heard of them yet already, some bands I could recommend. Check out Red. Red is a pretty good one. Little big leg spike right there. Red's a pretty good one. Obviously Disturbed, they've been around forever and ever, but they're really good too. They've actually started experimenting, doing some other stuff. Got a smoked brisket burger and chocolate cake on the way. Okay, that's it, Corey. You know what? I'm coming over. But yeah, I don't know. Seven Dust is always good. Take your pick, you know. There's a ton. I got mad respect for rock and country music because there's still a genre of music that plays instruments actually, and has lyrics and stuff that goes with them. So A lot of other things are all just like on a computer and they do voice changes and stuff like that, whatever. But rock and country music are still just music and vocals, you know? I've heard of AC/DC, Metallica, Ozzy Osbourne, Slipknot, Disturbed, Avenged Sevenfold. Never heard of these guys until today. Oh, yeah, no. Hold on. Let me look to see what I got as far as for Five Finger Death Punch, if I can. I've got an outdated computer, so it doesn't really like me opening up my library. Okay, check out Coming Down by Five Finger Death Punch. Remember Everything is also a pretty good one. Champagne is always a good one. Blue on Black is it's a cover, but it's a good one. Gone Away. Inside Out. That's the one I was trying to think of. If you ever listen to Inside Out by Five Finger Death Punch, that's a really good one. It's also got Rob Halford from Judas Priest that sings a verse in that too. So Bad Company is the one that they're most well known for. That's also a cover, but Hard to See is a good one. Walk Away is a good one. Far From Home. They make a lot. I'm looking at my library here. Never Enough, and then of course Wrong Side of Heaven. Yeah. Gemini Syndrome. If you haven't heard of that, Pink Floyd is probably my favorite. I do not care. I do consider them rock. No, Pink Floyd's rock. It's just more of like an older version of rock, almost like Zeppelin and stuff. Kind of start getting back closer to that. Which, by the way, that's still good stuff too. So, no, Pink Floyd's good stuff. I like it. But Godsmack, good stuff. But yeah, Gemini Syndrome makes a couple of good songs too. Stardust was pretty good. Remember We Die is another good song by Gemini Syndrome. Go check out those guys too if you haven't. You'll probably like them a lot. Red is a group that I was listening to Pandora at work, just letting it play, you know. And every once in a while I'd hear the song and I'd be like, oh man, that's a good song. And I go look at it and be like, oh, that's Red. Oh, that's cool. All right. And then like later on, a different song would come on and be like, dang, this is awesome, you know. Who sings this? And I go look at it. It's Red again. I'm like, oh, it's these guys again. And it happened like 3 or 4 times. I was like, you know, I think I kind of like these guys. 6 a.m. is another good group to look at if you're into rock. I could go on for a while. Rock is probably my favorite genre to listen to. But I do like a little mix of almost a little bit of everything in there. Yeah, Faceless by Red, actually. Look up that song. That's a good one. There's also some decent Christian rock bands out there, too, if you're into that kind of stuff. Skillet, I've actually seen them in concert. There's words. 1,000 Foot Crutch. Space Melon, you gotta go. All right, take it easy. Have yourself a wonderful rest of your weekend. My friends think I'm weird because I can understand what the singer of Slipknot says when he's screaming. It's not that weird. Just a lot of people kind of choose not to listen to it because they think it sounds mean and aggressive. So, yeah, no, it's not that weird. Don't worry. You're not weird, man. Weird is building 33,000 stone blocks in a live stream. That's strange. And body slamming orcas. Person who would do that is strange, that's for sure. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of rock music. I think it's a lot of fun. Falling in Reverse actually has been putting out some tremendously good stuff too. So if you have not listened to Falling in Reverse, they're an older group actually. That's no dedication or this of a machine man. But if you've been watching, they've been out for a while, so they've got some songs that are like 9 or 10 years old, and they sound more like kind of like an emo punk band type thing. And then they have kind of had a resurgence lately, where they just sound awesome, like it's so good. Popular Monster was one song they released that was really good. it's people ask what genre it is whenever they're listening to it, whenever they're reacting to it, because they don't quite know. And people always laugh because the lead singer's name is Ronnie Radke. They always just say it's Ronnie Radke genre. But it's primarily rock, but he's also good at rapping as well. Take it easy, Captain Greg. And so a lot of times he'll mix it in there. Like Popular Monster has like rap lyrics when it starts off, but by the time it gets to the refrain, it is full on rock. There's even a screamo breakdown in there. So it's awesome. It's definitely awesome. They made a song called Zombified, which is also a really good song. Go check that out too. Like it's good stuff. It's good stuff. You picked a good genre to dive into. Yeah, I want to see right there. Got it. I think Falling Reverse just did a cover of Last Resort by Papa Roach. That was all right. I mean, they it's weird because they have such a weird style because they can do rap. They can do really hardcore rock and screamo, and they can do really classically sung songs too. So it's a bit, that's why I say that people when they react they have no idea what to even call it for genre, because the guy does like everything. So like they've done a redo, they've remade a version of a couple of their older songs. They did a song called The Drug in Me Is You that they redid later on, and they called it The Drug in Me Is Reimagined. And The Drug in Me Is You is very much like a very much pop kind of sounding song. It's almost like an emo punk kind of song, and it's very upbeat and whatever, but when you listen to the lyrics, that really doesn't match. Like, it's really strange, and maybe that was the point. But later on they did it with just Ronnie Radke singing, like really singing, and a piano and like some cellos and stuff, and it was just so, it's hauntingly good. They nailed the style of it that time. So yeah, I know how to play Psychosocial on my guitar. Nice. Yeah, the solo part in there in Psychosocial is insane. That reminds me of kind of a funny story. When Oliver, my son Oliver, was like when he was 3, I want to say, and Jacob was still crawling. I used to, when I was on dad duty, when I was watching the kids, I used to play Psychosocial by Slipknot for them to listen to. And so there was one time, because we had like this Alexa in his room so you can listen to kids' music and stuff. There's one time I was out in the living room and I heard his little 3-year-old voice go, "Alexa, play Psychosocial by Slipknot." It was a very upbeat, fun song. So I do not touch rap. I can never get into that. Seriously, check out Falling in Reverse though. Like, I'm not a fan of rap, to be honest. Like, I don't really like it that much, but it's good in Falling in Reverse's songs that he's done, mainly because it's not purely rap, and what he's rapping about is actually difficulty. Well, like most rappers usually rap about difficulties in their life, or being awesome, I guess. It's something else. They rap about having tons of money and whatever else they would want, but no, his is about his struggles in his life and the post-traumatic. Like one of the lines he says, "Oh my God, I keep on stressing every message that I take or whatever." Is it, he says something like, "Is this post-traumatic stressing, or am I just suppressing rage?" And it's really, it kind of makes you think, because when people are stressed or push their limits, sometimes they don't really know whether they're dealing with problems from their past, or if they're dealing with just straight up anger. So yeah, definitely check that stuff out. It's good stuff. I'm liking these topics. You guys are getting me going on tangents, which is great, because a lot of times I go into like autopilot then when building, and so I've been just kind of going and doing this, so making it go by a lot faster. Your grandma got you into Slipknot. That's awesome. Yeah, Slipknot's a good one too. I think they've won Emmys, haven't they? think The Devil and I was the last song that I remember hearing from them that came out, but they might have come out with some more stuff since then. Am I the only one on again? Yep, I'm the only one on again right now, which that's been all day. People have come and gone, and I've been just chilling here, building with stone. Alright, so I'm fine with this dipping down a little bit and kind of getting a little bit shallower here. That is the other thing. It's like a lot of times you think that a lot of rock and stuff would be somewhat younger guys or even like middle-aged people, but time has gone on for all those people who think that they're still young. Time has moved on, and those middle-aged people are now the older people, and you listening to this might actually be the middle-aged person. She's a metalhead. She's the metalhead in the family. Your grandma sounds awesome. I actually don't know. I never knew any of my grandparents. They passed on, so unfortunately I never got to experience anything fun like that. But I know my kids love their grandma like crazy. They get so upset when she has to leave. A lot of people don't know The Devil and I is about mental health. Most rock songs, if you listen to it, have a lot to do with mental health. Seriously. Go listen to Popular Monster by I'm drawing a blank. I just talked about him. Falling in Reverse. That's one. There's another song that they put out called Voices in My Head. That's another good one. Really good one. That music video is pretty awesome because it's just him kind of killing himself over and over. But it's his past versions of himself. So since they've been around for so long, he's had a lot of different visual styles to his outfits and stuff he's worn. So like some of them he wouldn't wear anymore because he thinks it's stupid, you know. But he has his older style self come back in a lot of it just so he can cap himself. But it's an interesting. They're so good. Seriously, Falling in Reverse. Go check them out. I'm Not a Vampire is another song that they made, and it's comparing being a rock star to a vampire, because when you're dealing, he's talking about how like the whiskey is his holy water, but he stays up all night and sleeps all day, just like a vampire does. You know, he can lure any woman into his bed, just like a vampire does when they're trying to get a woman over so that they can eat them, basically. Yeah, it's creepy how many similar things there are to a vampire and being this successful rock star, you know. And it's again, it was another really kind of upbeat kind of song type thing. But then when you watch, they did a revamped version where his girlfriend, she's one of the chicks that's in wrestling. I don't know what her name is, but his girlfriend played a role in the music video, and she looks stunningly beautiful in it. Like they got rid of a lot of the tattoos and covered them up or whatever, and they just made her look very classical, and it is jaw dropping. Same thing with him. He's loaded with tattoos all over his body, but for that I'm Not a Vampire revamped, they actually hid all of that, and they made it look like he was just a very, very, very clean, well put together kind of person in that one, you know, as far as physically looking, and it was pretty awesome. And they made a heck of a video, and it is hauntingly good too. It's the only one that I know of where you can do, because he starts off that one singing also. He's got a powerful voice, very powerful voice. He's singing, and he by the end of it, he's doing a screamo verse in this song that's got like a gothic choir in it at the same time. It's like, how does he do that? I had to leave for a bit, but what did I miss? Puppet Master, welcome back. The placement, I don't know what's more impressive, the placing of the collecting, both. But yeah, the Puppet Master, welcome back. We are still building. We're just talking rock music now, so I like these conversations we've been able to have because it helps time go by really fast for me instead of me just staring blankly into the abyss. But yeah, we finished all of this area up here. I think you were here last when we were working on this, but we finished all that. We finished this section here. We're working on this one right here, and then we're going to move on to the northeast section and be done with the stonework for this island. Yes, so close. Of course, then there's that massive volcano over there, and that whole island that goes with it that needs to be done, but that's for a future GReimer. Screw that guy. Well, you can worry about that later. All right, so what do we got? Is this done? Is this done? I don't know. We got over here still. I was like, did we finish it? What? Yeah, if you can relate, awesome player, if you can relate to like the whole people expressing themselves about mental health stuff, go watch Falling in Reverse. Go look them up. You won't regret it. Let's see. Metallica's One, the third song on the album Justice for All. Let's see. Who lost his will to live after losing all of his senses. Yeah, that's crazy. One is another really good song by Metallica. Fuel by Metallica actually is still my favorite, but still that's a good one. The drums in that are just nuts. Is it bad when I heard I'm Not a Vampire, I thought of Ozzy Osbourne this for some reason? No. No, that's fine. It's fun hearing you take on topics and go wild with it. I can feel the passion in the discussion. Yeah, I do like some things. I mean, passion's fine. I don't have a problem with people disagreeing with my take on some things either. It's totally fine. In fact, oftentimes people who have a different take on it will open my eyes to different things too. So that's the beauty of the whole thing. Yeah, I'm a procrastinate on building a volcano until I literally can't anymore. I actually do struggle with depression. Goes away and then comes back even harder each time. But when I started looking into more rock because I found comfort in it. Yeah, no, music is a tremendously good outlet for you to actually relax or even relate to. You'll come to realize that there's a lot of people that go through similar issues that you're not actually alone through most of this stuff, and it hits basically everybody at some point in time. Whoa, I just fell down here. Here I am down here at the ground. Let me grab my balls while I'm down here, and we'll throw those up there. See if I can't get back up that way. If not, I'll rocket up there. Hey, my balls worked. All right. Yeah, people go through a lot of this stuff, so you're not actually alone through any of that stuff. There is a... Is rock your favorite genre? For me, yeah. Yeah, rock is my favorite genre. But there's other songs I do like in other genres. So there's some country songs I like too. Yeah, voice is kind of giving out. Hold on, gotta get my Pepsi. But yeah, there's several other songs I like as well. It really sort of depends on kind of the meaning behind the music more so than the music itself sometimes. Yeah, things might sound catchy, but if it's just catchy but there's nothing to it, then I find it very boring. So hopefully people can incorporate some kind of more stronger meaning into their songs, But yeah, I'm telling you, Falling in Reverse, you will definitely get a kick out of. That guy, he went to prison for a while, but apparently he also had drug problems and stuff like that. He turned his whole life around, it sounds like, from his because of his daughter that he had, and that kind of snapped him out of a lot of that stuff. And now that he is out of that, he's making what can only be described as like masterpieces of music. Like I said, some of his remakes or his reimaginings of some of his older songs, they're literally masterpieces. They're so good. Rock and country, old-fashioned to be exact. Tom Petty, Free Falling is my favorite non-rock song. Nice. Yeah, I got a playlist at work that whenever either the internet craps out or if I don't have any way of playing it because like my phone sucks sometimes, I'll put that on, and on there they got a mix from anything from Disturbed to the Rolling Stones on there, so it's a nice little mix of stuff. Because who doesn't like listening to a little doom and gloom every once in a while? But yeah, awesome players. You are more than welcome to hang out here and chat rock if you want. I am down for that. Like I said, I'm looking for good conversation anyway, so that we can, so I can get through this here. Because this might come as a shock to some people, but throwing down thousands and thousands of blocks of stone isn't actually life fulfilling. So So I like having good conversation while I do it, though. Everyone looks at me like I'm insane because I like rock, but I don't like Elvis. You don't have to like every rock. There's groups out there that I don't actually really like. Well, I can't say that I don't like them. There's certain songs that Korn makes that I don't really like, but everyone else just goes crazy for them. But yeah, you don't have to like everybody in a genre. And besides, Elvis is more like old school rock stuff, and maybe that style that he had just doesn't jive with you, and that's fine. Nothing wrong about that. He still goes down as the king of rock, though, just because that's what he's known for. Doesn't mean you gotta like the king, though. You guys, I'm running out of stone. You guys we're saying this, I'm gonna be running out of stone, and yeah, it looks like it. There's plenty of people I don't. There's plenty of people I don't like. Yeah. I mean, I was talking music, Corey, but if you want to go there, then there's this Corey guy. No, I'm just kidding. There's a guy I used to work with. He's actually the guy that built my my PC for me. Actually, got sleeve tattoos. He's big into a lot of like screamo and death metal and stuff. Huge Taylor Swift fan. Definitely, he thought she was so hot, and he didn't care that it didn't fit the genre that he usually listened to. He loved her. So every once in a while, because I used to work with him, but then he ended up finding another job. But every once in a while, I go past the department where he's working, and he's just blasting like teardrops on my guitar. My guitar. And anyone who would give him crap for it, he would just give it back to him tenfold. He didn't care. I would literally have to explain to my friends, I'm more of a Black Sabbath. I'm more Black Sabbath. What's my grandfather went to school with one of the drummers of the band. Oh, nice. Speaking of Black Sabbath, again, falling in reverse, there's actually a line in one of the songs. It's in I'm Not a Vampire, but it hits more of an impact in the remake where he says I'm not a vampire revamped. That one. Or he says that and Daddy should have never raised me on Black Sabbath. Yeah. So it's funny that you bring them up. That's the way to be, man. Exactly, yeah. Am I done? Seriously, that's what this conversation's done. I've been on autopilot. Am I done? That side's finished. Here, I'm gonna have to get into the exhibit to see this one because this is kind of hard to see from. Hard to see another Five Finger Death Punch song. Bam. How about that? See, it all ties together. It's like fate or something. I think I'm done. Let's change this up a little bit. I don't like that one block. Screw that one block specifically. I'm thinking that was one that Simon put down. Just kidding. Yeah, it's not just that one block. There's this one right there too. Screw that guy. Don't like how squared off that all looked. This looks too symmetrical on this side, so we're gonna change that up a little bit. Like it looked too exact to the side next to it. Now this I gotta leave because they might be able to clear that if I don't. So even though I don't like it, I gotta change it. I truly believe they're the first ones who started heavy metal. I do not care if they are heavy metal. You can't change my mind even if it was a life and death situation. I'm not gonna try to change your mind, man. You're good. Sabbath is a group that I actually had, Black Sabbath isn't a group that I haven't listened to too much of, so I don't really have much of an opinion on them. But yeah, no, I'm not gonna try to change your mind on that at all. Or rather, I probably have listened to them. I just haven't gotten into a deep dive on them yet. So, stream's still going. Random guy, welcome back. Yes, it is. We are still rocking and rolling. Literally, we've been talking about rock lately. So. Wait, there's a hole right there. Let me grab my balls quick. Here we go. Throw them up there. Got it. We're just inspecting the section that I just got done to look for places like this. Just to make sure that I haven't missed anything before moving on to the next section. People say they are not rock. They are more what people say tomorrow because I don't care. That's fine. All right, I think we're done with this section. I think we finished it. The beach is opened up here to anyone who wants to get to it. This path, obviously, there's giant holes in the side of this thing. But yeah, stream is still going. We are going on over 9 hours. This is a long one. I knew it was going to be a long stream. I don't really exactly know if it's going to go on this long. I kind of was hoping to be finished right now, but I am nowhere near, so we are going to keep pressing on. All right, down to the last little bits of stone here. Not a lot left. Unpopular opinion, but I think AC/DC is better than Metallica. I think it just comes down to what you're into more so. Like AC/DC makes some tremendously good songs, but so does Metallica. But Metallica actually, there's only a handful of their songs that I could truly listen to on repeat over and over. Otherwise, I'm good. You know, I get a nice fix. There's actually, I mean, in reality, there's only a handful of songs I could do that to anyway, regardless of the band. Basically, it depends on what you're into, really, what you really like. Because like, if you're into AC/DC songs, then you're gonna like all of AC/DC songs, or at least like their style. Even more so than if you're not as much, you know, into Metallica. For me, I'm a big fan of Disturbed. I think a lot of their songs sound amazing. Just checking in. I won't be here for long. Sadly, it's 3 a.m. and I'm tired. All right, yeah, random guy, get some sleep, man. Send me to the highway. Yeah, the like Disturbed, I'm a big fan of them. I love their songs. I love all their music they make. I know that recently they've been trying to make some more different sounding things. You know, like they have actually tapped into a little bit of soft rock. Disturbed has tapped into soft rock, and they killed it. It sounds it sounds incredible. Hold On to Memories by Disturbed, for example. I would consider that a soft rock song, and it's so good. I'm gonna steal this real quick because I might need this later. Yeah, it's so good. They did a great job. I know they did the cover of The Sound of Silence that everyone was like, oh my god, he's got such a good voice. I always knew that the David guy over in Disturbed, I always knew that he could sing. You could hear it in all of his songs if you listen, actually. But if you're like, oh, it's a rock song, and then your brain shuts off, well, then you're not gonna ever hear him sing. But if you listen to basically all of his songs, he's singing in all of them. So that's why when they came out with The Sound of Silence and the cover of it, everyone was like, "Oh my god, this is great!" It's like, no, they've always been able to do this. So he's the best, most underrated song. They got such good ones. I like the fact that they got songs like called The Night, and then they also have a song called The Night or the Light. So it's like similar but not quite. I mean, they're very different songs when you listen to them. Hold on, I gotta grab my balls real quick. Let me grab these things and just throw them up here. I could fly up there, but I'm trying to conserve rockets a little bit because I need to create a spinal column for this right here. And the question is, do I want this to drop down or do I want this to continue to raise up? Because if I want it to drop down, then I actually don't need to come down here. I'm thinking dropping down kind of for a little bit. Let's just do something like this real quick. And then raising back up will make it look way more interesting. Let's bring it down to like right about here if I can. Now, Disturbed makes some tremendously good songs, but I have noticed, and I'll be the first to admit this, that a lot of their songs do sound like the same. But since I like the way it sounds, that means all of their songs sound good to me. So they can make them sound the same all they want. It sounds great to me, so... Alright, now this part right here, I want to actually have this raise up a little bit more. Okay, we'll probably start flattening it out here, right about here. And I'll go up to right here. Yeah. Grab my balls again real quick. Yeet, a little yeet. like that. Bam, that's the shape of this one right here. Let's see, the Vengeful One is a decent song, probably the most popular. But, well, I mean, Disturbed's been around for 20, I think 2000, was it 2001, something like that. They've been around for 20 plus years now, so they've got a lot of popular songs. I mean, and they're Remember by Disturbed, I think, is probably one of my favorite songs by them. But that was off of one of the earlier albums. So the Vengeful One definitely has a punch, though. It packs a punch, that one. 50-50, yeah, like the message, but I think that the guitar could have won a little bit in a different way. Yeah, probably. The Vengeful One, is, out of all of their songs they make, probably isn't up there in even my top 10 for them, but it definitely is a good song. What was your first ever concert? Mine was Ozzy Osbourne. Father took me to London to see him. First ever concert. Boy, I gotta think about this. It was a concert called Rock USA. And it was a bunch of bands. It was, again, my dad took me to that one too. It was a bunch of bands actually at it. They had Kansas. They had ZZ Top there. I don't remember. I was pretty young actually. I probably shouldn't have been at it, to be honest. But you know, times were different back then. So, but yeah, Kansas and ZZ Top were there. I don't remember who else was there though, off the top of my head. I never remember artists and song names. That's all right. Yeah, no, most people actually, I don't think do. It's sort of people that get really passionate into it that start remembering it. Then I think a lot of people listen to music just kind of casually, just to kind of fill a little empty spot in their soul, you know. But they don't. They're not like really diving deep into it. And sleep. All right, let's start doing some wireframing on this. So then as I'm sitting here blabbering through all this stuff, here I can actually get some stuff done. Let's see, my grandma snuck me into a Slipknot concert. Nice. I also don't even listen to music in the car or anything, so I'm kind of an odd. What I actually listen to in the car, I don't really listen to music either. I listen to YouTube videos, actually, because anything that I can throw on, like a lot of them are like talk videos and stuff, or podcasts. So I listen to that while I'm in the car primarily. Every day I drive 45 minutes one way to work. So it's I spend almost 2 hours a day on the road, just getting to work and back. So yeah, I got some time, to kill. So if I can find a good podcast or something that lasts about the entire trip, I usually go for that. Oh, that's already done. All right. I got used to the silence. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that works. I used to drive an old truck and didn't have a radio. Nice. Just think a lot. Yeah, for me that kind of sucks. I don't really like thinking. Thinking a lot of times means you think about stuff that's come and gone. and repression is the greatest thing. That which you don't face can't crush you. So yeah, I'd rather just not think and just kind of preoccupy my brain. People look at me like I'm insane because I look like your average office worker. That's Irish, not someone who would be into listening to Slipknot. There's nothing wrong with listening to Slipknot. Like I said, they're an award-winning band, so. leg spike right there. I was trying to make a jump and all of a sudden everything froze for a second. I got a little scared. Okay, come on. Come on, Elytra. Work with me here. You guys, this is the home stretch, you realize, like, for all the terraforming that I need to do. This is it right here. Look at this. This is the last bit right here. The rest of this is done. That's why I say there's nothing wrong with him, but people just think I will be the guy who would be in the office listening to classical. I mean, hey, honestly, I could actually listen to classical and be totally fine with it. In fact, I like it whenever like more modern bands incorporate a little bit more of a classical touch to things. I think that it adds a nice little touch to it, actually. Adds to the song rather than is a detriment to it. So, but as far as just strictly listening to Mozart or something, probably not going to do that anytime soon. The only classical artist I like is Beethoven. Pretty good. Heard of him once or twice. Alright, so this part's going to have to go up steeper to catch up to what's over there, but I guess I could start laying that out right about now. I don't know what just happened there. Nothing like what I was trying to have happen. I'm big on fishing. Fishing, nice. I used to fish a lot when I was younger. My dad was big into fishing. I haven't carried that on as I got older, but I used to fish a lot when I was a kid. We used to take trips actually up to Canada and go fishing up there. And that was a lot of fun. I like how the hot spring you can see like it's just billowing up over there. Yeah, I used to. In fact, I have a fish mounted behind me right now that I caught ice fishing when I think I was in high school. It's a 26.5-inch walleye. That yeah, I mean it was probably the easiest thing I've ever caught in my life, but it was a big fish. Yeah, we went out to eat. We left our flags in and we went out to eat. It was on a private lake, so and when we came back we checked the tip-ups and we had 2 flags, one of which had nothing on it and the other one had a 26.5-inch walleye on it. Ta-da! Done. Quick reindeer check. How many of them are actually still in here? I only see 2. 3, there's one behind there. You know, these little escape artists. 4, there's one right there. 5, okay, there's still 5 in there. Well, if they're getting out some other way, like on the back wall or something, this should fix that, but I live in a small city with water surrounding it, and when I mean small, I mean like less than 500 people. So yeah, no, that's kind of where I grew up, something like that. It wasn't with water surrounding it, it was with just more miles and miles of woods, but that was about where I was at, a little less than 500. Oops, didn't mean to fall off there.
grab my balls. Let's get back up there. Actually, you know, while I'm down here, maybe we'll work on another rib connecting to a spot here. If the elytra lets me. I'm in the fishing game. In the fishing game, I want Salmon King, Salmon B specific when it's season. I eat the fish, but I do not release them. Kind of lost me a little bit in there with what you were saying, but yeah, if you're catching salmon for food, that's a good catch to good fish to aim for that, because salmon is delicious. All right. I think it's time for another stretch break. Gotta stand up or something here. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah. Been at this for a little while now, so now I gotta make sure I don't, like, fall apart. Ugh. How long have we been going for? 9.5 hours? Yeah, we got this. Yeah, we got this, all right. Just trying to figure out how to do this next part here, because it's almost like I need a little, like a little peninsula shape right there. I almost need this to kind of extend outward a little bit. Something to aim for then when I'm pillaring up with the rib design. Okay, that should be good right there. Is it getting nighttime again? Holy cows. It's weird how it seems brighter up here because we can still see the sun, but when you get down there it seems really dark. Obviously you're in the shade, so it makes sense. Just an easy day at the office. Actually, considering how I work in a factory, and so I'm usually on my feet on concrete and doing a lot of lifting and heavy stuff and whatnot, I'm kind of happy to be sitting. Don't mind being sitting. I don't have to chase after kids or nothing right now. Today's actually a really good day, so it's good to take a break every once in a while and just get some other stuff done. Let's see if I can't yeet myself over here. Sorry, I just had an idea. You probably just hear the gears turning right there. Because I was wondering, wouldn't it be cool if we built an overhang, like a natural bridge connecting to that island right there? But you know what? I've got quite a bit going on, so why don't I just taper it back just a little bit? Yeah, I always sit too much. Yeah, I stand too much. And my knees are kind of giving out on me, so honestly, I could go for more days like this. All right, let's jump down here then, and we'll build a rib going up this way. It's gonna have to have some ups to it because it has to catch up to like right here. All right. Now let's see, can we get a diagonal one in here? Yeah, I'm definitely standing too much during the day just because my legs start to really hurt. The heel of my foot especially. But you know what? I gotta earn my paycheck somehow, so... yeah. Yeah. It's basically, I don't mind like manual labor stuff. That works pretty good. It sort of sucks as I'm getting older because I'm not sure how well my body's gonna hold up as I get older.
So I'm a little nervous about that, but I mean, there's not much I can do about it, so I got to keep pressing on. Guys, it's so close. It's so close, just this last bit. I'm trying not to think about that too much. I cannot believe we're actually at this point right here, because honestly, I thought I was only going to get about half of that done. Yeah, that's a struggle. Yeah, who knows? Maybe YouTube will just explode and I'll become like a super popular Minecraft player. Or just I generally don't just play Minecraft though. Like, it's only one of the series I have on my channel. I actually play a variety of games, so. How's that look? I mean, kind of crappy from this side, but probably when I say I'm not a violent person, and I rarely, for me, it's rare for me to use violence. I mean, I didn't think anyone was suggesting you were. But, punch me in the face? Yeah, I think if you get punched in the face, I think it's like the go-ahead for hitting him back, you know? I would like a new Subnautica series on the channel. I'm telling you, there is a mod that somebody is working on for Subnautica called Call of the Void, that if they get that thing out and they get it released and stuff, I might go back. I might go do it again. Subnautica, actually, I did enjoy a lot. Both of them. I like the first one a lot better, but both of them were pretty fun. Second one I had a lot of questions on, and I actually went and found because I was so confused at the end of the second one, because it seemed like my sister that I was there for the whole thing, it seemed like she was the bad guy. And I was like, I had to have misunderstood that, and so I went and watched somebody's review on it about talking about the story, and no, I didn't. She really was effectively the bad guy. I guess in a way, now that I know that I wasn't just like understanding that wrong, then I can kind of actually see it as a better kind of story than what I originally thought. Because I thought it was supposed to be like, your sister was going to get vindicated in it or something, and no, she actually really was the one causing the problems. But at the end of it, your character is like, oh, I understand her sacrifice and what she did. Sacrifice just blew up some people. She was the baddie. She was the bad one. So he fell off the stairs and went into a coma. Well, I mean, that he hit you first, right? I mean, that sucks for him and all, but if he hit you first and you've defended yourself, then it's unfortunate for him, but I guess good hit. Again, I can't feel bad for somebody if they attack somebody and then ended up in a much better physical shape than the person that they attacked because they attacked somebody that they shouldn't have. So, dumb move on their part. That's like me going up and just kicking a lion and then getting mad that that he kills me. How could he? Well, you did run up and kick him. That was kind of a dumb idea. This needs to come out a little bit more too, so which means this cliff has got to be a steep one. Yep, steep cliff. Yeah, maybe one more. Oh, I thought it just fell off. I was like, oh. It was unprovoked, and one of his friends dared him to do it. Again, that is a stupid thing to do. So if he's in a coma now because you hit him and he fell on some stairs or something like that after he punched you, I don't really feel sorry for him. It's just a dumb thing for him to do. Obviously, I wish that the person wasn't actually in a coma, but I mean, again, if he did an unprovoked attack on somebody who hit him back and he landed him in that position, I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. It sucks for that guy. The stream is still going. That is right, Glum. It is still going. Welcome back. Check out all of the progress. This is all done. Look at all of it. Look at it. Just look at it. Ugh. So we're finishing the last bits of it here. Right up here in the northeastern part of the island, finishing the land, and then we can actually move on to then we can move on to the rest of the stuff. He did wake up, but he's paralyzed from the legs down. Again, really unfortunate. Don't do you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. That's what that's called. Daring somebody to go punch some person in the face just for no reason, that is what we like to call a stupid game. So, ding ding ding, here's your stupid prize. This is the really high cliff. It's got to be basically straight up. It's getting nighttime again? Holy cow. Almost time to sleep. I cannot believe that we made this progress on this stream. This is insane. This is nuts. And yes, Corey, in case you're wondering if you're still there, I'm feeling a little in the hand, so it's all good. Let's see, I may have missed the first one. Oh, you missed the first Subnautica? Go watch that if you haven't yet, Peter, because that one was a lot of fun. At the time, I had played Subnautica before, but it wasn't fully developed yet. It hadn't been released. It was still in early access. And so at the time, I had gotten to the point where you got to that facility down in the active lava zone, but it wasn't open yet. There's no way to get it open. That's as far as I was able to get before. So anything past that is brand spanking new to me. Like the whole building the Neptune rocket, I had never done that before. Actually getting cured, I'd never done that before, so. Alright, so we're going to actually kind of bring this out just a little bit this way. And the reason why is because I'm going to create like a new spine, so to speak, here at this elevation. Get it to right about here. And then this one is going to have to connect up to this. Get it up to right about here. Like so. And then yeet. Raise this up here. Maybe. Come on, Elytra, you can do it. Right there. Bam. It's taking shape, people. It's taking shape. Ah, my ankles. Sorry, it's not perfect. But yeah, stream is still going on. Be sure to leave a like on this thing if you're either entertained, impressed by the build, impressed by the length of the stream, or just feel like doing it. Helps with the YouTube algorithm. I don't know if I can make that jump. Let's add a block or two. Let's add one block and see if that made a world of difference. There it is. Perfect. Oop, caught myself. Didn't mean to place that one there. But yeah, helps out with the YouTube algorithm. And of course, any super chats get their name on the Billboard as sponsors at the beginning of the zoo. That not only helps out with getting your name on the Billboard as sponsors, but also helps out with the whole family thing that I got going on. Because, you know, kids are expensive. All right, jump down there. This is kind of a marathon of placing stone, that is for sure. And besides, any super chats I get also help me fend off the strange looks I get from the guys I work with when I tell them that I do streams for 10, 11 hours a day. And they just shake their head thinking I'm just wasting time. And I say, oh, but I also did make this much money. And they're like, and they grumble and they walk off. Let's put one more ribbon right here. Oh, totally missed that. Right here. And we're gonna start filling it in. I still think the funniest story that I've heard so far from anybody at work is that one of the persons I work with had tuned into my live stream once. I was listening in the car, and her husband was there, and like, why do I hear his voice or whatever? And she was like, well, because I'm listening to his live stream. And he was like, why? And I'm like, emotional damage. Like, heaven forbid people just like listening to this or watching it. So like I said before, when we were talking about how to like when you're starting your YouTube, please do it for something that you want to share to the world, because if you listen to people around you, they might actually completely discourage you from doing it. Why? Emotional damage. Sorry, my phone died. Well, welcome back. Less expensive hobby than some others, that's true. It is. I used to give a friend in college crap all the time for watching people play games. Now look at me. Yeah, look how far we've come. Hey, I have a question for you. Have you played a Punch-Out? Have you played favorite character mine's Salmon or Joe Glass? Oh, you're talking like Punch-Out, like Super Punch-Out from back in the day? Or are you talking Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, that one? Mine was King Hippo or whatever, that guy in the beginning with the band-aids on his belly button, and that was his weak point. You had to hit him in the stomach. Old school there, found that one though. Yeah, Mike Tyson punch out. Yeah, that was. People say Dark Souls is hard and it's unforgiving and stuff like that. You guys have never played Mike Tyson's Punch Out. You will play for however long it takes you, you know, hours, grinding it out. There's no save, remember, so you gotta do some one sitting, fighting some of these toughest enemies, figuring out what their weaknesses are, and slowly maybe failing and having to restart over and over just to get to the top of the line where you get the pleasure of fighting Mike Tyson at the end, so he can one-shot you down back all the way to the beginning of the game. He's basically unbeatable. You have to have like flawless timing on everything, but every hit he hits on you, it will knock you out. So you can't you can't be hit by him once. Yeah, you can't be hit by him once, otherwise he'll blast you back to the beginning of the game. I could beat Mike Tyson's Punch Out in under an hour. With no retry. Yeah, I haven't played that game in forever. I just remember that guy was brutal. All that hard work trying to figure out all of the weaknesses of all the boxes you fight and stuff, and then get to Mike Tyson, just good night, back to the beginning of the game. There was no like trying to figure it out either. He just beats you. Until round 3. Yeah, always good times. I like those older games too, where basically games back then were very unforgiving too, like without having the save feature or anything like that. You know how people like combat log all the time? Yeah, there's no such thing as that back then. You combat log, you quit the game, you're back at the beginning. So, you can't do that. Oh no, I'm about to lose. Let me quit quick so I can save my stuff. Not happening. Oh hey, I know that we're almost 10 hours into the stream, but when this does come to an end, remember last stream I mentioned that a couple streams back, during the Valheim streams I did with Nebris, we got raided, actually. And I have a policy around here that whenever we get raided, instead of just paying it back to the person, we are going to pay it forward to another streamer out there, another person who's making content. No idea who it's going to be. We're going to look for that at the end of the stream here, though, for sure. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. Your dad kept all of his old stuff. Yeah, for sure. I still have all my old, I got my original NES and stuff. I still got all of that too. So, I recently gave my my eldest son my 3DS, and he's been playing Ocarina of Time on it. And he started off in Kokiri Village in that, and so far after months of playing, he's in Kokiri Village. He doesn't want to leave because he's afraid of the monsters, so he just kind of runs around. That's it. That's just all he does. He's also only 5. But after months, he hasn't gone anywhere. All right, there's still a lot of spots right there, but we're making some tremendously good progress here. Let's see if I can't get this thing built up. Excuse me, Orca. Pardon me. Swim with the killer whales. Oh, I'm close enough to get the haste now. I gotta remember that. Broke the only block I didn't want it to. And I didn't break any blocks. What the heck? No, maybe I should keep that there. Never mind. I'll just go with that. I got to play the luxury of Super Mario Bros. And the original as player 2. Nice. Yeah, that's almost getting back to how old I was when I started playing. But yeah, the NES was like the original. Was like the first real big console for home video game players. You know, like they had other ones before it, the Atari and whatnot. You know, but they weren't as impactful, I guess, as the NES when that came out. That thing was huge. That system, whole thing was huge then. It's cool to hear though, like you're saying that you got that from your dad, like you're playing the old school games from your dad. That's kind of cool to hear because, like I said, I'm gonna be doing the same thing with my kids too. As they get older, they're gonna be playing some of the old school games. I kind of want to get them used to those first before diving into some of the newer stuff because, I mean, it sort of depends on what you play, but I guess you'd call it, I want to say smart gaming is a really dumb way of describing it. A game that requires you to have a little bit more intelligence with what you're doing. Like Minecraft, I'd consider to be relatively smart gaming. You have to think about what you're doing. You have to build stuff. Unless you're just playing something really quick and get that quick dopamine fix and that's it. It is, for the most part, smart gaming, you know? If you're playing like Bed Wars constantly and you're never doing any kind of building whatsoever, you know, well, then that's more like dumb gaming. And there's nothing wrong with playing Bed Wars or anything like that, but I'm saying that if that is it, that's Minecraft to you, like that's all you do, then you're not really playing. Minecraft is the building part, you know. Things like Bed Wars was created from the game, you know, so that quick fix, like I said, is what I'd consider to be like dumb gaming if there ever was such a thing. So people who do all they play is Fortnite, for example. I mean, kudos, especially if they can climb the ranks and stuff like that. But ultimately, it's not it doesn't take a lot of brain power really, unless you're pulling some genius IQ moves every game or something. It's just you have really good reflexes and you're really good at shooting things in the game. Okay, but I mean, did you have to do any kind of creative thinking of any kind whatsoever? Not so much. Well, then it's kind of more dumb gaming. So like a lot of the and I'm bad at dumb gaming for the most part. Like I don't do very good in that. I actually do kind of respect people that are good at that because that means their reflexes are on point, and that means that they're significantly better at those kind of games than I am for sure. But but no, ultimately, if you don't really have to give much brain power to it, or if you can't take pride in what you're doing, then it kind of digital Legos. Yeah, I see Corey gets it. So do I know that Punch-Out was made by a Canadian company? I did not know. The companies are made all over the place, so. Games are made all over the place, so I don't really know where they all come from a lot of times. Let's see, I do not agree with that. I think Atari was, at least here in Canada, Atari was a console that you could get at home. That's true, and we even had one for a while. We gave it to my aunt and uncle, but did it make everyone go berserk? I mean, Space Invaders and Bricks was pretty good, but I mean, nothing really exploded then. And then Super Mario came out. Well, I mean, it followed up with Donkey Kong, the arcade game, but then Super Mario came out for the console system, the new NES that they had come out at the time, and it was nuts. Talk about on the top of shopping lists, or Christmas lists, that was insane. Then the hype that went from there, and from then on, it kind of exploded. Actually, there's technology that was developed during that time period that's still used to this day. Think about how when your computer shuts off, like you shut down your computer, you unplug it, you move it, you do whatever, you plug it back in, and it still tells you what date and time it is. How does it know that? It lost all its power, right? Like it had unplugged it. It was gone. But you can thank The Legend of Zelda for that one, because The Legend of Zelda, if you think back on it, the original one with the gold cartridge, you could save things on that game. You could save your file on that game, but there wasn't a single game before then where you could do that. Everyone else, like River City Ransom, for example, I like to use as an example, had a feature where you couldn't save it, but you could enter a code that would restore your character to the level at which he was at. So whenever you logged out, you'd look at that code first, and then you could always type that in, and that would give you effectively your saved game back. You know, but it wasn't really. It just kind of was. Nintendo put a small battery on the board in the cartridge for The Legend of Zelda, and that allowed you to save your games on it. So, but, and yeah, so that's technology that's still used to this day. It's been perfected a lot better, but the lifespan of those cartridges was 25 years. Now, Zelda came out in the 80s, so there's a good chance they're dead, but it was about 10 years ago. I did check my original NES version of The Legend of Zelda, and my file was still on there. That kind of blows my mind. Same thing with like the Pokemon Red. I checked that too. I had back in high school, and my file was still on there. So the Zelda one was creepy because that was back when I was 4 or 5. So it was weird seeing it because I seemed to be much better at the game when I was younger. There's a couple of instances like that, like a Rubik's Cube, for example. I can't solve one of those things right now to save my life, but I was able to do it when I was younger. I don't know how. I would just keep spinning it to get the colors to line up, and for some reason I could always get it to work. But now I can't do that. It just doesn't work. I can't get all the colors to line up. You guys, look at the map. It's almost done. Let's see. Yeah, I play Rainbow Six Siege with no volume. I somehow get 10 kill bombs on PS4. Works at game developer. Nice. We used to have mega tub of Legos we would just dump on the floor and pull all kinds of stuff. Yeah, we had one too. We had it's like a square cardboard box that was just filled with Legos. Growing up, we used to dump that out too. I'd always build the same thing over and over. I'd like build the I knew how to build a dog out of Legos, so I'd build that. And then I knew how to build a Jeep, so I'd build that. But that was about it. And then all the rest of them laying there, I was just gonna be like, I don't know what to do with these things. Imagine being the one to design a Rubik's Cube. That'd be nuts. Actually, screw that. Imagine being those guys that solve a Rubik's Cube, like 3 of them blindfolded while juggling. Did you ever see that crap? It's insane. It's insane. Like they're juggling them and still solving them somehow. Like you see them as they're catching it. You see like they slow it down and they're like turning the pits with their fingers and stuff. And it's like, how? Creepers be creeping, but don't be afraid, because I got a bed. I had my great-grandfather's World War I medals. That's crazy. I really only got 1 medal while I was in the Army Achievement Medal, and that was it. I'm going to be real with you. I don't know what I got it for. I guess I was submitted to get it and got it, and I couldn't tell you what I got it for. I guess, I don't know. I actually don't know. I took a job on post while I was deployed because all of our missions that we would have to do were kind of, we didn't know if we'd go on them. I was getting kind of bored sitting around in the barracks, so I took a job on post. And I basically worked a 9-to-5 job while I was overseas the entire time. I'm playing Fire Red on my PC for the first time. Fire Red was a good one. I mean, it's just a remake of the Red version, but it's still a good one. Updated to, I think that was 3rd generation. Okay, do we have everything? No, we don't. I was gonna say, do we have everything finished on the reindeer side? Because I gotta keep these stupid reindeer in their place. Sorry about the stupid reindeer comment. You guys are awesome. Okay, that was the snow particles I saw. I thought one of them had escaped through the wall already. I was like, how? Okay, now are the reindeer, is the reindeer side done? Looks like it. I used to play a lot of Kirby on the Game Boy Advance. Nice. Yeah, Kirby's Dream Land on the original Game Boy. I played that a lot. Like a lot. Like an unhealthy amount. All right, we're getting so close to finishing this. This is it. This is the last bits that we have right here. That looks like, oh, that's just campfire. I was like, is that natural light? No, it's just campfire. That kind of looks like natural light though. There's a hole missing there. I thought I fixed this already. I thought this was something I already fixed. I vaguely remember fixing that hole already once. Maybe Captain Craig came by and knocked it out just to kind of mess with me. See, he was a hero. What am I jumping into? He was a hero somehow, came back with no injuries. He was a soldier, was not married. Was that? But he was experienced to do medical work. He ended up calling a bullet out of a major general, I think is what you're saying. Kind of lost me a little bit in all that there, but after pulling him out of a crashed helicopter. Yeah, I know my Uncle Dave was more of the war hero in our family than anybody, than anything that I did. My Uncle Dave recently passed away, for those of you who've been following on the channel, but he was in Vietnam, and he's got his Purple Heart. He got messed up by a sniper pretty bad while he was over there. But I explained a lot of that story, of his story, in when I built the Uncle Dave's Animal Refuge here in the server, because that was named after him. Because when he came back from Vietnam, he did end up taking an interest in treating wild animals that were injured. So he worked at an animal veterinary service thing here, like for wildlife, and treated wild animals. So he had an animal refuge actually. And then later on, when he started up his own place, he took care of birds specifically. He always took interest in wild birds like the eagles and stuff, and nursing them back to health. So, or he ended up having to treat the general to make medical work after pulling him out of a helicopter because he was shot. The general ended up walking thousands of meters to the nearest Allied military base. Dang. Yeah. Hear all these crazy stories from like war veterans and stuff, and it's like one of those things that's not a really pleasant experience. 10 out of 10 would not recommend, or 0 out of 10 would not recommend. You know, we're actually running out of stone as well. Like totally running out of stone. Yeah. Like we don't have much left. Oh, regarding that smart gaming and dumb gaming is a bad term for it. I don't want to make it sound like it's some kind of bad thing, but yeah, every once in a while you do get people that try to play smart games, but that's just not their game. They don't like it. And a lot of times they'll just be more of a pain than anything. So that's when you get your griefers and stuff that are looking for that quick fix, because that's all they actually know. So they, I mean, that's all they know is the quick fix. That's it. You know, gaming to them is whatever round of Fortnite they're in, or whatever round of Call of Duty they're playing. That's it. There's nothing beyond that. And again, for people who play that way, there's nothing bad about them. I'm not inherently saying that that's a bad thing. And that's earlier in the stream I was talking about why we put this server behind a paywall, and it's to avoid players like that, because they whenever they play this, they tend to be more problematic than helpful. Now, if a person who plays those games and then also plays Minecraft, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people who are who are strictly in it for the quick fix, you know. And what's the only way? There really is only one way you can get quick fix in a server like this, and that's to grief people. That's to mess them up. Speaking of getting messed up, I just fell in a hole. Here, we'll put that back there. Who says I don't plant flowers? Yeah, is to grief people. That's the only way. Yeah, griefing people is the only thing that you can do to get that instant gratification and get out of the way, you know? So we don't want people doing that, or if they do that, one, it'll be work for us to fix, so we might as well get paid for it. Paid for it. Yeah, if people want to pay me $5 just so they can show up and mess up things, I mean, that's their prerogative, but I mean, we're going to fix it. It's not going to make a lick of difference on our end. So knowing that there is no real ramification to it, the paywall deters players like that from showing up in the first place. So that's the real reason why it's there. Obviously, they want their quick fix. They can get that via playing Call of Duty or by going onto some other public server and messing that up there. They don't need to actually pay anybody to do that. So they just leave and go somewhere else. That's fine by me. I'm not interested in players that want to take the easy, quick way out. I'm interested more in players that are in it for the long haul. Remember, you're talking to a guy that spends years building zoos in Minecraft by hand, block by block, in survival. So, do you think I have much time or patience for people who just want the quick fix and to quick vandalize something and then leave? I don't really care about those players. However, if they are doing this, if I could find players that were dedicated to actually like building these crazy things, then absolutely I would want to play with them. If only there was more time for long plays on more games at once. Yeah. My great lived to be 102. Dang, that's old. The battlefield when he's having burning plane crash. Yeah, that's crazy stuff. Yeah, I think it's about time that we bust open the other Pop-Tart, or at least bust open another soda, because that one just ran out. All right, so what are we doing? We're 10 hours and 11 minutes it's on right now. Still going. Man, I'm telling you, if some of the people that were here earlier in the stream come back, they're going to be like, what the heck are you still doing streaming? Be like, I'm going to finish it. At least the stonework. I'm finishing at least the stonework, and I wouldn't mind at least doing some of the foliage before we get off today. I still have editing to do for the Week of Horror. Again, if you guys weren't here earlier in the stream, the Week of Horror is a week where I flood the channel with horror games. It's going to be coming up here very soon. The trailer of which will be dropping tomorrow. So if you guys like horror games, that's for you. And if you don't, well, then you don't tune out, because you're gonna get to see me, because I actually don't really like horror games. I do like them in a sense, like it's a love-hate relationship. I love them, but I hate playing them. So So if you do tune in, you're going to be watching me struggle with them, but I am going to get through them nonetheless. Medical experience, yeah. Alright, am I at least done with this part over here? Yeah, it looks like it. Alright. On to the other side. Minecraft endurance trial number whatever. That's what I should have named the named the stream. There's some mobs down there, so there's some terrible things. This one is going to 11, people. We're definitely hitting 11 hours on this one. This might be the longest stream on the channel. This might actually break it. Especially if I go into doing the foliage, it definitely will. Kind of amazed my butt still has any feeling in it from sitting on this chair. I think I hear the garage door, which means I think my kids are home finally. Dog's freaking out upstairs. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're home. They are going to be shocked and probably slightly appalled that I'm still going, but you know what? It needs to happen. Buns of steel. Yeah, exactly. It needs to happen. We're getting close. We're so close to the finish line here. We can't stop now. Do I need any lights underneath here? Maybe baby zombies technically get spawned down here, so. Okay, there we go, light that up underneath there. Yep, it is true, people, we are still going. So, good chance here coming up here in a couple of minutes, or a minute or so. Might actually get to hear one of my kids in the background. I'm sure they had fun today with their mom. Whew. I've been listening to the same song on repeat for 10 hours. It's a good thing it's a song that kind of drones around in the background. It doesn't really bug me too much. I'm sure my dog upstairs is tickled pink too to hear people coming home. Straight up here. Ooh, I don't think I can get over there. Let's give myself a way out here. All right. Yeah, this song is great and all, exactly. That was me when I came back. All right, so is this the last stretch that we have right here? Oh no, I have a giant hole right there. Cheapers. Let's grab my balls so I can get up there. Tease it. There, solved. I don't suppose there's a reindeer just wandering around outside the pen, is there? Those things have proven to be very difficult to keep penned up. Cover your holes. So I've been thinking about the store. I have a merch store, in case you guys are wondering. If you're interested in buying some GReimer gaming related stuff, it's there and available. Really not a big seller. People honestly, looking at the analytics of that place, it hasn't paid itself off yet. It's not even close. Most people don't purchase anything, but for those of you fans out there that are interested, there is a link in the description also for that. But I was thinking about adding to it, actually, just because we've had a lot of fun stuff happen since I set up that stuff initially. Space Melons, hello and welcome back. Yes, we are still going. The stream is still going. But I was thinking about adding to that, actually. It's not successful whatsoever, so why not actually put more effort into it, you know? But we've had one saying I've heard recently when we were playing some stuff here on this server. Actually, it was sounds like a skill issue, and I was thinking about turning that into a t-shirt or something. Thought that'd be kind of fun. We are going to want to put that there, because I think that's going to end up being a spot for things to spawn normally. Remove that. How's this all look? Good, bad, in between? Not bad. Not good. Actually, I don't really like that right there. Yeet my balls over to it there. That's a heck of an expression. Let me yeet my ball. Yeet my balls over there. I was just gonna say, put that on a shirt. Exactly. I would, but I can't, because honestly, I just don't think I have the skills to put that on a shirt. Sounds like a skill issue, I know. Yeet my balls. I can put that on a shirt. How's this looking? Oh, it's so... Look, that's it. That's all we have left to do. You guys, it's actually going to happen. I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish in this stream. At least the stonework. I'm going to finish it in this stream. I actually didn't think that was going to happen. I was hoping it would happen, but I didn't think it was going to. Big shout out to everybody who kept me preoccupied and talking about movies or music or something. That's awesome. You guys kept me going. Looks like it's getting nighttime too. Creepers be creeping and all, so I'm gonna have to be taking a nap here pretty soon. All right. Is it just those two little openings right there? I think so. I think that's it. Fuel machine. Means this will be the last night I have to sleep before this is done. Yeah. Just out of curiosity, let me just check something real fast. What is the longest stream that I've got? I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious. It was a Hogwarts one. I remember that. 11 hours and 55 minutes. Oof. So technically I'd still have to go for like an hour and a half just just to tie that. But I don't know. Like I said, if I start working on the foliage, that might just happen. So sort of depends on if you guys stick around to keep me company or not. If everyone just disappears, then I'll be like, you know what, I'll just do this later, I guess. So this all needs work. I'll do all that stuff later. The stuff underneath, like that looks weird, so I'll have to change up a lot of that, but I'll do all that later. Just want to get this top part finished. Oh my god. You guys, it's done. It's done. It's all finished. It's all done, you guys. The land is done. All of it. Oh, I'm done. It's done. I'm just here until I'm not, exactly. Holy crap, people. It's actually finished. That is nuts. Okay, well, we got some stone to spare. That's good. I mean, I'm going to need it a lot more for the other island, but we got some stone to spare. Put all that up there. Now, I still need to do some foliage, though. Okay, so I can do some work on that. So I guess we got to get back to the hidey hole, which is no longer accessible through any means other than by going in through here. Because normally I could fly in over that way too, but I can't. Let's just make sure there's nothing over here that's unlit. Because that would be unfortunate if I came out of my hidey hole and there's a creeper right next to me. This is nuts. Look at the mini-map. Look at the mini-map when it's like, no, not that. Not that. How do I get it to look like cool underground? Kind of like that. Whatever. Look at the one on the top screen there where you can actually see everything else is covered up. That's crazy. See, nothing. There might be something here. Put that there. Yeah, I really don't want to come up here and face a creeper blasting me in the face. They be creeping after all. Corey, thanks for the GG and trophy. That was an endurance trial just in itself. And now comes the next part. That was step 1. Let's grab some extra chicken. How's the iron farm doing this? Kind of filled up already once while we were doing this. Not bad. Still a bunch of iron in there too, so. I remember I was cooking up a bunch of crackstone bricks in here too. This is my auto smelter thing. Throw things in there, they cook up, they end up down there. Fueled by kelp. We can stash those. One more in here. Okay, so Foliage. Just do foliage. I'll have some cake to celebrate. I wish I had cake. To do the foliage first, we have to do the ground still. Now, we did the stonework for the ground. We have the grass that we got to do still. So, let's go take all this out of here and clean that little guy. And we'll put that back in here. Alright, and then... Actually, no, give me that back. I want my cake. I got my cake backpack. That's what I get to celebrate. Let's grab a bunch of grass. Come on, there we go. Throw that out there too. Grab a bunch more. Fill this up. We'll take the rest of this here. Put it in there. Good. And snag the rest. That's all the grass that I have. Alright, hopefully that's enough. It should be. I don't need anywhere near as much as I did stone. And that's because the stone was the land itself. This is just going to be patches of grass on top of the stone. Because if you look at the part that I already have finished, it is not completely covered in grass. A lot of it, there is some up there, but as far as like the sides of the cliff especially, if you look at that, it's really patchy. There's not much on there. In fact, if we can still get up here, maybe. Got it. Look at this. This is like what the grass looks like. It's actually patchy. There's stone actually mixed in with it. So I actually might need to go grab some of that stone. In fact, I'm going to do that right away. But yeah, it's not completely covered in just clothesline myself getting in there. That had to hurt so bad. But yeah, so I'll grab maybe a stack of stone or two and bring that with. I'll do 3. There we go. All right. Stretch the hand muscles a little bit here. For those of you who are still watching, major kudos to you. We've just about hit the 10.5-hour mark. Whew, long stream, but necessary one. You know, the next episode that comes out is going to be nuts when it shows all this stuff. People are going to be like, what the heck? All right, I guess we'll start where we left off over here. All right, now I did want to do the part with the crabs too, but I'll have to do that later. I want to get more of this done so you can see the epicness of this part. Well, we could continue there, but how about we set ourselves a goal to finish on this stream, and then we'll end the stream once we hit that goal, instead of me just kind of building until I fall out of the chair. Let's just set ourselves a goal. All right, so let's do all, and this includes foliage, okay? This includes the plants. Everything in this section right here, and everything in this section right here, and then everything in this section right here. Maybe even right here. Okay, let's get this part of the zoo completely finished. Okay, so the pathway right here needs to be done. And maybe I'll mark that with torches for right now. Like I said, pathing is boring, and I'll take care of that later. But all the foliage in here on this section right here, and then everything around the geyser on this side, not across the path though. The path will be is the cutoff line. Everything along this edge right here, and then down here. Get this whole section done. So here's the path right here, and let's actually mark out the side of it here. Yeah, so it's right here is the path. So we're talking everything else in the inside of that done, as well as everything over here done to this cliff, maybe to like right where the geyser begins, right here. Right here. Everything to the right of it, to up to where that hill is. Let me grab my balls real fast. There we go. Yeet that over there. Everything to right here. So we're talking everything on the inside at the bottom of this slope right here. So everything down there. And then that part right there. All of it done. Whew. Now, if I can finish that in an hour and 20 minutes, which I don't think I can, but if I can finish that in an hour and 20 minutes, then we won't beat our longest stream. But if I take longer than that, then this is going to be the longest stream. So I'm just going to get to work building like a madman right now. All right, I'm going to actually remove some of the stone here. Replace it with grass. grass can actually come outwards, come out a little bit here. Okay, just want to make sure that wasn't inside the welcome center, because this is above the welcome center, so. Yo, I literally went up to go listen to I'm Not a Vampire. Did you listen to I'm Not a Vampire revamped, or did you listen to the original one? The original one's not bad. It's pretty good, but it's a lot of fun, actually. It's him in I think it's him in an insane asylum, right? Or not, like a drug rehab center, I think it is. Oh, I did not mean to place that. Oh, it kept its name. Nifty, except for put brackets around it. Usually I gotta get that off my hotbar. Usually when you play something, it doesn't keep its name. I also need to be sleeping because creepers be creeping and I'm past my bedtime. I'm not emo, but it's hard. The first one is more of like an emo rock kind of sounding thing, but like if you listen to the I'm Not a Vampire revamped, way different song. Like I said, it's got a gothic choir in it, for crying out loud. So, totally different feel to it. Can I reach it? I can. I can go like that. Now the grass below it will obviously die off and it'll just be dirt, and that's fine. That's kind of the point. Alright, looking good. It's going to drastically change the feel of this place completely. Alright, you listen to Avenged Sevenfold, and if you do, what's your favorite song? I like Bat Country by them. I've actually seen them live. I like their studio stuff more than their live performance. Because I saw them at a place called X-Fest, where they had a whole bunch of bands, actually. But, yeah, I like them, but I just like their studio stuff better. People are probably like, well, that's just not right. I don't really care. I just like their studio stuff better. Alright, I'm thinking that's probably pretty good. Because the stuff I want to keep this generally still off the ground pretty high. I don't want it to go too far down here. I went to their Nightmare album concert, and the most famous one of them, or famous one of where they have fake dummies hanging from the ceiling. Oh, dang. Well, at least they didn't use real dummies, you know. Alright, I'm thinking that's probably pretty good for that part right there. Like, I do want to keep a lot of the stonework, especially near the base where the path actually is. Like, it's been carved through it. So, yeah, this should work. Alright, so this is that part already finished as far as the grass work goes. Now we just gotta do the same thing over here and right here, and then we're on to the foliage. Oof. tremendous amount of work done today. Holy cow. So it kind of blows my mind, actually. I'm actually gotta get my shovel out. Alright, where's that stone? I need some of that stone in here now, so I'm gonna break this up a little bit and add in a little bits of it here or there. Actually fill this all into the edge. This thing all done here. Trying to speed build here. In a way, I'm trying to race to try to not break my my record for a live stream. Seems like a weird thing to actually push for, but that's what I'm going. What I'm trying to do. Oops, didn't mean to put that back. I was trying to read chat at the same time. Brain just shut off right there. Okay, that's pretty good. Remember, this is all the grass I have too, so if I use this all up, then there's nothing. I actually do got to keep in mind I want to keep patches of stone visible too, so I suppose I should stop going too gung-ho on this right here. This is supposed to be very kind of sporadic patches of grass up here. Oh, no, wrong block. I'm so used to placing stone, I just instinctually go to it. That's a rocket. Alright, this is getting pretty close to being finished as well. Okay, good. That's another rocket, just in case you're wanting to know what those look like. Yep. This is definitely looking good. A couple little things I want to change over here, though, real quick, but this is getting to be kind of along the lines of what I was hoping it would be. Okay. Good, good. All right, let me grab my balls real fast here, do a little back jump and toss. Get ready with the bed too, because it's already on there, because it's getting to be nighttime. Creepers and all, you know what they be. Okay, good, good. Now we can sleep. That's it. I'm busting out the other Pop-Tart. That's it. No more. I'm not resisting anymore. Need my building fuel. I read it, so... Hello and welcome back. I remember you from earlier in the stream. How am I not tired yet? I got a lot of sleep last night for once. How is my hand not falling off yet? That's a different question. I don't know. I'm an old school gamer, so I got a lot of finger strength. Plus, I work in a factory where I use my hands all day, so I got a lot of endurance. But welcome back. Glad to have you here. This goes for everybody, though. I'm glad to have you here. If you are still sticking around during all of this, remember, we have a goal for the end of the stream now. Now, it would be nice to just say I'm going to do it all, do everything on here. But that was I built the entire island in this stream. What we had left, all of the rest we had to do. And I did all of it. It's done. Now, as far as doing the landscaping, as far as the grass and the greenery and stuff, we've allocated out just this section here, which has already got the grass put in it. This section here, which I just finished putting the grass in it. I'm going to look at this. Maybe I need more there, but maybe that's just the way it's supposed to be. And then this section here, south of the path, I'm going to finish all of this in this stream. Now, not just the grass. We're going to be doing the bushes and the trees in there as well. We're going to finish it all. That's what we're doing for this stream, and then we're calling it quits finally. If that succeeds, if that surpasses 11 hours and 55 minutes, that means this will officially be the longest stream that I've ever done on the channel. Which would be pretty awesome. Oh, yeah, I was going to check this out right here. By face planting into it. It's getting kind of low, actually. I mean, I could add a little bit of grass in here, actually, I suppose. Basically, you're not going to find a lot of plants growing in the crevasses, I guess, of the hills, because it's going to be so far down that it's not going to get a lot of sun. So, I grew up with Minecraft. It came up here after I was born. Nice. I was a fully grown adult when it came out. But not anymore. Now I'm not a fully grown adult. Yeah, now this is fine here. Here's one of the hot springs, actually. It's like leaking down. A little waterfall area there, which I think is a nice little touch. How are you not tired? I'm a very patient person. Alright, I think this is enough grass over in this area. I think that's good. Once we had all the leaf blocks on top of it, you're not going to notice the grass much anyway. So let's doo-dah over here. Grab a chicken and hail a couple of them as an in-flight meal. Come on down here. And keep on building. So this is going to be interesting because this path up here actually is on top of one of the hills. All right. So you're actually going to be up here with the foliage and stuff, whereas the rest of it is kind of all looming over the top of you. Did you know Avenged Sevenfold is bigger in Canada? I believe it. I mean, I don't really live in Canada, so I don't really know what's going on up there. But I can certainly believe that. Let's do that. I know it's no point in having the other bit of grass there then, but whatever. Always use the proper tool for the job. Some of it we can leave kind of... Yeah, oop, that's not where I wanted that at all. Right there. I have a question. Do you like Nickelback, the Canadian band from Alberta? Most of the US. I don't have anything against Nickelback. I actually like some of their songs. They and people who say that that's just stupid, nobody likes Nickelback, they're confused because Nickelback has made a ton of money. So somebody likes Nickelback. So when people say that everybody hates Nickelback, or no, of course I don't like Nickelback, somebody's lying. There's somebody there is lying in there when they're making that statement. No, I don't have anything against Nickelback. Kudos. I think there's if you look up the video, it's called How You Remind Me of Someday. Okay, it's How You Remind Me and Someday by Nickelback overlapped on top of each other. They're like the same song. I think some of the other videos have called it Nickelback plagiarizes themselves. It's the same song, and both of those songs charted. So, in all honesty, like when people say they don't have any originality, they just do whatever. Hey, you guys, everybody seemed to like both of those songs. So, when you say that this is stupid, that no originality, you guys all liked it. You guys all liked it. What are you guys talking about? No, actually, I've seen Nickelback, actually, in concert, briefly. I left the concert early because I wasn't feeling well, but yeah. No, I don't have anything against Nickelback. Yeah, if people out there disagree with me, then I'll take a quote from my friend Sofa. Fight me. In Ireland for the most popular support from their home country in Ireland for some reason. Hey, I mean, maybe the Irish just like them. Your opinion is the right one because... If you think your opinion is the right one because there's no right ones. Opinions are everyone's own thing. As far as them being right, unless they can be backed up by facts, then unless they can be proven, then there's no real way of saying that someone's opinion is right. Those are all rockets, just in case you're wondering. I did not mean to fire them off. case you want to know what rocket sounds like, that's it right there. All right, now I'm rushing through this through the stonework or through the grass work here because I know that the next part is going to be brutal. the grass or the bushes and stuff. Now laying down the actual bushes on the ground, not hard. Spam those things in, easy. But the trees, oh my gosh, the trees take a while because those are custom built palm trees. So every block is placed. And I'm not going to stop with just one or two. I've got to build probably like 10 or 20 of those things. So it's going to be a little bit. Hold on a second. Okay, that's good. Good. In fact, a lot of this I'm thinking was turning out all right. Remember, that's what I'm going for in this. I'm not looking for really great stuff. I'm looking for acceptable. All right, anything north of the torch line is what we're working on, so... Ed Sheeran? What about him? Do I like him? Ed Sheeran makes some good stuff, actually, some catchy stuff. It's more pop, you know, or more, yeah, pop stuff than anything, but I don't mind. I'm not a hater of him. I can name 5 people who hate Nickelback. That I know. Silence? Read my comments above. Take a quote from... we're allowed to have opinions, get off the internet. Nah, I don't mind. I don't mind people having opinions. I don't even mind if people have opinions different than mine. It doesn't faze me one bit. It does confuse me sometimes when people have opinions and then they don't have any real reason for them other than just because. But, I mean, hey, whatever floats your boat. Oh. Ed Sheeran's the only one that hates Nickelback that you can think of. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I don't know enough about Ed Sheeran to even know that. But take your word for it. You seem like a trustworthy guy. You got a trustworthy face. All right. Now this part right here is kind of where the grass is petering out, basically. I don't mean you, Peter, if you're still watching. Seeing all this stone is kind of making my eyes go wonky here. Like, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's the same texture all over the place. Thank God I'm adding the grass to this thing, though. Look at the mini-map, you guys. It's looking a lot better than just stone, right? So... one epic zoo, that's for sure. Holy cow. Oh, leg spike. Watch my sister review the channel. Yeah, I guess he just doesn't like Nickelback, you know? I think I'm done with the grass. For what I want to do with it, anyway. Alright. That's a big step. I might have grabbed a little too much. Let me go back. We're going to start thinking about doing the next step here. Something could absolutely spawn up there. I have one torch left. There we go. Ooh, something could absolutely spawn here too. Maybe even down there, but whatever. Whatever, good enough. Alright, so let's put some of this grass back, and I'll get to it later. Like the rest of it later. I don't think I ever put this back. Drop some of the stone in there. Alright, I'm gonna keep one stack of stone on me, just in case I need it for any kind of reshaping. Same thing with grass. Keep one stack on me so that if I need it for any kind of reshaping, do that. Great. You gonna play Minecraft? I can play in City Skylines. It's like SimCity, but better. City Skylines, I think is what it's called. Or Skyliners, I can't remember. But yeah, I've heard of it. Just in case I need an overabundance of jack-o'-lanterns, I want to make sure I get these all harvested up. Alright, and got ourselves some cocoa pods here. Put that there too. The melon will have to grow back that way instead of forward. Alright, so bat backpack. This is where I got all my tree stuff in it. I don't have too many jungle logs, but luckily this doesn't take too many jungle logs. Let's grab all of the jungle leaves. There we go. Grab all of them out of there just so I got them, just so I can see what to work with. Sometimes they're hard to tell the difference between them and the oak leaves when they're inside here. Alright, that's actually not a lot. I'm going to need more. So let's grab the shears. And let's fly on over to where our jungle trees are hopefully growing. That did not work. Not very good anyway. I don't see an abundance of jungles over here, jungle trees over here. Oh no, no. Missed it. I just see these two that I planted earlier. Alright, now these are the dynamic trees, so the leaves regrow on them over time. I can also hit them with bone meal. They work great then for getting a bunch of leaves, actually. Ooh, look at that. Broke my shears. It works great for getting a whole bunch of leaves, though. Yeah, that leaf just grew back right there just for a second. spike there. Yeet. Oh, that did not work. I don't know if that was an elytra thing or if that was a derpy thing, but that just didn't work. Oh, come on. Is there a leaf block in the way there? What am I running into? Yeah, there's a leaf block. That was a ghost block. You can see the leaves already have started growing back where I just carved them all down there. So this is how I've been getting all my my leaves for my for the palm trees. Oh, fell off there. Dang it. Did not mean to do that. About to break these shears too. Now I believe a hoe works pretty good on leaves actually. I have a netherite hoe, I could just go use that. Just gotta throw a silk touch on it. I could go ham on these things. But I have an endless supply of iron, so I don't really mind using. Why? There it is. Okay, the change. I was like, why do I have nuggets? Cities with here. I gotta bring healthcare into it. There's pros and cons to that. Ah. And assuming that there's nothing but pros to it is just you're just being ignorant, then you're ignoring the rest of it. Alright, so that is quite a bit of leaves. Let's dump the rest of this, dump a bunch of them in there for right now so I have more room in my inventory. Does almost everywhere except for in America. Yes, my axe is called I'm axing you to subscribe. In case anyone wonders. No, that shovel, or that one. I'll make one more, and then I think that's probably good enough. I should have enough, question mark. Oh, there's the nuggets again, come on. There we go. Oh, I didn't mean to fall out of there. Fun fact, Canada has a high cancer rate. That's pretty dismal, man. That's really sad. Not dismal, but more depressing. Oh, come on. Really? Crying out loud. It's gonna be landing a couple times where the ender pearls are gonna be landing. It looks like the leaf blocks are you can't hit with an ender pearl. Those don't exist, I guess. It went right through them. I'm out of ender balls too. That's why I have some in my chest, but it's kind of annoying. Wait, can't you climb these trees? Oh no, I can't. It's just the branches that you can climb. Alright, hopefully you guys want a lesson in how to build palm trees, because you're about to get you're about to get one. You woke up today thinking that would really satisfy my life. You know, if I knew how to build palm trees in Minecraft, well then, good news! We're about to go through a pretty hardcore lesson of that and then repeat it over and over again, but we'll get through it. Somebody give me a good discussion to talk about, because man, oh man, I'm gonna need it for this. Alright, that's pretty good. We'll let those do their thing. I'm so happy we got all this finished. Okay, starting off, we are going to litter the ground with jungle leaves. This isn't how you build a palm tree, but this is just what we do for this biome here. Just spatter them in there. Kind of start getting them a little bit more sporadic as we get farther down here. We can also make this look more like vines kind of creeping down the cliff here. I think it always makes it look kind of cool. So this is where most of the jungle leaves are going to be going. It's just thrown on the ground. Just so happy to actually get this stuff going here and getting it done. It's been a long time coming. I've been looking at this barren, empty area up here, and I'm like, I need to fix that. Alright. Once this is down here, once all the leaves are down there, we're moving on to the trees, and then we gotta go through and bone meal. Now, I don't know if I actually have enough bones for that. I'm sorry, I flex. It's not really a flex, like I said. There's pros and cons to it, so it's not much of a flex, though. I mean, it depends, like, if you need some serious work done, there's a pro and a con about it, too. One pro, and obviously, you don't have to pay for it. That's a good thing, because a lot of times you could bankrupt yourself trying to cover costs of something like that, especially if it's long-term treatment. It's huge. It's a huge pro then, you know. Con, of course, being is that the money is actually somewhere else then, so you get like the best doctors and stuff pushing to go somewhere else, so the quality of the treatment you're getting might actually be subpar compared to other nations that charge for it. So, but you don't have to pay for it. And if somebody is more altruistic and they don't mind actually doing it for a lower cost, then they can work there. So you could actually still receive good quality care. It's just kind of a coin toss. So yeah, it's... And then the big con actually is that since it's free, everybody just goes for anything they might need, or anything they might think they need, you know, like a sniffle or something, when in reality they just need to stay home and just take a day off and eat some chicken noodle soup. So there's pros and cons to the whole thing. Personally, I'm not exactly a fan of really either. I don't really know what the answer is on that one. I guess I wish it was a perfect world where you could get free healthcare and all the pros that go with it and none of the negatives. If we could pull that off somehow, I'm all for it. I think that's it for this area for the leaves, because the rest are going to be palm trees and tall grass, so that's going to be a thing. Because we have some of the best doctors in the world. Remember how we said that everyone has an opinion? And I say that they're only factual if they actually have, you know, the facts to back that up. Otherwise, they are just an opinion, which everyone can have. But to say, like, you have some of the best doctors in the world, and then you list, like, a doctor or even 10, technically that's true. And some of the best doctors in the world are there. Majority of them, no. But you got some. So, but, yeah, it's... Actually, I'm not even saying that America does either. I don't even think that's the case either. But, yeah. But yeah, this it's kind of a mess. That whole thing is just a mess. One that I wish people would sit down and actually figure out a little bit better system, but something I haven't really had to worry about that much. Oh, it's actually been proven. Well, thank you. I guess that was completely wrong. Remember, just saying it doesn't make it so. That's one of the biggest problems. My friend Chris has a huge problem with that, actually. With he'll hear something on the internet. Hey, no, this person right here said it. It's true. Okay. I think they actually said that in Star Wars once, where what's it? Governor Tarkin said that if only saying it were to make it so. Again, proven, meaning if you show me something kind of thing that says, here's one that lists, like, we got like 30 of the best doctors, or it's more than a lot of other places, it doesn't change that. It's what you said was still technically true. Some of the best doctors. But as far as the best healthcare, no. That wouldn't be it. I wouldn't actually go there for that. Like, if my life was at stake, I still wouldn't go there for that. It's kind of interesting, though, because the way that things are set up here in the U.S., yeah, it's expensive and stuff, but people think that if you can't pay for it, you're going to get turned away. It's not true. It's just not true. You'll still get treatment. There's just ways that you have to apply for assistance and stuff to pay for it. But the concept of you needing treatment and just not getting it is absurd. Goes against the Hippocratic Oath. Okay. That's a whole different discussion when you talk about because the government pays them. Your government has some serious issues up there, my friend. If I recall, just recently, your government was actually standing applause for a member of the opposite forces in the World War II. There's some issues with the government up there right now. So as far as them paying certain people, I think they have a similar issue to what's going on here in the U.S. I'm sure they pay certain people if they align a certain way, and that's about it. And then I'm sure they'll give you tons of reports about how they're great. But reality, like I said, reality comes and hits you hard, especially when you need them. So there's one thing that people are going to learn as they get older, when they start seeing things and how it falls into play. You don't actually get told the truth about basically anything when you're hearing it from an official source. It's one thing, like it's like whenever a veteran hears something is military grade, they cringe when they hear that. That's not a good thing. It means it's built by the lowest bidder and barely works, if it works at all. Yeah, I was talking about crazy. Not talking about crazy who handle the provinces. I don't know what we're not talking about. I know, but similar to the states, like it's interesting that the provinces up there run very similar to the states, where they have like their own governments basically running them. And you see that around here too. Federal butts heads with them a lot because, big surprise, not everybody gets along. And that's a very good thing, actually, because honestly, otherwise you just have whoever's in office at the time basically governing everything. So it's nice to have a differing point of view, actually, with enough weight to actually do something. So, but yeah, I mean, we felt that huge here in the United States, especially over the last couple of years. So, you might want to reconsider the last part of that thing that you're saying, because I actually know for a fact that he's not. But that's not my place to say, because it's not my country. Keep looking, my friend. You'll see someone there's somebody else actually that is a significantly better option. But at the time, that's just who's there at the time now. But you guys have a choice too. You guys can do that. You guys can pick it. But yeah, unfortunately, the one you got in charge over there right now is a little scary, I would say. More so, little scary. There's other people that are scarier. But yeah, definitely could do better. And you will. I have faith in that. I have faith in Canada. You guys are smart. After all, you gotta have a little faith. Canada's a beautiful country too. I've been there several times. It's only there in the Middle East, aside from a layover in Germany. It's the only place I've ever actually been to. Don't really get out any further than that. Especially now with the kids and stuff. Now it's just a working stiff kind of thing. So. It's interesting for the time. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. When you pick somebody, you know, when you're in an election type thing, then yeah, at the time they seem pretty good, you know, and then once they get in, sometimes you might find out their true colors shine through. Trust me, we know that down here in the U.S. way too well, actually. Kind of remarkable, actually. I think we're a shining example of that. It's unfortunate. Honestly, for my big thing isn't necessarily about people that run things a little differently than what I would like. It's that when people do things that are completely dishonest and misleading, I would like them to be held accountable for that. That's my big thing. Accountability is a huge thing that I wish everywhere would actually do. Because then, if people were held accountable for their actions, especially if they were, you know, false, well, then that would certainly make people second guess about doing that again, wouldn't it? No, if we're talking in regards to that, which I try to steer clear of on the channels because it upsets some people, but we're talking that, I mean, there's in the U.S. here. Oh, I don't have any more ender balls. Hold on. We We're in no position to talk to other people though, really, about what they got going on, because we got our own mess that we're dealing with. I wonder if I can get this. Oh, I got the message a little bit. Obviously, I figured what you meant with instead of Myers, instead of the grocery chain. There is something to be said about the phrasing of that, because I don't know too much about like past options you had, but I noticed the word alleged there, and that's a crazy word, because that means completely unproven and possibly not true. Kind of sort of depends on what it comes out to in like a court of law, I guess. It's your best option for deciding what's true and what's not. Because honestly, if it was just a matter of he's accused or alleged or something, that could have been done by his political opponent. So, like, it could have been made up by his political opponent. Bam, easy win for me. It basically becomes. So, well, at least hopefully this year. Well, this year, I mean, this year is we don't have an election this year. That's next year. So, and regardless of who's on the ballot, I would hope that people would look actually at what's actually provably true, rather than just random crap. The biggest thing I can tell people is that it's probably a good idea to shut off the news, especially going into an election season, because that's like I saw a clip actually recently of from MSNBC where a certain individual, I don't even want to name names because, like I said, I don't know what YouTube's going to do, but a certain individual is getting interviewed by a certain person, and they said things on there that is provably false. Like, you can prove it wrong, but they're saying it with conviction like it was true. It's what's called propaganda. But if you don't know any of that, like if you don't know where to look to prove it wrong, I don't mean like other people on the internet said something. I mean, looking up actual U.S. court documents, you can prove it wrong, false. But you know, it's just all propaganda. So shut off the news during an election season. You're not going to hear any truths from any party on there. So, yeah, look into it yourself. Do your own research. I know people don't like to hear that because they're like, no, you need a trusted, reliable source of mainstream news. No, you don't. That's the worst thing you can pick. They're gonna lie to you because they're being pushed by. They have backers that push a certain candidate. Of course, they're gonna lie to you. He was a legend. Had legend even though. Well, then if he was proven in court to have done something, then he's no longer alleged. So then that's a different story. Yeah. Let's put a nice big thing here. Yeah, that definitely a different story when someone is provably, the allegations against them have been proven to be true. That's a wildly different story then. Something people in the U.S. here should keep in mind as they go to the polling booths next year, because there has been some incredible acts of I don't even know what to even call it. Like, it's absurd, the things that are going on down here. Every day I see something else, I'm just like, you gotta be kidding me. Holy cow. It's never ending, too. That's the reason why I like to do this kind of stuff, because it has nothing really to do with that. And it's something that everyone can just sit back and enjoy regardless of how they feel. Most people don't realize, though, that a lot of information that proves a lot of the crap that you're being fed is false, is publicly available, but just don't bother to go look. I think my favorite version of some of the stuff that was spoon-fed that was incorrect was during the whole height of the pandemic with Rogan's podcast. That part was hilarious. because they tried to paint him as some guy in a whack job taking crazy meds and stuff like that. So what are we doing now? We are working on foliage, Puppet Master. Welcome back. 30 minutes before GReimer putting down grass. The next moment he comes back, he's starting to build leaves on trees. Well, yes, we're still going. I'm trying to get this thing done as quickly as possible. But if I don't finish this in the next half hour, we're officially at the longest stream on the channel. So this might actually be the longest stream on the channel. But yeah, with Rogan's podcast, because he got sick with the bug that everyone was worried about, and then so he put out a video saying that he was sick and he took all these things and whatever because that's what he was recommended by his medical doctor. And a sane person would look at that and be like, yeah, that's whatever, that's fine. That's consulted a doctor when you're sick. Oh my god, how absurd! But he was painted by a CNN actually as being a whack job who took horse dewormer because one of the drugs listed in smaller dosage can be used to deworm horses. It's also safe for humans, and it's received the Nobel Prize in medicine because of its effectiveness as an antiviral. But they didn't go into any of that. No, that's not. No, they said he took horse dewormer. It's like me saying that every night through the window in the front of my house, I see my neighbor feed his daughter's cat food. Most people would call it milk, but we're gonna call it cat food. That's the twist that they put on it. And it's funny because the reason why that was such a big oof on mainstream media's part and CNN's part is because Joe Rogan has a larger following than CNN. More people watch him than CNN. So when he said you guys are lying, it reached way more people than CNN could. So plus they had that medical professional from CNN on his podcast. When he confronted him on it, he turned into a stuttering mess. It was brutal. Yeah. Joe Rogan's your network is lying about this. Yeah, that's because they were, but they got a narrative to paint. So like I said, the best thing you can do is just shut that off during election season. In between election seasons, sure, if for entertainment purposes, you can watch all you want, but. And I'm not saying that just pointing out CNN specifically. Like I said, I don't care which network you're following. Both of them, all of them have certain agendas that are kind of a mess. And they're not really in line with what they should be. I saw a excellent. Okay, over 5 times. Dang, that's impressive. I got it once, maybe. It's hard to tell whether or not I got it or not because it's tested twice and differing results. But there was a seminar I watched once where they had 2 independent journalists on there. One of them, which was Matt Taibbi, I remember, because he made a bit of a name of him for himself with the Twitter files. And then there was another one there that was this is gonna look a little weird, but actually, hold on, maybe I can make it not look weird. Yeah, I can do that. And then another one I didn't recognize the guy. He had a British accent, so maybe he was from Britain somewhere. But this is interesting. Psycho's there. And then there's 2 people there that worked for, I think it was MSNBC. And the seminar was an interesting one because they asked the audience at the beginning of the seminar, do you trust mainstream media? And it was like 80-some% said yes. And then they had their discussion, and they asked them the same question at the end. They were asked the same questions, and they had to respond to them in a similar way, and they debated back and forth on stuff. Can you be my dad? Welcome to sand dusting. No, I can't. As far as I know, the only kids I got are upstairs right now. So, but yeah, at the end of the discussion, the independent the independent journalists were actually seen favorably by the crowd. In fact, it was like they asked the same question: do you trust mainstream media? And it came back only 30-some% of the audience still, after hearing this, still trusted them. And the question was like, why? What was so bad that they don't trust them now? And And the answer is that the independent journalists, they make their living by identifying and telling people the truth. They back up their sources, they back them up and they cite their sources. They're very factual on stuff, regardless of whether it goes against their political opinion, for example. Because if they don't tell the truth, people don't listen to them. And if they don't listen to them, then they don't get any revenue. So they have to. And that was the difference between the two. Whereas mainstream has backers and people basically paying to make sure they stay on the air. Independent journalists do not. So if they don't tell you the truth and they feed you a bunch of crap, then people are going to stop listening to them. That was the big difference. So yeah, maybe even 6. I got. Gotta get test today. Pick one. That's one thing though, is that having kids, that was a big concern of mine. You know, like, how bad is this? It was a big question. Because obviously I have children and I'd like to keep them healthy and safe. So the question was, when all that was going down, how bad is this? Is this going to get my kids? What do I do? And so I went to the one place the U.S. has to find those kind of answers, the CDC. I went to the CDC. And I saw the recommendations and saying, everybody get this. I was like, okay. And then I saw what, I looked at the numbers. Because, you know, they say everybody get this. Okay, that's their take on it. It must be serious. So what do the numbers say? They probably back it up. I was shocked when I saw that they didn't. I looked at this and I was like, wait a second. I actually thought I was reading it wrong. So I looked at it like over the course of a couple hours and I was asking people questions too, like, look at this. Am I interpreting this wrong? You know, like, in the end, it came out that kids getting seriously injured or dead or even anything from that disease or from that virus was astronomically low. Like, really low. Like, and then you compare that, it's like, well, it doesn't really matter. It's still a chance. You should just get something and get whatever medicine they have to treat it, right? Well, the problem is that they couldn't find anything about the ramifications of the jab. It seemed like a lot of this stuff was being suppressed. And that made me kind of question things like, why? Shouldn't we have access, you know? A lot of it was seen as quack or conspiracy theory, but then they don't tell you why. Because the studies that were released that kind of contradicted a lot of what was being said were verified. They were done by, like, Harvard and places that you have had at one point, John Hopkins, a reputable reputation. So why now are they just quack conspiracy? You know, it didn't make any sense. So I was wildly confused. But one thing that I couldn't see, it was any of the human trials or any information regarding the jab itself, which meant that it was a giant question mark as to whether or not it was going to be okay. We were being told it was fine, but we didn't have any proof to back that up. And so for me as a parent, that was a deal breaker. Absolutely not. And judging from the threat, according to the CDC's own numbers, it wasn't actually a threat. My child was more likely to be struck dead by lightning than that virus, and I still let him play outside, so I don't really know why I would worry so much about this. And I'm not even kidding about that. I'm not even joking about that last number. I looked that one up too. More kids died from lightning strikes than here in the U.S., so that was it. That was a deal breaker for me. And unless there's further studies that actually show this, I mean, parents, you're going to protect your kids. You got to do what's best for them, and blindly following what you're being told is more of a dangerous thing, because then you're not really making the choices, are you? So, one day, if you guys out there listen to this, and you're like, man, this guy won't shut up. If you're listening to this one day when you have kids, this might make a whole lot more sense. So, it's kind of cool, maybe in a kind of flu, just how it affects me. And I actually know of a person, and this is all like usually how these stories go. It's like a person that had somebody who was a distant relative of something, you know, that had a parent of theirs pass away because of this. Now, as sad as that is, there's one really painful truth that this person refused to believe, because they were so convinced that this was dangerous. Everything, it's just as dangerous as they said. It's so horrible. They were obviously emotional because the parent just passed away. But the thing they're forgetting is the state in which the parent was in to begin with. In this case specifically, they're in a nursing home and with a very compromised immune system, and anything they got would have gotten them. The common cold would have killed them. So, it wasn't because it was this specifically, and that was the thing that they just didn't want. I guess it's like I said, they're emotional and they're very mad and upset, and I get that because nobody likes losing a loved one. That didn't change the fact that anything would have gotten them. So, I heard people say that too. Although, what if your parent does this? I'd be like, I would be sad. Why wouldn't I be sad if that happened? But yeah, I strongly suggest people, whenever they're making tough decisions like that one, for example, don't go based on a gut feeling or instinct. Look at the information. Make up your mind actually correctly. Or don't. Just do the gut information, do whatever, but just don't take it out on other people. And I can tell you, we lost some really good people at the factory I work at, because they got other jobs. You know, that was being pushed out. Another wonderful thing that we were told would never happen. That got pushed out here in the U.S. And basically, you were being strong-armed into getting this thing that didn't have, like I said, didn't have the numbers to back it up. Otherwise, you'd lose your livelihood. Freedom, right? Yeah. Regardless of my opinions on that thing, I would never have agreed to that, because that's just wrong. I don't agree with people being forced to do things against their will. So regarding that one, same thing. People should actually be able to choose, and it should be an easy choice, because all the numbers should be there. It should all back it up. When people have questions about something, they should have answers to them. It's that simple. Not shut up, stop asking questions, or you'll lose your job. That's not the right answer. There's a name for that actually, but I don't really want to say it again because YouTube. There's some trigger words, I guess, but I don't want to say that on here. So, and that in itself is kind of telling as well. I'm interested to know, though, and the only way that I'll know this is in the future, but I'm interested to know how the history books are going to write these last several years. It's a good question, really, when you think about it. Like, how are they going to write these last several years? Because, again, a lot of the stuff that was told to us was false. It was incorrect. And even now, later on, as we get farther along in time, people have started to realize that. So what are they going to write it? How are they going to write it? This was a big success. Our leadership did great, or some mistakes were made and we've learned from them, or how's it going to be written? You know, like, I'm curious to know. And the other thing that people were saying also about the jab was that they're getting that it was might have been a new technology, but it had been studied for, you know, decades already ahead of time. That's why it rolled out so fast and why it was so helpful and easy. The problem is that the technology had been studied for decades. As far as it being applied in this specific instance with this specific bug, that was not true. And it gets really terrifying when you look at what did they know, and the answer is not much. They learned it from the general public. You want to know where the human trials were, look at whoever got it. And some of them actually aren't doing so well right now, but most of them, thankfully, are. So that's where I always tell people, I'm like, honestly, in the end, I'm just hoping that everybody's okay. That's it. That's all I really want, whether it be from some virus that's going around the world, or whether it be from some medication that people took for the virus. I don't really care, as long as everybody's okay. So that's really what it boils down to, is trying to keep people safe. You guys are doing a good job, though, I gotta admit, getting me on tangents and stuff, whether it be Star Wars, or whether it be rock music, or whether it be this. You've done a good job so far, because I think I'm done with this area, except for the bone mealing. So I think that's pretty good. Now it's on to the next one. If I can finish it in 13 minutes, I got to do all that over there too. Then we'll be rocking and rolling. Oh, I still got to do all this over here. Did I stash all those leaves? I think I still have more, right? Yeah, I still got more. Yeah. I still got to do all this stuff over here. I completely forgot about it. Yeah, that's the other thing is regarding that when people say like they either got it or didn't get it or something like that. I don't care. You did what you felt was right. That's what it comes down to. So I don't really give a crap if people did something like what I did or what they did something different than what I did. It doesn't matter. It's a medical decision. You do you know. And I hope you're okay. That's what it all comes down to. And that's the stance I wish everybody had taken back then because it would have made things so much easier. Like I said, we lost a lot of people at where I work. Lots of years of experience because people weren't looking for a job and then they had to start looking for a job. And they did. And they found one because it turns out with all those years of experience, they got hired up pretty quick. So, yeah. I know one guy, actually, because right now where I'm working, because I survived the whole shebang where I was at, thanks to my actions or inactions or whatever, whatever I did, I managed to get through to the end of it. And it wasn't without difficulty. But in the end, some of the most senior people that were ahead of me left. And now I'm like on the shop floor at least, because I'm still just a worker bee basically. I'm like the second most senior person there now. Now we do have a high turnaround rate at this place that I work at. A lot of people don't want to work there because they don't want to work, to be honest. I mean, it's not even like it's a very tough job compared to other jobs I've had. It's pretty easy. In fact, that's one of the reasons why I stick around is because it's very easy. Yeah, right there, the only guy so I can legally get a job. Yeah, not any. Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why people went and snagged it is because they can. It's work-wise. People were coerced. That's the thing that that's one of the reasons. That's one of those things that I say you got to have proof that something is whatever. It's provably wrong to do. You don't coerce a population to do something against their will. Because that means that they didn't actually trust that it was good. They had to do it because they were being told to. Otherwise, they can't earn a living. That's not right. That's really messed up. And I would say that hold the head high and mighty, but we did the same dang thing here in this country. So, yeah, but we lost somebody who had been working there for over 10 years. We lost another one that had been working there for 17 years. And yeah, it was difficult picking up the slack after they left. So, frustrating. It's very frustrating. I remember having a conversation actually with, this is a question, if any of you out there have kids, I want you to try to answer this question. You don't have to type it in the chat, just answer it yourself, and I'll let it hang too, because I don't want to answer it. I want to let it just sit there. And this guy had kids, and he was really concerned because he did not want to get it. He looked at everything. He said, "I don't want to get this. It doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like what they're telling us, and I don't want to get it." For me, the answer for him then was pretty simple. Well, then just don't get it. But he had a problem because he wanted to keep working, or he needed to keep working because he had kids to provide for. So he asked me, he goes, "Do you really think I should just let my kids starve rather than just go get this?" And that's the question I want to leave hang for you people to try to answer, You don't have, like I said, don't type it in chat. Just let it ponder and sit there in your head, marinate. Or if you don't have kids, imagine you did. What would your answer be? It was a pretty deep question. It's a pretty serious one, actually. After all, this isn't like a military general charging in and trying to take over your world, right? So why not just cave? Of course, you do have to remember what kind of world would you live in if you start caving to things like this. Remember, this was just one thing. What happens if they do something else? And what's to stop them from doing something else? The answer is nothing is there to stop them. So the question you got to ask yourself is, what would you do? in that situation, what would your answer for him be? I gave him my answer, and he interpreted that however he wanted to interpret it. But yeah, that was that was interesting. Keep in mind also, I'm a different breed too. I'm not like what you call a normal person, because this is gonna sound weird. Every veteran will get it though. I'm not a normal person. I'm a veteran. I'm a veteran. Veterans come with a certain degree of, I guess, what you call courage behind them, because they have only 1% of the U.S. population actually signs up for the military and actually goes and does it. So we're just a different breed of people. So yeah, but not everybody. I doubt everybody would ever even take the same approach I did on anything back then. But it's interesting now, after the fact, having the smoke clear a little bit. Like, lately in the news, it's been back. You know, I've seen it back in the news. Everyone's like, oh man, worry about certain mandates or certain whatevers and stuff. In reality, I'm like, you guys, we've been through this before. This isn't any different. So, but yeah, that's the other thing. Awesome person in chat there is saying about being an anti whatever right there. You see there, like, again, there's certain words I don't want to say because YouTube be YouTubing. But yeah, that blew my mind, because the people who were opposed to that back then were not that at all, because I'd say 99.9% of them were perfectly fine with other ones, but the other ones all had that little thing called like the facts to back them up, you know. And so therefore they're really easy to follow because you have the facts to back them. Everyone's in unison on that one, because even the medical professionals, this one was lacking that. So did I forget this one? I forgot that one. Dang it. That's all right. At least it's not one with dirt above it, because I can easily get to this one just by breaking my legs. You also got to be careful when you're looking into stuff like this too, about what you're seeing. Not necessarily is it true, but is it true from a certain point of view? You know, I had a discussion once with one of my friends online here, actually, and he sent me a study to show that what I was saying was incorrect, and I looked it over, and the thing that he was missing in it is that the target or the test demographic that they're looking at were the most at-risk people. It wasn't an example of, which when you're thinking about like an industrial hazard, you know, you want to test the most at-risk worker, because any one of those people in that area could be doing that and could be the most at-risk worker. So that one makes sense. But when you're talking about a general population, taking the most at-risk person doesn't make sense, because most of those people will never be in that position. So that's why that one was kind of skewed. So I appreciate it, though. I do appreciate that kind of stuff, because he sent me something that contradicted it. I love that. Let me look at it. I love seeing stuff like that, because after all, I don't sit here and preach saying that I'm absolutely right unless I actually know that. Because all I'm doing is just looking at stuff, trying to figure out what's real. Something that everybody really should be doing, you know? Because if you get stuck on your opinion, that's a dangerous spot to be on. If you get stuck on your opinion and you won't venture from it, then it doesn't matter if you're proven wrong or not. You're like, no, I don't care. It's just it's for sure this XYZ, whatever it is, you know. It's just dangerous. You got to be able to look over everything and be like, no, maybe I was wrong on that. That's a huge, huge ability that I wish everyone in the entire world had. I wish I could even improve on it a little bit better than what I have. It's something I consciously actually try to do. Something simple that you can do is play Minecraft. Some people offer me advice on this and different things that I could build, and I don't really like it. And sometimes they do offer things that I do really like, but it's not anything I would build, and I say, you know what, I'm going to build it anyway. I'm going to try to build something I normally wouldn't, just because somebody suggested it, and I think it would be interesting to challenge myself. I know I should be using a shovel on this, but I'm just being lazy. What I should do is get rid of the pickaxe completely and just use the shovel and the axe, but we're, what, 6 trees into it or something like that, and I've Just now thinking about that. Look at that. Me learning. Oh, I did see the message. Awesome. Before you pulled it away there. That's good. I mean, it's an interesting thing, and I wish you the best of luck on that too. I'm no longer in the military, but that's not because of any kind of deep personal or anything in there. That's just I came to the end of my enlistment. I was planning on having a family, and personal choice actually, because you can have a family in the military. They'll be well taken care of too. It's just that I wanted to be here for the birthday parties. I wanted to be here for the times as they're growing up. And being in the military, I can't guarantee that would have been the case. Obviously, duty comes first when you're in the military, so that's even more so than family. You have to follow the military first. And when I didn't have a family, that was fine because it's just me. So it's a thing, you know. It's a personal choice of yours, and I wanted to be here for the birthday parties. Be here for my kids going to school and stuff. And people who choose otherwise, I madly respect that. Because it was a tough choice back then for me, so, but... Oh, I almost forgot this one. Look at that. Bam. Alright, we can lose a couple of bits of grass. It's not going to matter that much. Now I want to add one more of these things kind of hanging over this part right here. Kind of down farther. Just got to put it someplace that... So I could put it right here, but that's up a little bit higher than what I wanted. Someplace that kind of makes a little bit of sense. Maybe right here. We're going to have this come out quickly, though. Maybe like right here. Let's see how this looks. Winging it. Just because I want to serve my country. That's a good reason. That is a very good reason. That is an excellent reason to join. I built so many of these palm trees. I'm actually doing this on autopilot. I'm not actually